Welcome everyone to the live stream today. It is 7/19/25 and we are running Click 32, PBSS, the 550 class, Box, No Box, and Pro Mod Power Fest. Hope you guys all enjoy the stream today. Tentative start today is at 10 a.m. I repeat, tentative start today is at 10 a.m.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Empire Dragway. It is Saturday, July 19th. You know what that means. Pro Mod Power Fest. We're going to be racing down to the nitty-gritty for $10,000. That's right. Them big blower turbo nitrous sucking cars traveling 660 feet here at Empire Dragway. 10 o'clock start time. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. 10 o'clock start time. Until I get told differently, we are rolling down track at 10 a.m. Good morning. How are you doing? That's right. We're going to be doing 360s trying to take out Mr. Johnny Camp as our number one qualifier. How fast was he going? Only 206 miles an hour. Absolutely astonishing. We're going to get top dragster, top sportsman, pro bike and sled, box and no box to all be running down to the lanes in their respectable order today. And the whole show starts at 10 a.m. We want to give you a quick update on the track rules here at Empire Dragway. We don't have a lot of them, pretty much 3 of them. One, this is the most important rule, no glass containers. I know you guys aren't piled in yet. I'll riddle them off one more time as the day goes on. But no glass containers. These tires aren't cheap, and we don't need one bad accident causing a whole lot of extra money being spent on the track. So if you only brought glass, find a plastic cup. Make sure that glass container doesn't leave your car, and have yourself a good night. Number 2, one of the most important here as far as insurance is concerned, if you are under the age of 16 and you are on a pit vehicle, I need you to stop it right now. You're going to put it in park. Get off of it. Get your adult. If you are not over the age of 16 and or do not have a valid driver's license, you are not allowed to drive anything on this track or in the pits without a driver with you. So if you are under 16, you're on a golf cart, moped, scooter, electric bicycle, even a pair of rollerblades, make sure you kick them off, use your 2 feet, the shoes, or find a ride. And number 3, probably my most favorite rule, if you decide to have a little bit too much of a good time tonight, please, ladies and gentlemen, sleep under the grandstand, sleep in the grass, sleep in the ditch on the side of the road, but do not drive home after having yourself too much of a good time. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 10 o'clock start time here at Empire Dragway for the Pro Mod Power Fest. We're going to get them rolling down to the lanes. Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. It turns out I'm getting a click. No, I know you are. It's weird. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me through the radio, you can't hear me through the PA speakers. Yes, Trevor, that definitely made it louder in here, but it didn't make it louder out there. There we go. Hey, all right. One more thing going right. Now it's wrong. Let me go through that whole promo one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I started that spiel 4 minutes ago. It's now 9:49. Welcome to Empire Dragway. It is July 19th. That's right, Pro Mod Power Fest. We are racing for $10,000. I got nothing written down. Everything I say is off of this brain right here, and now I got to try and remember exactly what I said. I do know 3 of the things I said, and those are our track rules. Number 1, no glass containers. We appreciate you coming here, and we appreciate you bringing your own adult beverages. But if you got it in a glass container, make sure you find a plastic cup. Put it in that plastic cup because tires aren't cheap, and we're not trying to pay for anything extra that we don't need to. Number 2, most importantly for insurance purposes, if you are under the age of 16 and or do not have a valid state driver's license and you are operating any sort of motor mechanicalized vehicle, get off it right now. Go ahead, put it in park, find someone old enough to drive it back to the pits. You are not permitted to drive on this property. That's right, you need to have a license. You need to be over the age of 16. If not, get on a good pair of shoes, work them legs out, and end up going from here to toe, heel toe. That's how it works. And number 3, my most favorite rule, if you heard it before, I'll say it again. Ladies and gentlemen, we love the fact you come out here, and we love the fact you have a good time. Please, enjoy yourself responsibly. If you need to stay, you're more than welcome to sleep in the grandstands, sleep in the grass, sleep in the ditch outside, but do not drive home tonight after having yourself too good of a good time. We are going to be rolling into a 10 o'clock start time. Pro Mods, you guys are on standby. Pro Mods, you guys are on standby. We're racing for $10,000, and right now, Mr. Johnny Camp is the man with the target on his back. That's right, 360. The ET is to beat 206 miles an hour. It's all you got to do going from A to B to go faster than Mr. Johnny Camp. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby as well. And just a reminder, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, there's a few of you in the class. When you go down track, make the turn. Come up the return road as far as possible. And then wait for your tow. We don't need a bottleneck down there. We got to get cars out of the way before we can send the next two. So help us help you and make sure that when you are at the top end of the track, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys come around the corner and up the return road as far as possible. Dan the man just walked into the tower. That means the circus is getting ready to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Mod Power Fest. Qualifier number 2, I do believe, and a 3-round action coming at you before we get down to the nitty-gritty and dice it up for $10,000 here at Empire Dragway. Ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, if you're here for the first time and you got to go through tech, we do have an open tech line. That's right. Lane 11 in the staging lanes. If you got to go through tech, we are open and willing to take you. If you haven't been down the track here at Empire Dragway, make sure you get yourself through tech. Lane 11, that's right. It is the established tech lane here at Empire Dragway. Lane 11, far right side of the staging lanes on the tower side, not hot car side. On the tower side, you'll see the big sign says tech. If you missed that, that's probably a good indication that, well, you don't think you should go down the track. So make sure you go through tech. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't been down the track here at Empire Dragway, go through tech. If you can't hear the loudspeakers real well, you can always tune in to Empire FM. That's 106.3 FM on the radio dial. You get all the round calls and all of the racing action here at Empire Dragway. Listen in your truck, listen at home, and listen on the road. That's right, 106.3 FM. And if you want to watch a live stream, thanks to Paul Francie and our buddy Cody, we are streaming this live. That's right, you can be watching this on YouTube. So from the comfort of your own home, make sure you end up clicking in, hitting the subscribe button and the like button, and follow us on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be calling down Pro Mods in just a few moments. You guys are still on standby. Get them out, get them warmed up, get them ready to run. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are short to follow here at Empire Dragway. Pro Mod Power Fest. That's right, July 19th. We are going to be running for $10,000. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes your first call of the day. ProMod, come on out on the staging lanes. ProMod, we want to see you in lanes 8 and 9. ProMod, qualifier number 2. Johnny Camp, he's got the big target on his back, 360, the quick time to beat 206 miles an hour here at Empire Dragway. ProMod, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Attention to the pits, Mr. Bauer. Robert Bauer. If you aren't going to make the call, please let us know, Mr. Bauer. Bring that car on down to the staging lanes. Pro Mod, you guys should be in 8 and 9. Pro Mod, we need you in lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. We are going racing for $10,000 here at Empire Dragway. 10K onto the line. Pro Mod Power Fest. The one and only time we are going to be duking it out between these bad machines here at Empire Dragway. Next week, we do have a show for you. The circus is in town. Bring your own clowns. We got Top Fuel, that's right. Top Fuel Dragster, Top Fuel Funny Car. How about jet cars? You ever seen a jet engine? That's right, them things that fly around above your head. Yeah, someone was crazy enough back in the day to strap one to a dragster chassis, and now they are the coolest thing to see on the face of the earth. So we got Top Fuel, top alcohol cars coming. We got jet dragsters, Can-Am Stop Super Stock, 470 Thunder, and a WDRA points race on top of that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for something to do next weekend, if this weekend doesn't do it for you, show up again next weekend. Same rules apply. Free camping with the cost of admission. Enjoy yourself all weekend long. If you don't like your neighbor, but he's got a motorhome, you better make friends with him because it's going to be a great place to stay here at Empire Dragway. Pro Mod, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro Mod, we need you in lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster, you guys are on standby. Attention in the pits, Top Dragster. That standby is over. Come on down to lane 6 and 7, Top Dragster. We want to see you in lane 6 and 7. Top Sportsman, that's put you on standby. Top Dragster. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in lane 6 and 7. We got the first two cars rolling into the water box right now. Hollywood Mike Decker, Land Pro left side. Once they fire them up, Decker's going to try and better himself from the 554 he laid down last pass. That mile-an-hour shows that he definitely didn't get all the way down track. Don't know if he hit some tire shake. Don't know if he set up the tune a little too tight. But this time out, he's going to try and run it down Johnny Camp at that 360 quick ET we've seen. Everyone has qualified one pass so far. They get two today. So if it doesn't go good on this one, you got one more chance to better yourself on the spots. The guy next to him, well, that is Robert Bauer III, RB3. He actually ran pretty well deep into the field last weekend for $20,000. This time, he's behind the wheel of the Galaxy Auto Plays Pro Mod. Now, I wasn't here last night or on Thursday, but I have been keeping up with the things going on here. And I got to tell you right now, in the last couple of years, it has been a tight showing for all of the Decker salvage cars. You are talking consistent number 3, number 4 qualifiers rolling up now in the Land Pro left lane. The best part, they got 2 cars to collect the data from. That's right. Every time they go down track, they get 2 sets of numbers. This one, Mr. Hollywood Mike Decker and Mr. Mike Decker rolling in the other Pro Mod. RB3 over there in the Insinger right lane, though. He's going to be trying to lay down a lap 360, the time to beat. The track record for Pro Mod, that is 3:56. That's the time to beat. You want to be the new record holder here at Empire Dragway. I'll tell you right now, the air is beautiful. The temperature is right. The quality is there. A little bit of a stagnant tailwind. That's not going to help him. It's going to be all horsepower. Out of the Decker machine in the Land Pro left lane. Bauer in the Insinger right lane. Bauer through the gears. 002 up front. 380. That's going to move him up on the list. Mr. Decker, though, gets into some tire shake. You can see the chatter marks there on the starting line, and that's going to end up cutting his run short pretty much before the 3:30. I can tell you what, though, he was hauling the mail for 60 feet until he had to put it down and straighten it out. But Robert Bauer III, 002 up front, and absolutely goes A to B, 187 miles an hour at 3.80 seconds in 660 feet. Robert Bigham rolling out of his burnout first. He's over in the Insinger right lane. That Chevy Nova 2. Going to try and better himself from the number 8 spot he is qualified in. Cam Isulini over in the Land Pro left lane. He is in that Ford Mustang. Big Sale last time down track, 5:21 at 91 miles an hour. Seems like another one of the drivers trying to figure out that 60-foot pattern to get that car to go A to B. And Robert Bigham, he didn't do so bad. 4:03, just under the cusp of going 390s. Both drivers getting pulled up to the tree. Big Sal Land Pro left lane. Robert Bigham in Singer right lane. 409 to a 403, the last two qualifying laps either of them have made. Can they get into the 370 range to only be a 10th off that number one qualifying spot? Big Sal's in, so is Rod. Down track they go. Tire shake out of Land Pro left lane, but it's going to be the Chevy going all A to B, 422, 180 miles an hour. Big Sal, he clicked it off almost before the 330. Good sub 1 second 60 foot. He definitely beat Robert out of the hole. Down track and had to shut it off that left lane. Either proven to be a little too difficult right now, or both drivers are coincidentally got that thing tuned up just the wrong way early in the day. Top dragster, you guys should be in the lane 6 and 7. Top dragster, you guys should be in the lane 6 and 7. Top sportsman, you guys are on standby. Top sportsman, you guys are on standby. Well, we saw Hollywood Mike Decker. This time it's Mr. Decker. That's right. Big Mike Decker over the Insinger right lane. He's backing up. Melanie Salemi, the queen of speed, going 594 feet in the burnout. She's got a little bit of ground to come back before she finds the tree. Both the drivers trying to get up to that number one spot. Both drivers more than capable of being able to get up to that number one spot. Melanie Salemi, she hasn't just won here before in the Northeast Outlaw Division. She has number one qualified every time she has been here at Empire Dragway. Mike Decker, probably her arch enemy. Great friends in the pits, but on the track, Mr. Decker has made it more and more difficult for Melanie Salemi to try and hoist that trophy and win that $10,000 track every time they show up here at the Big E. Attention in the pits, top sportsman. Top sportsman, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Top sportsman, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Top dragster, you guys should be in 6 and 7. If you're not there, you're late. Top dragster, 6 and 7. If you're not there, you're late. Top sportsman, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. The good old Decker clean out. That's right. Sing that thing to the moon. Over there in the Insinger right lane, Melanie Salemi, a little bit more reserved. Going to get ready to save the power for that thing, going A to B, see what kind of lap it lays down. Last time she was down track, her one and only qualifier, she ran a uncharacteristical 409. But Mr. Mike Decker, how about a 378? So you're either going to see a good side-by-side or you're going to see problems. And Melanie Salemi, first car to go A to B, 361. Welcome to number 2 on the list, Melanie Salemi. She is hunting down Johnny Camp. Mr. Decker, 370. Going to better his last time down track as well. Both drivers going to mix up the list. After that qualifying run, they got one more run to go. Figure out what they can do before they shake it down for $10,000 here at Empire Dragway. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster, top sportsman. You guys should be in the lanes. Top dragster, 6 and 7. Top sportsman, we need you in 4 and 5. Well, we got a quick second. We want to thank a couple of people here. We want to thank CJW Solutions, MVM. We want to thank Apex Graphics. We've heard a lot about them. They gave away free one-day passes for this show here on Saturday. We want to thank Resolution Racing, G-Force Race Cars, and MSR Performance. As we roll on into qualifier round number 2, their first chance at it today. They're going to go for another one tomorrow, or actually today, before we go into racing for $10,000. Mike Stowicki, the Stowicki Power, Land Pro left lane. Speaking of Land Pro, they're over there. They're under the pop-up. They got all the sweet equipment out here that makes drag racing at Empire Dragway possible. You need to get yourself a horseless horse, as they would say, a good old lawn tractor. Go see Land Pro. They're the guys with the equipment. They know what they're doing. Mike Stowicki, the Land Pro left lane. Jason Calso, the Insinger right lane. Last time Jason was down track, how about a 374 out of that thing? That thing absolutely flies. Stowicki, though, no stranger to being up in the nitty-gritty, the top 3 qualifiers in the Land Pro left lane. Stowicki's last pass, again, very uncharacteristic, 396. We know there's a lot more in the tank in the Land Pro left lane, and I have a feeling we're about to see what that is. Stowicki put on the pre-stage. He throws it in deep. Jason not far behind. Stowicki almost out of the groove, but ends up laying down a 363. That's going to put him up in the 4th spot, 206 miles an hour. Mr. Jason Calso. How about a 473, 107? That mile an hour means that he definitely cut power off down at track, but still faster than, I'm going to say 90% of the cars on the property. 2 doors on either side of him and 2 wheels in the air all the way down track until he decides to get out of that right foot. Rolling out now, that's going to be Steve King over the Insinger right lane. The Savage Corvette Pro Mod rolling out against Mr. Don Klooster. Don, he is in that big body Mopar. There's a lot more body than weight hanging out in the Land Pro left lane. It looks big, it looks heavy, but I'll tell you right now, that is absolutely deceiving when it comes to a machine like that. Last time down track, Mr. Klooster, he was about 1 behind. He went 378, which is still not that slow. I would not shake a stick at it. But Mr. Steve King, he figured it out early. 365 with a 7, and they are going to try and better off that last lap over in the Insinger right lane. Steve King, Klooster, both guys pulling away from the cars. Cars are rolling into the beams. Are we going to have a new number 1 qualifier? Land Pro left lane, Insinger right lane. 45 to a 19 down track. It's going to be a 68 to a 78. No one going to better their spot on the ladder. But 2 absolutely great A to B runs getting the data, figuring out what that track looks like as they have 1 more shot to try and hit that absolutely coveted number 1 qualifier spot. And, ladies and gentlemen, as long as you're out there thinking that that number 1 spot isn't just for bragging rights, how about they throw $1,000 on the line? That's right, $1,000 is the bounty for the fastest qualifier in Pro Mod. $1,000 going to that number 1 spot. Johnny Camp, he's sitting on it right now, and that's Johnny Camp over in the Insinger right lane. Rolling out next to him, That's going to be Mr. Jay Santos. Santos, Land Pro, left slide, your number 2 qualifier. Trying to dethrone the man with the target on his back. The most wanted, the man with the bounty, Mr. Johnny Camp over the Insinger right lane. Both drivers, 360s. 360 with a 1, 360 with a 0, put a 9 on the back of it. It's going to be door to door for 660 feet as they try and shake up the ladder. They are going to try and move from round number 2 to number 1. Number 1's going to try and even go further into number 1. The track record is a 3:56. Are we going to see it beat here in qualifying, or are they just going to go A to B to see what the cars are going to do? Who's holding any cards? Who's playing them all on the table? We're going to find out in the next 2 cars. Jay Santos, Johnny Camp, crew guys are walking away from the cars. The pre-stage bulbs are coming on. And we are going to get ready to see if we're going to shake up the ladder. Santos, Land Pro left lane. Camp, Insinger right lane. .360 puts Jay Santos as your number 1 qualifier. Johnny Camp, he ends up shaking it loose there about the 330, gets out of it and saves the car for another lap. Round 3 qualifier action coming at you in just a little bit. It's their last chance to try and better their spots on the ladder before they duke it out for $10,000. Top dragster, you guys should be in the staging lanes. Top sportsman, you guys should be down there as well. Pro Bike and Sled, you are on standby.
My partner up here in the tower, Justin Sass, behind the mic, won all but one round last night, and that was the first round out at Lancaster. He got back in.
It doesn't sound as good as you think it does.
It does not, but he got back in on a buyback and turned on every other win light besides that. Justin, congratulations to you on your win last night.
Got to be lucky. Better to be lucky than good. I'll tell you that right now.
That's what some of these drivers need here for top dragster qualifying. So we got Ryan Harris, number 1 qualifier, 370 as we sit right now. Ontario, Canada. Going down track with Karma Hopper. Karma's out of Kentucky, made the trip out here to Western New York. We welcome them in and invite them to try the infamous garbage plate while they're here.
Not as a Rochester native, but not too far from here, I have heard wonderful things. I think I have had one garbage plate in my life.
We got to get you more, Justin.
I'm not going to say no to that. I am a fan of mixing all my food together.
We got to get you more. Hopper's currently qualified number 6. She ran a 399 last night in qualifying round number 2. This is qualifying round number 3 for Top Dragster, your final qualifier. And 438 is our current bump spot.
So qualifier number 3 comes after qualifier number 2. Thank you for clarifying that one, Trevor.
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that it was the final one, Justin.
Got to make sure people are paying attention at home. But who's paying attention on the tree? We're going to find out right now. About 8,000 separate them up front, but a 371 is going to be your quick time. Karma Hopper, 409, stick a 3 on the back of it, 186 miles an hour. Cody Riom, Mark Romanofsky. Romanofsky over the Insinger right lane, the wicked dragster in the Insinger right lane. Cody Riom, the finish line motorsports machine, currently sitting on the bump. Only 3 drivers have a chance to knock Cody out of the show. Cody last qualified with a 438. That's his number down on the board. He can better himself, but if he goes any worse, he's still going to be sitting on the bump. If he gets knocked out of the show, he can still run in top. That's right. We are still going to be running top competitors here today. Box, no box. Sorry. Don't want to get anyone too excited. 005 for Cody Riom down at the top and turns the screws to it and goes a 438. Absolutely bracket car down at track, but it's not going to better him any further on the ladder.
Buddy Forrest representing Spencerport, New York, my hometown, driving the 2020 M&M over there in the right lane. He's currently qualified number 7, sitting pretty with a 404, his second pass down track.
He's not your buddy, pal.
But he is a buddy. Him and Art Coffey going down track together. Art's currently qualified number 11. Ran a 432 yesterday. Couldn't tell you if that was first qualifier or the second qualifier. Either way, number 11 is comfortably on that ladder. 004 for Mr. Art Coffey. Buddy Forrest going to be 12th out off the let-go. He's going to run it down track 407 at 177 miles an hour for the man out of Spencerport, New York. Campbell, Ohio's Art Coffey runs a 439 at 156. Neither driver going to improve on the ladder. This is just for the data this morning. Is figuring out what the car is going to do.
That's right. Only 3 drivers going to try and make it into the show. It's Brett Bennett, Mr. John Vergatz Jr., and Ron Whiteman. All 3 of them, they got a lot of ground to make up if they are going to get into that 16-car field here in Top Dragster. Take a lap. I don't know if they can make him.
So Rich Yakos and Danielle Gonzalez, your next two going down track. Yakos over in the right lanes. My buddy Robin Banks, his boss. He's ended up sitting on the ladder number 8, 420 at 167 miles an hour yesterday for him. And the lady out of Waterford, Connecticut, sitting pretty at number, 2. How about that? Showed go double 03 off the let-go and a 386 at 186 miles an hour. I started a little bit. I got a little nervous. I see something down on the track about 1,000 feet out in the left lane. We're going to send Mr. Pat Budd down there to pick it up. Make sure there's nothing else that we can't see down on the track.
Pat Budd, 00 Wayne Turner. 2 of the greatest on track right now, making sure that surface is absolutely perfect for the cars going down track. And we want to thank all of the people wearing red shirts out there in the sun. We get to sit up here in this nice, cool, air-conditioned tower, frosty beverages. A beautiful day of watching drag racing with the computer screen in front of us and this microphone in our hands. It's an absolutely terrible idea, Trevor. I got to tell you. Somehow they thought this was a good idea.
How do we convince them to let us do this?
I think we're the only 2 dumb enough to sign up for it.
That is true.
Well, here we are now. And here we are watching Top Dragster. That's right, Top Sportsman. You guys should be in the lane. Top Sportsman. We need you in 4 and 5 if you're not there. You are late. Pro Bike and Sled. Pro Bike and Sled. You guys are going to be on standby. We'll call you down in just a moment. Pro Bike and Sled. You guys are on standby.
So number 2 qualifier went down track last time. How about our number 5 qualifier, Michael Kalin over here in the Land Pro left lane. He is out of Niagara Falls, New York. He ran a 389 at 187 miles an hour yesterday. And he's going down track with Tom Martino. Martino's your number 4 qualifier, sitting pretty with a 388 at 180 miles an hour. Both these drivers comfortably on the qualifying sheet, getting their passes this morning for the data, saying, what am I going to dial this thing, Justin?
I was just about to say, a lot of these cars aren't too concerned with making it further on the field. They're pretty high up on the ladder. Right now, it's not about changing the tune. It's just about making sure that that A to B pass pretty much looks like the one yesterday, and it's going to look like next round that they're hoping for. 27 to an 88, Tom Marino. He is late on the tree, but it's going to be Michael Kalin with the quick time. Actually, no, he was behind on the time. That's a whole shot over in the Land Pro left lane. 395 after being 27 up front. Brett Bennett actually has a chance to shake up the standings right now. Last time down, 445 with a 7. Can the Bennett machine get into that 16-car field? 4:38, the time to beat for Mr. Bennett in the Land Pro left lane. Over in the Insinger right lane, that is Chatterbox Craig Chatterton. He is a weekly regular here at the Big Erie Empire Dragway. And he is going to better, if not hold, the same ET in that dragster.
Chatterbox, notorious for his short burnouts and topless adventures around the pits. You will find Craig Chatterton not wearing a shirt 95% of the time when he's here at Empire and not in the dragster.
That's right. Hoping to win this week and to buy a couple shirts for himself. 59 to an 11. Chatterbox shows that he is a bracket racer. 440, but Brett Bennett misses the show by 200ths of a second in the Land Pro left lane. Brett Bennett, he goes 5 hun faster than his last lap, but 2 hun too slow to put it in the show in top dragster. Tony the Shoe Platania, Land Pro left side. Made it pretty deep in the 20K race we had last week, and that's right, $20,000 was on the line. We ended up giving it away to Megan Bonnet. Megan picking up 20 grand last week. Today, we are running top dragster. Tony the Shoe Platania going up against Mysterious Joe Masulo. Masulo over in the Insinger right lane. 438, the bump, both drivers already in the show. Are they going to better their spot, or are they going to be printing tickets? What are they going to do? Double 04 to a 12, 8 now the difference up front. Tony the Shoe Platania goes a 40, while Mysterious Joe Masulo is 300 better than that, 437, 158 miles an hour. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as the information comes across our desk, we're going to throw it out to you. That is a new entry over the Insinger right lane. That is Vince Mussolino. Vince was not here yesterday to try and qualify. Feels pretty confident about beating that bump, though. 438, that is a very quick time here in top dragster. As Tyler Rudolph rolls in next to him in the Wolf Trucking Machine in the Land Pro left lane. Can Mr. Mussolino put down a lap and come up on the list? If he goes faster than a 438, he has one run to do it, and he is going to take Cody Riome and send him to the poorhouse. .007 to 005, 2000, the split up front down track. Vince Mussolino absolutely rockets his name onto the board. Sorry, Cody Riome, thanks for playing, but you just got bumped out of the show by that man right there. Chatterton, the Chatterbox, if anyone else shows up or decides to make a faster lap than you are sitting on the bump of 437. The new bump spot here in Top Dragster. Over the Insinger right lane, that's Lucas Salemi. In his off time, when he's not walking along the beach or tuning a Pro Mod, he likes running that dragster over there in Top Dragster. Going up against the fun-loving criminal, that is Peter Maduri. Land Pro left side. Maduri and Salemi both in the show. Going to see if they can make another lick at the same time they did yesterday. Don't have to worry about getting themselves kicked out of the program, but they're definitely going to try and make this pass and see what kind of number it's going to do.
Zip one too soon for Pete Maduri. He'll run a 4:31 at 159 miles an hour, but getting through the top end first is going to be Lucas Salemi. Salemi's going to run a 4:29 at 161 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Bike and Sled, Pro Bike and Sled. Come on down to the staging lanes. We need you in the hot pit side, 9 and 10. Again, Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to the staging lanes. We need you in the hot pit side, 9 and 10.
John Vergott's going to try and put himself in the show. Can he go faster than a 4:37? Chatterbox, well, he is going to be shaking in his boots right now. If this man goes faster, Chatterbox is in the trailer. If this man doesn't, well, it's all over for him in Top Dragster. A make it or break it pass in the Land Pro left lane. Last time down, he went a 4:66. 30 up front. Can he beat a 37 down track? It's a 4:50. Unfortunately, Mr. Vergatz Jr., a good pass, but not good enough to get into the show for Top Dragster. We got our 16-car field, and they are going to be rolling out next round to eliminate themselves down to one car to find out who is the baddest in the long and skinnies. Top Sportsman, they're in the lanes right now, and they're going to be rolling out next. Top Sportsman, if you're not there, whoa, you are late. Pro Bike and Sled, you guys are going to be rolling up next. We need you hot car side, lanes 9 and 10. Pro Bike and Sled, hot car side, lanes 9 and 10. And box, you guys are on standby. Box, you guys are on standby. Pro Bike and Top Sportsman, sorry, you got ahead of myself there. Top Sportsman rolling out of the water box.
Good morning to you, Justin Sass. How hard did you celebrate last night for that win?
Not too much, actually. I got about 7 hours of sleep last night. Pretty incredible. Not gonna lie.
These do not look like two wheels or skis here. Ron Seswick and Matt Gregory. Ron finds himself outside the bubble right now. 495, he's trying to beat a 483, and he's going to run it out to a 502. Ron Seswick, unfortunately, unable to make it quicker than a 483, and he is not eligible for the ladder. Over there in the right lane, though, Matt Gregory's going to go A to B, 462 at 159 miles an hour. Keeping himself comfortably in that number 11 spot.
Here comes Jennifer Gunther over there in a Gunther Automotive machine. The Insinger right lane, the Chevy 2, going up against Mr. Dustin Gable. Dustin out of Stanford, Ontario, north of the border, coming down this time. Going to try and pick up the greenbacks and Top Sportsman. Land Pro left side, that absolutely gorgeous 71 Duster. Mr. Gable last time out, he went a 443. And Mrs. Jennifer Gunther wasn't too far behind at a 469.
Pro Bike and Sled, don't you forget about us. We need you to go into the lanes for qualifying round number 3. Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to staging lanes 9 and 10 on the hot pit side. Box, you guys are on standby. That's right, Bob Johnson, box class, you guys are on standby.
$28,000 too soon was Jennifer Gunther on that one, as red lights don't count in qualifying. 473 going to be quicker than her last lap down, but Dustin Gable absolutely laying down a lap in the Land Pro left lane. 440, 458 miles an hour.
And how about a rematch from qualifying round number 1? That's right, if you were here yesterday, we had a pair of 68 Camaros go down track together, and we got this same pair of 68 Camaros going down track together once again.
Same lanes, or they switch lanes this time?
No, they switched lanes this time.
That makes sense. Usually you want to do that. You don't know what it's going to do in either lane. Here at Empire, the lane difference, not that drastic. Some other tracks, very drastic.
Charlie Elmwood Jr.'s got the blue and white 68 Camaro in the left Land Pro left lane. He's out of Spencerport, New York. And he is currently qualified number 3, running a 420 last night at 169 miles an hour. Brian Werner's out of Hubbard, Ohio over there, and also in the 68 Camaro. He's currently qualified number 2 with a 418. Two hundos separated these drivers on the qualifying sheet. And 2 mile an hour did as well. $39,000 green for Charlie Edward Jr. He'll run it out to a 423. Werner over there in the right lane is going to go 422 after being 11,000 too soon on his let go. Both drivers going to retain their qualifying spot. Both drivers going to retain their qualifying spot, get a little bit of data, see where they're going to dial for round number 1 coming up here shortly. This is the Quick 32 Sportsman Series Top Sportsman class. Who we got coming up next here, Justin?
Well, Trevor, if you read the screen, you'd know. That is Dave Burchell and Bill Stevens. Bill Stevens in the pick-em-up truck over there with the blower sticking out of the hood. He is going to try and better his spot on the ladder. Dave Burchell, Land Pro, left side. Look at the nose on that thing. He is sucking air and nitrous as much as it can take down the intake manifold, and that head scoop is helping every second of it. Too soon as Bill Stevens Evans throws on the red bulb. Down track, though, a 488 to a 434. Land Pro left side with the quick time, 163 miles an hour for Mr. Dave Burchell. Caden Wickie out of Stamford, Ontario. The Linsinger right lane going up against Luke DeJong. Luke over the Land Pro left lane, also from over the bridge out of Pushland, Ontario.
Pretty cool that these two drivers line up with each other. A few short weeks ago, the last time Quick 32 Sportsman Series was here, the Bears top sportsman team over there in the right lane had an issue with their delay box and needed another one. Nobody on the property had this specific delay box, but Luke DeJong over there in the left lane said, hey, I got one sitting on my garage shelf back in Canada. Let me go grab it overnight. He drove all the way back to his house in Canada, picked it up, came back here, and handed it to Bears top sportsman's team so they could run on the Saturday a few short weeks ago.
Tell me you see that dope.
Who's going to get away first? It's going to be the left lane, but it was 16 thou too soon. Caden Wick over there in the right lane's going to be 23 thou up front and 443 through the 660.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to make an announcement now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are selling 50-50. That's right. We have 50-50 on the property. The two young ladies are in black shirts. I know that's pretty undescriptive. They have an orange bucket with them. Give them your money. They will give you tickets, and you will be in it to try and win half of the money they've collected. We are selling 50-50. They'll be up and down the bleachers. They'll be running around the pits. If you want to get in on the 50-50, they are the two young ladies in black shirts running around with an orange bucket. John Schmidt and Dirty Doug Linden. Dirty Doug for $20,000 was trip zip 3 dead on with a 4 and ends up losing to the guy next to him who was trip zip 2 and dead on 3 as well. Dirty Dog over there in the Bel Air in the Insinger right lane, and John Schmidt, well, he's rolling up in that beautiful pro stock looking Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. 26 to a 13. The Camaro says see you later as he runs a 406 at 179. Dirty Doug, though, he runs a 483 at a $145.
Hey, if anybody here is looking to get into top sportsman class, the car in the right lane is for sale. That's right. Bobby Jaws listed that thing on Marketplace a week or two ago. I've seen it pop up. Dan's seen it pop up.
Trevor, do you know the fastest way to make $1 million drag racing?
Never buy a drag racing car.
No, you start with $2 million.
Oh, that's true.
That's how you do it. That's the fastest way to get $1 million in drag racing. You start with 2, you buy that thing, and you go drag racing every weekend. It is a money pit, is what it is. To a 34, $20,000 the split up front. Bobby Jaws was behind, and Tom Simone down track. 4:71 the quick time. He was 20 thou ahead on the hit and stayed ahead to go 149 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bob Johnson box class. That's right, Bob Johnson box class. We need you guys down to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your first time trial. Bob Johnson box class. We need you down to the staging lanes 4 and 5 for your first time trial. No box. No box. You guys are on standby. Factory motor parts. Factory motor parts, no box. You guys are on standby. Gary O'Connell's on track now. 05 vet, also out of Spencerport, New York. He's currently qualified number 6, running a 4:27 last night at 163 miles an hour.
33 up front, 432 down at the top on 165 miles an hour for the man between two doors. As we get ready to roll into, oh, my correction.
Justin got talking up here with none other than TV Tom Varney. Not paying attention to what's going on. We got one more top sportsman here, Justin.
That's last one to go.
The Royal Purple Camaro, driven by none other than Dan Germano.
Speaking of TV's Tom Varney, Tom, you're here with the Pro Bike and Sled group. You ran there last week. I know you travel all around. How is Pro Bike and Sled going for you? I know you're running the Rooster. It's a pretty consistent bike getting in the field, but for some of these guys who got to fight for it, what's it like being on the outside looking in?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're on that bump spot, which last race, first qualifier, I was on that bump spot. It's not a nice place to be, especially when you're looking at those guys coming behind it. A lot of the guys that come out here, they can run that number, they can get in the field. There's a lot of fast bikes. Everyone stepped up their game. Actually not running it this week, but we're here to help out some of our guys. Mike Peters, another Lancaster guy, we're here to help him out. And cheer on all our friends, which is everyone down there. You know, that's the nice thing about this class. Everyone's a friend. Everyone's here to help each other out. But yeah, a lot of fast bikes, and you know, there are some that won't get in the field.
John, let me ask you this, because I know it costs money to try and play this game, right? There's really no consi if you don't get in. What is the ramification? So it costs you a ton of money. You're sitting on the bump. You get bumped out. What do you get, a sharp stick in the eye? You don't qualify? You go home?
Well, for some of us, what we'll do is, especially having the bikes, is and we love running against the cars, so we'll usually get in the no box class. You know how it goes. You dump another $60, $80 into it.
But as far as your Pro Bike and Sled entry goes, that's it for the day. The money you spent's gone. If you don't make it here, you're out.
That is true. Unless we have at least 20, then you can do a consi race. But, you know, if you're that unlucky 17th guy, then you're either getting in another class or you're going home empty.
That is a hard way to make time trials when you're running Pro Bike and Sled. But top sportsman now, Mr. Germano, 61 the wrong way. Down track, though, a 4:23 at 166 miles an hour in the Insinger right lane. Speaking of Pro Bike and Sled, they're sitting there patiently waiting. They're all leathered up. They're getting hot. Even though it's cool outside, there's no way them leathers don't get a little warm there. What's that like? You're sitting in the staging lanes. They give you the, hey, we're getting ready to roll. I know in a door car, you can shut the door, throw your helmet on, you know, 3 cars before it. But you can't put them leathers on waiting in the staging lanes that long.
Well, I'll tell you what, Justin. There are some tricks to it. You know, sometimes you get a nice pair of shorts. I have put my leathers on in the lanes 2 pairs before going down. But there are times I've put them on. You're sitting there 20, 30 minutes on that hot pavement. It starts to get a little sticky in there.
I got to tell you, that sounds like Clark Kent turning into Superman, man. 2 pairs to go, and they say suit up. Oh, boy, you got to pull the zipper, throw the helmet on, and someone's got to start the bike. A lot of them things don't have their own starters.
Yeah, I mean, that's starting to be a little bit obsolete with a lot of them. You'll notice a lot of these bikes, a Hayabusa, the ZX, you got the 1000s. A lot of them are all street bikes, and it makes it a lot easier. And they know how to make them go fast, real fast.
Can't forget about those Turbo 1100 Arctic Cats. There's a few of them out there in the field, and they are pretty quick as well. Yes, Justin, those Arctic Cats have turbos on them. They come from the factory like that. Factory turbo. Just upgraded to go a little bit quicker with a built engine.
Speaking of that, Trevor, when you putting a turbo on your sled?
Yeah, I might put nitrous on my sled before I put a turbo on my sled. Either way, though, we're kicking Justin Sass off the mic. Pro Bike and Sled going to be announced by none other by the sled representative of me and TV Tom, two-wheeled representative.
Yes, and first pair up, we got two bikes in the left lane on the blue Hayabusa. You got Lee Burgess out of Canton, Pennsylvania. He knows how to make that thing run. He knows how to go around. In the right lane, Jim Bernier out of Stratford, Ontario, one of our Canadian friends from up north. He is currently sitting in that number 1 spot. He's got a 479. 023 up front for Burgess, 004 behind. That is Jim Bernier, but he goes a 485. Little off the pace from last night's qualifier, but that was really good air. You got Lee Burgess goes a 568. Hit a 61 last night. So these guys are going to slow down a little bit. The air is not as good as last night. Mine shaft conditions for some of these guys, and it's a little hot out there. But they're going to find a way to put that power down to the ground and get down the track.
Joel Rivera and Nicole Albin, your next two coming down track. Albin's currently qualified number 14. She was not able to make a full pass. Her hand came off the throttle because the track was so sticky last night. She was not expecting to launch. Joel over there in the right lane, though, he ran a 5:59 last night. Seeing what he can get for data today. Nicole, she'll run it out to a 5:83, though, and put herself on the list, still holding on to that number 14 spot. Angelo Salemi coming up here next, another snowmobile driver. He's on the 99 Polaris XCR with the hot-to-go engine underneath the hood of that thing.
Angelo has stepped up the game. He is also out of that G-Force race cars camp, one of the Salemi. He is stepping that thing up. A lot faster than last year. Angelo's currently sitting at number 9. He went a 554 on that sled. No turbo, no power adder. That thing moves. In the right lane, Josie Brooks out of Arcona, Ontario, another one of our Canadian friends. She is currently sitting number 2 at a 489. And just like it says on the bike, that is one bad motor scooter. She knows how to ride it. Getting out of there, she's got an 031, 035 for Angelo. She's going to go a 497. So still a little off the pace from last night, but she's going to stay up there in that number 2 spot. Salemi goes 559, so he only fell off a little bit. He's still running pretty close. Now coming up in the left lane, Mike Peters. Mike Peters is one to keep your eye on. He is switching bikes today. He's got his Kawasaki bar bike out, switching up from the Hayabusa, trying to make the field here. And Brian Baker on the turbo sled in the right lane.
That's right. That's a 2014 Turbo 1100 Arctic Cat over there in the right lane. He's going to be 92 thou off the let-go. Got to do a little bit of work on the tree. Mike Peters, though, 41 thou too soon, and 557 for the man on 2 wheels in the left lane. Baker's also going to run a 557 over there in the right lane on the snowmobile. That's Utica, New York's very own Bob Salerno back there in the burnout box. And we need Bob Johnson box class to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your first time trial. Bob Johnson box class to the staging lanes for your first time trial. 4 and 5 is where we need you. Come on down. So Bob Salerno on the 13 1100 Turbo Arctic Cat. He's currently qualified number 5 with a 5:44 at 130 miles an hour last night. Who's over there in the right lane there, Tommy?
We got Michael Lawya. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm just going off what it looks like up here. Michael Lawya, he is new to the field today over there on the Suzuki. That looks like an old pro stock bike that should move quick.
He's not new to the field. He qualified last night, but he was unable to make a full pass. 14 seconds the first pass, 11 seconds the second pass. See if he can figure it out now. He kind of got it. Took him a minute there. He'll run it out to a 7:46, but the story's all in the left lane. Salerno's going to run a 5:61 at 128 miles an hour, holding on to his qualifying position.
So the issues there, if you notice, breaking up at the starting line, how it launches, that looks like something that could either be a coil or an ignition issue, which is something a lot of these guys know how to deal with. So hopefully he's got someone that can come help him and keep an eye on it. We got Peter Edwards coming up here. He is sitting in the left lane.
Oh, there it is.
He's waiting on our man Chucky. Chucky is on his no-bar bike. That is his grudge bike.
That's not Brandon McCombie. That is Charlie Pissick. You do that, though?
Yeah. Charlie Pissick. He's going to try to turn the earth with that thing. That is a very fast bike.
I'll take care of it. We'll have to change it out with going there as the time slips.
Edwards waiting patiently for Chucky to roll up to the line. There's a lot that goes into making those bikes go fast over there, so you got to take your time. He went for something last time he was here at the one pass, I know.
Chuck. 88 thou off the let go for Peter Edwards. He'll run it out to a 5:53. And Pissick over in the right lane misses on the let go, but he'll run it out. He'll still get through the traps first. 5:03 at 140 miles an hour for his second qualifier. And now we've got ourselves a bump spot.
You got Mike Puglia up here in the left lane on the Kawasaki. He's got a nice hit of nitrous pouring into that thing. Last night, he made a really good pass. He went a 492. That is a quick bike. It's a short wheelbase, and he rides the hell out of it. Missed the let go, a little late on there, and he has some issues out of it early. He'll roll down there to a 774. Haley Fair out of Fulton, New York. She turns a 560 at the stripe. She is still currently in the field.
Factory Motor Parts, no box class. That's right, Factory Motor Parts, no box class. We need you down to stage lanes 2 and 3. Factory Motor Parts, no box. We need you down to stage lanes 2 and 3. Brandon McCombie and Kevin Sutliff going to be going down track together here for the last pair in qualifying round number 3 of Pro Bike and Sled. McCombie's over there in the right lane out of Cicero, New York. Sutliff is over here in the left lane out of Baldwinsville, New York. Both drivers on Hayabusas. And Sutliff is going to let go 24 thou too soon. McCombie's going to be right behind him 13 thou too soon. 580 for the man in the right lane. Oh, they're not. It's not a Hayabusa. That's my apologies.
I'm not too sure. 'Cause I know Hayabusa is a 1000. 1000 is a Hayabusa. Oh, they're not. It's not a Hayabusa. That's my apologies.
Oh, they're not. It's not a Hayabusa. That's my apologies. 580 for the man in the right lane. Oh, they're not. It's not a Hayabusa. That's my apologies.
TV's Tom Varney. We want to thank you for being up here in the tower, telling us what's going on there in the land of two wheels and the skis. Trevor's got a good idea, but we know someone has been around the moon, and it's, you with the microphone.
Yeah, we've been at it for a little bit. It is quite a fun sport, I'll tell you. If you want to try two wheels, we are always looking for more. We can get you on something.
Do you even know how to drive an automatic?
It's a little too boring for me.
That's a good question, right? 2 doors, you feel a little bit too safe. The wind's not blowing in your hair.
Yeah, I don't like being trapped in a metal box. If you're on that bike, you unzip the jack a little bit, you get a nice little breeze going down the track. Feels pretty good.
No, it's got to feel great, especially going that fast. You know what else enjoys that? Everyone out there in top sportsmen and top dragster going just as fast with a whole bunch of bars around them. Box, we need Bob Johnson Box. If you guys aren't in 4 and 5, you're late. Factory Motor Parts. We need you in 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'll tell you, if you guys like fast cars and you like seeing fast bikes, this is the place to be today. We have a ton of fast cars. You got the Pro Mods, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, Pro Bike and Sled, the best of the best, and they are flying on this gorgeous racetrack that we have prepped for them today. It is a great day for racing. You don't want to miss it.
And speaking of racing, we're rolling into the Bob Johnson box class. They're going to get 2 time trials before they get down to the nitty-gritty. All these guys have a delay box in their car. It's not a requirement, but it is, we'll call it a necessity if you think you're going to be competitive here in the Bob Johnson box class. Daniel Fuller, the Land Pro left side, the long and skinny. That's an upgrade from, I want to say 2 years ago now. A new dragster to him. He is going to try and make some data. As Carl Bollinger pulls up next to him. Carl, he's from Tonawanda, New York, and he is a bottom bulber in the wrong class. Out of all of the sharks, he is the little fish in the big pond, but he does make big waves when he gets that thing rolling good laps. Daniel Fuller, he got the most of it as he tries to get away. Down track, it's going to be a 5:48, 124, the quick time between the two. Andy DeWild, Kane Gregory. Kane over there in the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. DeWild, Land Pro left side. Door car, dragster action. Time trial round number 1. Nobody's going home. Nobody's going on the trailer. Just getting the data as they get ready for the round that counts. We call that time trial round number 2. DeWild on that last one, 19th out away from perfect too soon on the release as Kane Gregory was 18 up front, goes a 497, 137 miles an hour. And that is going to bring an absolutely gorgeous Chevy Nova up in the Land Pro left lane. That is Mr. Calbreezy. Neil Onderdonk next to him. Onderdonk's no stranger to Empire Dragway, but it's the first time we've seen him out here this year. 18 to a 30. 18th is way better than a 30, but not by much. Down track, 5:95. The quick time at 116 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a driver in need. A driver in need is a driver indeed. We need a 25-inch front tire. We need a 25-inch front tire. A driver in need is a driver indeed. If you have a 25-inch front tire that you are willing to either lease, lend, or sell, bring it up to the tower. A friend in need is a friend indeed. We need a 25-inch front tire to the tower. If you have a spare front tire kicking around the trailer, we could use it up here to get a car back into competition. We have a driver in need, a 25-inch front tire, a 25-inch front tire. If you got one kicking around, bring it up to the tower. We could use it. Back down on track, though, that is Jason Oldfield, another man out of Rochester, New York. The split window Corvette in the Land Pro left lane going up against the Urbino Racing Machine. That is Joe Urbino, the Malibu, over the Insinger right lane. 8th out too soon for the Malibus. The Corvette ends up going 27 up front, and I do believe he's on the stop. Is down track, he runs a perfect Super Pro time, a 7 flat. So ladies and gentlemen, what you just saw out of the Land Pro left side is what we call a throttle stop. What happens there is the car comes out, and then on a air actuated cylinder, the throttle goes dead. And then after a predetermined amount of time, the throttle picks back up. And the idea of that car and that class, which we call hot rod or super rod, is to run 7 seconds. You don't get to pick the delay picks you, and you get to try and tune the car to it. And Mr. Oldfield is one bad mother at it, and that is a good sight to see. Vince Giordano and Tim Ansonoria. Tim over the Insinger right lane. Goes 15 thou away from perfect as the reaction times don't count this lap out. But it does give you a good idea of where you need to be on the tree for the next one. The next one, we call it the round that counts. The best reaction time out of the next time trial gets the wait and see bye. If you are the best off the tree, you get a chance to get a free run into round number 2, and it works the same way every round after that. You can only have it once, so maybe you want to save it, but you don't know what round is going to be your last round. Speaking of last rounds, this is Randy Teed's last round as a single woman. She ended up saying yes to the man right behind her. That is Finish Line Motorsports Beyond, Cody Riome in the Land Pro left lane going up against Chad Wright. Chad over the Insinger right lane, that beautiful 2-color Nova. 23 up front down track, a 647 at 103 miles an hour. Here comes Howie Samard over in the Land Pro left lane. This time, going to see what the car is going to do, going up against Mr. Craig Giordano. Craig was rolling deep into the 20K as well last week, broke that car, and then got into that rental ride that Chucky White let everyone use. That is the UPS rent truck. That's right, the Malibu wagon that Chucky White owns. Craig Giordano didn't make it too far after getting in that car, but I'll tell you this, for a man that's never sat in the seat of that thing, it was a very respectable pass. This time, though, in the long and skinny, 2 thou away from a perfect light. 0, 0, 0, 0 is as good as it gets, and that man was only 2 thou away from it. Down track, 483, 141 miles an hour on the big board. Angelo Ragusa, Land Pro left side, that Monza wagon, going to try and make a lap now. Jamie Portis over there in the Malibu in the Insinger right lane. She's out of Arcona, Ontario. 87 to an 88 off the tree. Both drivers down track. The fastest of them, though, is going to be Angelo Ragusa, 585, 115 miles an hour. Don Keekle, Lampro left side. Is that Don? Is Don running the Roadster?
I do believe that is Don.
That's got to be Don. I think we saw Mr. Bradley Napkins over there somewhere on the starting line. So Don Keekle, 2 thou away from perfect as Pete Kerpier was 1 thou too quick on the release, but it's the Roadster 552 at 122 miles an hour. Ron Schillinger, 36 thou away from perfect. How about a 695 at 97 miles an hour? That's right, Jeffrey. I see you throwing that thumb high in the air. How's racing action going for you? I know we're pretty early into it, but how do you like it there, brother? You got the best seat in the house. Well, one of the best seats in the house. It's only better up here, but you definitely have the second best seat in the house. Front row and center. Jeffrey, are you ready for the Marlena Schillinger Memorial Race we're doing in August? I know I am. That is going to be the best time here at Empire Dragway. We're going to be racing for one of the greatest women that have ever graced the grounds here at Empire Dragway. Ron Schillinger just made a lap down track, and his beloved wife. She's upstairs looking down at us. Jeffrey's sitting there in the front corner, and we are going to be racing in her memory in one of these beautiful days in August. So make sure you mark your calendars and come back for the Marlena Schillinger Memorial Race as we do the nitty-gritty here for one of the greatest women ever to see this track. Bill Balzer this time. He's in the Lampro left lane, never satisfied. I don't know if he's always happy, but he's never satisfied in that car. Going up against John Vergat. John not doing so well, trying to make that top dragster show. Here he is taking his box time trial. Going to see if he can get 3 hits out of that dragster over in the Insinger right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in lanes 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance, no box. We need you in lanes 2 and 3. We're going to be rolling through the Bob Johnson box class here as we get down to the final few cars that are going to be rolling off the top bulb. We need the factory vehicle performance no box class to come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in lanes 2 and 3. Pro Mod, that puts you on standby. 0032 too soon for Mr. Spray and Slide in the gold Camaro. That was Jeffrey Subchinski. Down track, a 596, 112 miles an hour. Mr. Fabulous Paul Cochi laid a lap down next to him, 632 at 108 miles an hour.
Well, I got to take over for a quick sec. Mike Subjinski and Jessica Bennett. Jessica's back in her ride. It looks like she's feeling better. We're glad to hear that, and we're glad to see her trying to get back into competition. White Doug Linden standing behind her on the starting line, racing in top sportsman competition today. 0092 soon for the lady in the long and skinny. The man in the left lane is going to go 17th out off the let-go, but Bennett will get down through the 660 first for 72 at 145 miles an hour on her first pass back. Jessica Bennett, we're glad to see you back in the car. Subjinski in the left lane goes, press the button now. Subjinski in the left lane goes 619 at 110 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If your old lady's going to be mad at you, and you know why, we have it up in the tower. That's right. There is a wedding ring up in the tower. If you have lost your wedding ring and you can describe it, it is up in the tower. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have lost your ring, your wedding ring, we have it up in the tower. If you can describe it to us, we will be pleased to reunite it with you and keep your old lady off your back. We have your wedding ring in the tower. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Rolling into the water box right now. A new sponsor here at Empire Dragway. We want to thank them for that beautiful battery we have in the middle of the burnout box. Factory vehicle performance. No box. If you're not in the lanes and you're rolling off the bottom bulb, you are late. Jerry Sarcuscio over there in the Lampro left lane. Tyler Spilek, the Tint Shop Camaro over in the Insinger right lane. 86 to a 14. The Roadster's late on the green light, but Tyler Spilek, no stranger to almost being perfect. Down track, though, is 777 at 90 miles an hour, as the Roadster with the quick time goes a 575 at 117. Corey Baking, one of them sleds that doesn't make that pro bike and sled shootout show. Taking a lap now in the Insinger right lane. 662 at 99 miles an hour.
That's my good buddy, Corey Baker. I call him baking potatoes. 662, 99 miles an hour for him. Rick McGlolin over in the left lane is going to go 701 also at 99 miles an hour.
Does he bake anything else, or is it just potatoes?
Nope, he just bakes potatoes.
A lot of starches. Matt Stinman, Pat Malboof.
No, we have no clue who that guy is in the right lane or the left lane.
Driver
honestly.
unknowns, that's right.
Pair of driver unknowns.
A horse with no name against driver unknown. We've seen that front engine dragster here before, though. I don't know if you have, Trevor, but growing up here, I know for a fact that he has been around the block.
He's been here once before, earlier this season, and never made it down track. He had a little bit of a leaking issue in the burnout box, and we shut him off and sent him backwards. Brian Baker down there hopping on the four-wheeler, heading back to the pits. Son Justin hanging off the front of that thing, waving to the crowd. Neither driver in any hurry. Front engine drags are going to shut it down around 330 feet out and coast to a 576.
Considering he took the 60-foot at a 109 on the rear tires, that thing hooked, booked, and he didn't know which way it was going after it set back down.
We got to get that front engine dragster cleared off the return road. Turn her off. He's gone. Cars are in the stage beams. Joe Talbot's going to go 48 thou off the let go in 2 wheels.
Jim Zag, the pick-em-up truck in the Land Pro left lane. Going to get some data in the bottom bulb class going up against my favorite car on the property. That is topless Timmy Antonoria. What do you do with a pretty cool-looking Camaro to make it even cooler? You chop the top off of the car, even though it's not a convertible, and you put it into bracket racing and you try and absolutely decimate the competition. 19th thou away from perfect as he gets down at track topless Timmy, 657, 103 miles an hour. Gary French, Daniel French, this time down track, father-son battle, trying to get the data, 48th thou away from green, as Daniel was 54th thou too quick on the let go. Down track, it's going to be the illegal Regal making the fastest pass, 783 at 87 miles an hour. Omni Rivera, Land Pro left side, the man on 2 wheels, going to try and get some data. Driver unknown or not on file. Over to Insinger right lane in the Nova. 91 to a 70. Omni Rivera was a one slower off the tree down track. Omni Rivera. How about a 693 at 98 miles an hour?
John Dingy. He's a man over there with the sled in the right lane. Had a few issues last night down at Lancaster, hoping to get them all sorted out today. Keep the skis down on, I believe that is an Arctic Cat, what he's got there. He's been working hard, trying to get that thing dialed in the last few weeks. It comes up, but he's going to go 006 too soon off the let-go. Get down through this trap, 646 at 101 miles an hour. Ragusa in the left lane is going to go 669 at 98 miles an hour, but he's going to blow a lot of smoke out of the back of that machine. We're going to send 00 Wayne down there on the wheeler to check that out. Make sure that the track is good as Russ Story's back behind him on the line in that Fox body Mustang. The Duke of Speed on the live stream. Yes, we have snowmobiles that race here on pavement. What they do is they take the track that has all the paddles on it, they rip that out, and they put in a completely smooth track. It looks kind of like a rubber band with a bunch of teeth on the inside of it, so that the drivers on the drive shaft of the snowmobiles can hook to the track and still put down the power. Not to mention they also change out their factory skis for shorter skis with a set of wheels on them, so that they're able to run on pavement. Most of them drain the coolant right out of their sled, run straight water, as what they do in between rounds is they have a separate cool down cart that they hook the machine up to in order to cool it down in a very short amount of time. Honestly, it only takes me about 5 minutes to cool my sled down after a pass. Throw a bunch of chunks of ice in the cooler and let that thing rip.
All this gobbledygook, Trevor. You're putting the people to sleep. What they want to know is how they can get their streetcar into no-box competition so they can learn to drag race themselves. Trevor, how do you do that? You just rolling off the street? Do you need any sort of special safety equipment if you're running a streetcar? Do you need a helmet? Do you need a seatbelt? Do you even need to know how drag racing works
you gotta
go from A to B?
You got to kind of have an idea of how drag racing works. Most of these competitors in their streetcars are leaving off the third amber bulb. That's right. As soon as that third amber comes on, they're letting go of the brakes before that green light comes on.
I think that's why we call them bottom bulbers.
That is why we call them bottom bulbers, but not a lot of people do know that outside of the world of racing.
Yeah, it's a very select few that even understand the kind of things we're talking about. It's got to sound like some sort of foreign language. If not a outside worldly hieroglyphic explanation of how these automobiles work here, especially in the no box and or box category. That is like a whole nother dimension of putting the I don't know into what the heck is he talking about. Mikey Lomas, Land Pro left side, going up against a Fox Body Mustang over the Insinger right lane. The factory vehicle performance no box competitors trying to get the data before they go into that round that counts here in the Empire Box No Box portion of our Pro Mod Power Fest. Mikey Lomas, 19th thou away from a perfect light, but gets away a little too soon. How about a 592 at 114 miles an hour for a quick time? Well, it looks like we are going to shut down the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Not too happy with the liquids he's leaving on track. They don't seem to be detrimental to the surface, but we're not letting him make a lap down that left side. The Insinger right side, though, Mr. Consiglio. 008 as he rolls down track, breaks the beam at a 677, 106 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, while we got a quiet moment here at Empire Dragway, if you're hungry, if you're thirsty, if you're looking for something cold, if you're looking for something warm, we got it over there in the main grandstand concessions. If you're sitting on the left side of the track, which is the tower side's the thing I'm standing in. This is the tower. The concessions is that long red roof behind that grandstand. That's why we call it the main grandstand concession. You can get anything your heart desires. There are some beautiful young ladies slaving away trying to get the food done for you, throwing burgers, throwing fries, tater tots, onion rings, and anything else your little heart could desire. So if you're hungry, if you're thirsty, and you didn't bring it yourself, you are more than welcome to get it here at Empire Dragway. Maybe you're not into food. Maybe you're into t-shirts, hats, and other swag items. We got that at the fuel building. That's right. If you don't just want to fuel up your car, we also have miscellaneous car parts, hats, shirts, stickers, and anything else you could need there in the fuel building, just adjacent to the main grandstand concessions. We're going to shut down the cars. We are going to blow off that Land Pro left lane, and we are going to get ready to keep on doing battle here at Empire Dragway. Trevor, look like you got something to say. What's on your mind, little buddy?
Justin, it was pretty cold last night. They got hoodies over there as well?
I think they got hoodies, winter jackets, T-shirts, baby bibs, baby outfits.
Yes, they do.
We can literally swag out the whole family, from the newborns all the way up to the old geezers.
We're going to have to get you some of that baby swag, Justin. You have one on the way, and I don't think anybody's gotten you any Empire Drag swag yet.
That's right.
For your daughter.
She's coming out in October, but we've worked our way into a first victory lane photo with that itty bitty thing. Now is a great time to thank Bob Johnson Auto Group for coming out here and doing everything they do at Empire Dragway. We want to thank the Bob Johnson Auto Group, the sponsor of the Bob Johnson Box Class, Factory Vehicle Performance, the battery out there in the middle of the burnout box. We want to thank them for putting us a beautiful, we'll call it eyesight. You know, a lot of beautiful things here to see at Empire Dragway, and, well, there's another one. Land Pro, that's right, the sponsor of the Land Pro Left Lane. They are selling tractors, lawn equipment, gators, anything you need to get around your farmland or even your backyard. Go over and see the Land Pro people, the Land Pro Left Lane. The Insinger Performance Right Lane, another group. These things just kind of get thrown to the wayside. Their names you hear in the mic, but you don't really understand what they are. Insinger Performance, a huge sponsor here at Empire Dragway, and they do a lot to keep that right lane looking as beautiful as it does. For the weekend, this weekend, we want to thank a couple other people. We want to thank Apex Graphics, CJW Solutions, MVM, Resolution Racing, and G-Force Race Cars. We can't forget about MSR Performance, a bunch of names making these pro mods go down track here at Empire Dragway. All of the red shirts, everyone you see out there in a red shirt, they are absolutely devoted. You could say kind of criminally connected to this place, as it's all volunteer. They do get paid for their services, but there is no reason that they should be out there working as hard as they do in the sun, week in and week out. Last weekend, we raced for $20,000. We started at 10 a.m. We raced until 6 o'clock at night. They got done with one race, and with pending weather, decided to push on through for another one for $10,000 more dollars. 15 hours sitting on that hot surface, the sun soaking into the blacktop, and those guys were out there just absolutely eating the sun rays and making sure that this track keeps throwing cars down it. Me and Trevor, Dirty Dan on the computer, we got an easy job up here in the tower. I mean, it sure as heck sounds easy, but I gotta tell you right now, those guys down there, they're the reason that we have an ability to do what we do up here in the tower, here at Empire Dragway. If you got a cold water, if you got an ice cream, if you got popsicles, and you see them walking around, be sure to offer it to them, because they absolutely deserve it. We're going to get back to the racing action. That's right, the Factory Vehicle Performance No Box Class fires them back up in the water box, and we are going to keep rolling on forward here at Empire Dragway. Pro Mod Power Fest, July 19th. We are running the fastest cars on the property for $10,000. Brittany Balzer, Land Pro left side, the Mopar over. Going to try and make some data up. Driver unknown in the Camaro on the Insinger right lane. A little bit of wispy smoke, not sure what that's from or why it's coming out, but down track, Brittany, she was 12 thou away from perfect. And it's 662 at 104 miles an hour. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. We're going to get you for your final qualifying attempt. If you don't like where you're sitting on the ladder, you got one more shot to put screws to it and try and get yourself a better spot on the list. Pro Mod, coming down to lanes 8 and 9. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Sam Capizzi Jr. over there in the Land Pro left lane, the Dodge Daytona Super Stocker. He'll hike the front tires and roll out past 60 foot. And in the one ski, that is one of the Subchinskys. Going to try and take that truck all the way down to the final round. But it's going to be a 0022 too soon light for that Mr. Capizzi Daytona. As he gets down to the top end, goes to 602 at 113 miles an hour. Pete Francia over there in the open car. Attention in the pits. We need top dragster and top sportsman to go on standby. You guys are going to be coming up at
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. That's right. You guys are going to be going on a standby. Pro Mod, we're still looking for you in the lanes. Pro Mod, we need you in the lanes.
Top sportsman and top dragster. While you sit around and wait until 2 o'clock, your ladders are posted down here at the base of the tower. That's right. Come down, grab a ladder. There's plenty enough to go around. Find your partner, and we are going to get ready to take you guys back down here to the stadium lanes around 2 o'clock. So you're on a good pause, good standby, but back on track. Kevin Sitliff and Lee Burgess. Both drivers doing double duty here today, racing PBSS and no box. 11th out too soon for Mr. Burgess over there in the right lane. He's going to get through the trap second to 569 at 123 miles an hour.
Money Mark Talmadge, Land Pro left side. The last car going to be making a lap down the track. See what it's going to do, get the data, see how close it can get to green. As reaction times don't count, and the ET is only for personal, we'll call it consumption at this point. Sixth now, too quick on the release as he goes almost green down track, 660 feet later. How about a 593 at a $114 to get the data and get ready for that round that counts, the final round of time trials for box and no box. The best reaction time going to be sitting on the wait and see by. We're going to clean up the track, make sure it's perfect as we get ready to roll into qualifier final round for the Pro Mod category. That's right, $10,000 on the line. Who is going to be your new #1 qualifier? The lights are off on the rotator. We're going to quit making the noise from the tractor. And we are going to put cars in the water box. That's right. Pro Mod Power Fest. Final qualifier. Who is going to be your new number one, or is it going to be the same as it sits right now? Johnny Camp lays down a 360 with a 4. Jay Santos not far behind him. He goes a 361. Stephen King, he won the World Series of Pro Mod. He is sitting number 3, and he is going to be trying to hold that spot off. Robert Bauer III, though, at the bottom of the list, going to try and make a full lap this time down. Mike Decker, Sal, and Melanie Salemi all going to try and jog spot. As ProMod gets ready to roll into the water box for their final qualifier. If you're at your truck, if you don't know what's going on, I got news for you. ProMod, all 12 of them, going to be on the track, going to be trying to fight for a good spot on the ladder. The fastest races the slowest, and you don't want to be the slowest. So you're 1 through 12. Johnny Camp, Jay Santos, Melanie Salemi sitting pretty at number 3. Mike Stewicki, Steve King, Mike Decker, Jay Calso, Don Klooster, Robert Bauer III, Robert Bigham, Sal, and Mike Hollywood Decker round out that 12-car field for ProMod. And in good old-fashioned qualifying order, the bottom 2 on the stack going to try and make a stab at it first. That's right. You were looking at Hollywood, Mike Decker, and Mr. Robert Bigham. Robert, he is in that Chevy 2 in the Land Pro left side. Hollywood, Mike Decker, the Insinger right lane. The Salvage Performance car. They want to thank Middlesex Metal for being out there, giving them all the abilities in the world to bring these big old blower cars here to Empire Dragway and have a lot of fun. Middlesex Metals getting it done for the Decker crew, the Salvage Machines. One of 2 of them in the Insinger right lane right now. Last time out, Decker, 5:54 at an incredible 85 miles an hour. As the Decker machine gets ready to clear it out, sends them RPMs to the moon. As Robert Bigham, sitting just above him on the sheet, is going to try and go A to B. Blows the tires off and he's crooked. Does he save it? We don't know if he's putting paint on the wall, but that car is still in one piece. 496 and the Land Pro left side gets out of the groove. And I don't know if that back wing ended up touching the wall or not, but I'll tell you right now, if it didn't, you're barely going to put a playing card between that wing and that concrete barrier. Good job, Mr. Bigham, keeping that thing in one piece and not spinning it around at the top end. Mr. Decker, though, 377, 197 miles an hour, 660 feet later. We're going to send the crew down track, make sure everything's A-OK. I got to tell you, I think Mr. Bigham's going to need a new pair of pants, but after you drive something like that for as long as he has, that is just another day in the office over there in the Land Pro left lane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the word from the top end, the driver is A-OK. He did touch the wall there, and I got to tell you, a touch at 91, well, by the time he went through the traps, it was 91, so it was probably about 120, if not a little bit more than that. You're shot out of a cannon the short time. I don't know if they want me to tell it, but I'm going to tell it. A lot closer to one flat than you would believe. So a 1 second 60-foot time on the rear two tires, puts the front tires down, gets out of the groove, puts it just that side of the wall, and like a dirt car sideways comes back at the mile-an-hour cone and still makes that first turn off. There is more driving skill in that sentence than most people have getting to this track. So it's good to hear that that man is down at the top end, out of the car, and that car is still, we're going to say, possibly making another pass here for Pro Mod Power Fest. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to wait for the top-end crew to clear the track. They're making sure everything's copacetic down there at the 660 cone. Make sure that the next two and two following them is A-OK before we get down to the nitty-gritty in the Pro Mod Power Fest qualifier final round. That's right, 12 cars on the property. They all got to fight for that number one spot, and as it sits, I want to say about 4 or 5 of them have a good shot at dethroning the number one Johnny Camp for that $1,000 bounty. That's right, $1,000 going to the number one qualifier after this round on top of the 10 grand that they are going to be racing for here at Empire Dragway. Pro Bike and Sled, we are going to put you on standby, I believe, until I get yelled at otherwise. Pro Bike and Sled, you guys are going to be on standby. Bob Johnson box and Factory Vehicle Performance no box. You guys aren't too far behind them. Mr. Bingham rolling back down the return road. Just ended up touching the paint there against the wall. That car is going to be A-OK to come back for another pass. As we get ready to get the A-OKs from the 660 mark. As we get ready to fire up the next two and shake up that qualifying ladder. Pro Mod Power Fest, Empire Dragway. It's July 19th. The only time you're going to see Pro Mods here at Empire Dragway this year. Next week, sorry. How about Top Fuel? That's right, Top Fuel Funny Car, Top Fuel Dragster. We got 2 jet cars on the property as well. So if you don't get your fix here today, come back again next week. You can sleep under the grandstands. You can sleep in the grass. You can sleep outside in a ditch here at Empire Dragway. And the next two pro mods rolling out of the water box right now, backing up from their burnout. We're going to see how Mr. Robert Bauer III does this time in the Land Pro left lane. Big Sale pulled up next to him over the Insinger right lane. Robert Bauer, 380 at 187 miles an hour. Big Sal, he was just a little bit further behind him. 521 at 91 means he clicked it off early, trying to get out of the hole a little too soon. Robert Bauer III, Land Pro left side. Big Sail over there in the Insinger right lane. Pre-stage bulbs are coming on. Left lane looks good. 377 for Robert Bauer. That's going to scoot him up on the list as Mr. Sal ends up getting a little too close to that center line coming out of the hole. Shuts it off just past the 330 and only hits a 529 at 91 big ones. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Bike and Sled. Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to hot car side 9 and 10. Pro Bike and Sled. Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to hot car side 9 and 10. We're going to run you right after Pro Mods. Pro Bike and Sled, hot car side 9 and 10. Don Kluster over there in the Insinger right lane. That beautiful Mopar-bodied Pro Mod going to be walking back from the burnout. Going up against the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. That is Jason Calso. Jason Calso, 377 the last time down track. Kluster, 378. Both drivers sitting about the 5th and 7th spot on the ladder. Going to try and better that one. As it sits, Johnny Camp, he is still your #1 qualifier. 6'360 with a 4. Right out the back door, 379 to a 378. Neither of them going to better their spot on the ladder, but it's good to get a consistent run from A to B on the rear tires. And the all clear call comes in, and they are going to fire up the next set of Pro Mods. Mike Decker out at the 330 cone as Stewicki. Not sure what's going on there in the Insinger right lane. Mike Decker, though, big change, going to be rolling back from the burnout. Last lap out, 370. Stick a 2 on the back of it, 203 miles an hour in the Land Pro left lane. Not sure what's going on with the Stewicki machine this qualifier. Stewicki in no worry about not making the field, as he was a 363 with a 6 the last lap out. They're going to see if he can refire. And Stewicki gets it going. We're going to see if that thing's going to go A to B. Decker, Lampro left side, again wants to thank Middlesex Metals for everything they do to bring them 2 cars to the track here to have a lot of fun. Fighting for $10,000, and right now $1,000 bounty on the line. Who is going to take out Johnny Camp? Johnny, 360. Stick a 4 in the little spot. That's the number you got to beat. Is it going to be Decker? Is it going to be Stewicki? Who is going down track faster? Decker broke by. Free pass in the Lampro left lane. Pre-stage. Here comes the tree. .202. That is going to move Decker up on the big list as Stewicki shuts it off. No idea what's going on with that machine, as they seem to be having some sort of issue. Not sure what's going on with the Stewicki machine over there in the Insinger right lane. We're going to give him a brief moment to get that thing right. Not sure if we're going forward or backwards with the machine, and that is a universal sign for we're not doing it. That car is coming back from the staging beams, and he is going to stay. As it sits, your number 4 qualifier in the field of 12. King over there in the Savage Corvette. Doors open, 330 mark. Going to walk on backwards from the burnout box. Melanie Salami rolled out right next to him in the Insinger right lane. Melanie, that beautiful Camaro, sitting pretty as your number 3 qualifier. Steve King, 365. Melanie Salami, 361. Melanie's a little bit closer to that number 1 spot than Mr. King, but Mr. King, I do believe, is your current track record holder at a 3:56 in 660 feet. Steve King, that Savage Corvette rolling in. They spray that blower hat with the go-go juice. Melanie Salemi, crew guy walking away as well. Three-stage bulbs are coming on. We got a number 1 qualifier on the line. Who's going to get it? Perfect, goes a 363 at 205 miles an hour. She's not going to better her spot, but that's all data as the day goes on. Mr. King over in the Lam Pro left lane, a 485 at a $102, ends up clicking it off just around the 330. Both drivers rolling out to the 330 on the burnout over in the Insinger right lane. That is the only man that can knock Mr. Johnny Camp off that number 1 spot. That is your number 2 qualifier, Mr. Jay Santos. The split between them, how about 3 thousandths of a second? That's right, Jay Santos, 360. Put a 7 on the back. Mr. Johnny Camp, the quick time, the man with the bounty on his head, a 360 with a 4. Johnny Camp, he's over in the Lam Pro left lane this time down. He had his fastest pass to the Insinger right lane. This time he's going to get the data in the Lam Pro left lane. $1,000 on the line. Who is going to be your number 1 qualifier? Is it going to be the boosted car in the left lane? Is it going to be the blower car in the Insinger right lane? 660 feet later, we're going to have an answer. Johnny Camp, Jay Santos, both crew guys back behind the car. Pre-stage bulbs are coming on. Left side, 365, a little more reserved, and we're in the wall in the left lane. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go down track. We don't need anyone's help that doesn't need to be down there. We still got chutes. It looks like that car is going to be upright down track. He is under control and has made the turnoff under his own abilities. Ladies and gentlemen, that car has made it down track after he hit the wall. He has made the turnoff under his own abilities. There is no assistance in those cars to turn off track. So seeing him come around the return road is a very good sign that he is still cognizant and able to control that car. After 660 feet, just shy of what I want to call that quarter-mile cone, it looked like that thing came out and scraped the wall, but the parachutes kept it going in one direction, and that car still able to make the turn. Not sure the damage, the extent of the damage, or how the driver is feeling. We will get that back to you, but just for peace of mind and assurance that that car was upright, drove around the corner, and we will be still rolling into Pro Mod eliminations. Round number 1 the next time they roll out. Pro Bike and Sled, Pro Bike and Sled. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Pro Bike and Sled, we want to see you hot car side 9 and 10. Bob Johnson box, you are on standby. Bob Johnson box, you are on standby. Ladies and gentlemen, rolling back down the return road now after that scary mishap there. Rolling on all 4 tires, your number 1 qualifier, Mr. Johnny Camp. Give that boy a round of applause. He drove that thing absolutely flawlessly down track, given the handful he had ahead of him. Johnny Camp, he's going to be hopefully back for the first round of eliminations. Put that 200-mile-an-hour tape back on it. But that $1,000 bounty going to Mr. Johnny Camp. That's good spirits there, Johnny. We appreciate you waving. We know that's not fun, and no one likes to see it going that way, but we're glad to see you able to make that turn off and able to come back down to the trailer. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just informed, this is how fast the news gets to me. I was just informed that if you are in the need of a pressure washer, that the ladies and gentlemen over at the Land Pro tent are giving away a pressure washer this weekend. That's right. Not that there's many more days in this weekend. There is a Sunday, but we aren't going to be racing for it. So I'm assuming that Land Pro pressure washer is going to go up for grabs tonight. If you want to figure out how you can get into the raffle for the Land Pro pressure washer, you need to go over to the Land Pro tent. That is the opposite side of the Land Pro left lane. The way we call these lanes is from the tower side down track. So if you're in the starting lane, the Land Pro left lane, that's your tower side with your return road. But the Land Pro tent's over past the Insinger Performance right lane. That's right, the American flag. It's not blowing yet, but it will be blowing for freedom in just a little bit. The Land Pro left lane sponsor, Land Pro Power Equipment, is over there, and they are giving away a pressure washer. I don't know how. I asked how. They said that we don't know. You got to go ask them. So if you want to get in on the raffle for that pressure washer, you need to go over to the Land Pro Power Equipment tent and sign up for a pressure washer. Pro Bike and Sled final qualifier, qualifying round number 2. We got TV's very own Tom Varney up here in the booth. He's going to try and tell us what's going on with them two-wheeled machines, the sleds, the skis, and all the nitty-gritty in between. TV's Tom Varney. How's it been since qualifying round number 1?
Pretty good. We got a lot of guys that are making some adjustments. They are trying to make their stuff faster, trying to better their qualifying position. We have a full 16 bike and sled field here today. That is 2 events in a row. They are coming out in full force for this, and it is a tight field. You got Jim Bernier. He is coming up on his Suzuki in the left lane. He's out of Stratford, Ontario. Currently in the number 1 spot with a 479. You got Bob Salerno. He is On to the 13 Arctic Cat. He's out of Utica, New York. The Turbo hanging off the side of that thing.
Yeah, unlike most of our competition, it doesn't matter how good you are on the tree. It's about how you do down track. ET better than reaction time. And 660 feet later, Tom, which one was quicker?
So, the sled, Bob Salerno, he goes at 564. He makes it down there first. Bernier had issues. He got out of it early. 116 to the 60 foot, but that was all she wrote, and he had to get out of it. Having some issues. But he is still your number one qualifier as of right now. 746.
Why are there so many numbers down there? 746.
Rochester's very own Joel Rivera. He's up here on the Hayabusa. He's on the Land Pro left lane. Angelo Salemi out of Wheatfield, New York, on the 99 Polaris. He's in the Insinger right lane. He is looking to try and better his time. Both guys trying to bump up their spots. 050 on the light for Rivera. 013, a little too soon for Salemi down there. 566 for Joel Rivera. Not going to improve any. Salemi a 570, same. He is not going to go any quicker. Next up, we got Canton PA's Lee Burgess on the 08 Hayabusa. He is in the Land Pro left lane. He's got the no-bar bike going up against the old school 80 Kawasaki KZ of Mike Peters out of Derby, New York. Couple two-wheeled machines here. Mike Peters also does have a Hayabusa that he races regularly on Fridays at Lancaster. 004 too early, almost getting that green light for Peters. He's going to go 560 to the 8th mile, 572 for Burgess. Neither of them improving. They are definitely off their times from earlier as things are starting to heat up here. Now we got Josie Brooks on her Bad Motor scooter in the left lane. She is currently sitting number 2 with a 489 from last night. Running next to her, Nicole Elbin. Nicole out of Princeton, Ontario on the 11 Arctic Cat. Nicole currently sitting in the number 15 spot. Looking to hopefully move up a couple. Both riders lighting the pre-stage beam, going in. 009 for Brooks on the let go. Little behind for Nicole. 495 for Josie to the 660. She's still not going to improve. Nicole, she goes a 558. Nicole Elbin will improve on her time as she had from earlier. Mr. Brian Baker, he is there on the 2014 Arctic Cat with the turbo, lining up next to Peter Edwards on the Hayabusa. Baker going a 551. Nothing near his 540 from last night. That'll keep him up there in that number 5 spot. Edwards goes a 553. Charles Pissick, he is on the Hayabusa. If you look at that bike, he has got no tail section. That is right. It is all about weight. That is his grudge bike. That is a bike that can go a lot faster than what he shows. The whole point is less weight makes it go faster. He is here trying to run the Pro Bike and Sled Series today. That is a quick bike, and the man is fearless. Yes, he has raced a bar bike with no wheelie bar. That means no suspension. He stood that thing right up and down before. Here he is going up next to Brandon McCombie. And McCombie having some issues. Sounds like he might have had that thing in neutral. Unfortunately, though, he backed out of the beams and therefore does not get a time. So McCombie, he is in the field, but he does not improve on his time from earlier, as he had was left the thing in neutral and did not get a pass. That sucks. McCombie left the bike in neutral when he left, so, and then he backed out of the beams, so he never got a time.
Oh. Well, he's in the show anyway.
Yeah. Michael Lawya, he is in the left lane. He is trying to get this thing down there. Having some issues last night, having some issues last pass. Hoping he's got to figure it out. Love to see him get that thing down there. Mike Puglia out of Tonawanda, New York, over there in the right lane.
Bob Johnson, box. Bob Johnson, box. If you're not in the lanes, we need you in the lanes right now. Lanes 4 and 5. Bob Johnson, box. Bob Johnson, box. Come on down lanes 4 and 5. Tom, what's going on there? Can he pedal the rest of the way down track, or what's going on with that bicycle?
Still having issues. It does seem like it is some kind of ignition issue. Not 100% sure. He does get it to down the track. Having issues on the starting line still. He gets it to do a burnout, but coming off the line, he is having issues getting it down the track. It still runs. Not really sure what's going on. Hopefully, he can get that figured out, as he is still technically the 16 qualifier, so he is in the show. Just hoping he can get it figured out and make a pass for first round. 746.
So anyone else that's in the fucking crowd could try and run this thing and actually
Yeah, they would have to make this qualifier, though. Puglia, that pass, did go a 523, but that is nowhere near his 492 of last night, so he is going to try to figure things out to get that thing back to where it was. Haley Farrer taking a single down here in the Insinger right lane. 018 on the let-go. She is going to go down there at a 559. So Haley not going to improve, but she does make a very consistent pass compared to earlier. And now Kevin Sutliff. Kevin out of Baldwinsville, New York. He's on his 09 Hayabusa.
I did. Where are they? Fucking ask them.
Kevin had a 546 last night.
2 out of 40.
That was good enough for number 7.
And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the Bob Johnson box class. Bob Johnson box class. Come on down for your round that counts, your second time trial. That's right, the best reaction time. Gonna get the wait and see by. We need the Bob Johnson box class. Bob Johnson box class. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in lanes 4 and 5.
Sutliff, he's going to go a 553 down there. That is his final qualifier. That does it for qualifying for the Pro Bike and Sled Series. The next round up, it is you win or you go home.
And attention out there in racing land. If you don't own a car and you're trying to enjoy yourself, you didn't bring any adult beverages, well, guess what? No BS Brewery is back on the property. They're out back behind the main grandstands, adjacent to the main grandstand concessions. No BS Brewery. We're here for freedom and beer. If you don't own that shirt, you don't know. But if you know, now you do know. No BS Brewery is back there behind the main grandstand concessions. If you got to get yourself a nice ice-cold adult beverage, it is on tap. They got a bunch of different flavors, a bunch of different sizes, and it's delicious from one end of the tap to the other. So go back there, see No BS Brewery. They're going to be throwing them out as long as they can, as long as they got it on tap here at Empire Dragway. I was excited to hear that they're back here. I haven't left this tower. Last time they came up here and Pro Mods were here, I had to go to a wedding, and there's a lot of really good photos at that wedding of me after Pro Mods and No BS Brewery. So No BS Brewery, they're going to be throwing you out some of the most high-octane alcoholic beverages you can buy here at Empire Dragway.
And I'll tell you what, Justin, if anyone's thirsty and they want something nice and refreshing, the Key Lime Sour is delicious. Go over and get yourself one if you are over the age of 21.
Now, how much do they give you to plug the Key Lime Sour? Do we know what other flavors they got?
We also have an Orangesicle. I will tell you, if you like having the Orangesicle, you ever remember your summer days, go to the ice cream truck?
Back when you were a small child.
Yeah.
The sun beating down on the back of your neck. You go into grandma's refrigerator, and there would be right next to the ice cream sandwiches, an Orangesicle.
That orange creamsicle. Well, now, in adult beverage form, you can get one right now. They are delicious.
Almost as cold. If it was any colder, it would definitely be frozen. So, No BS Brewery, they're on the property. They're throwing out the cold ones over there behind the main grandstands. That's right, the left side of the track. Tower side, if you don't know which way is left from right. They got the adult beverages on property. So go ahead and get yourself a nice cold one. Here we go, box final time trial. That's right, the Bob Johnson box class rolling out of the water box. Going to see who is the baddest off the top bulb. The best reaction time going to be sitting on the wait and see by. Out of all the cars, the best one is going to get to wait and see if they get a free pass into round number 1. Six was the only green light between the two of them. 3 thou away from perfect was the Lampro left lane, but a red light doesn't count in that wait and see by run that we are trying to get here. The closest to zeros, all zeros, getting that wait and see by. 14 to a 16. Howie Samard, your new number 1 wait and see by recipient. 14th thou is a lot of room, though, for anyone to try and get a better light than that. I think it's going to happen. Ed Ross, Mr. Calabrese. 003, 3 thou away from perfect. Howie Samard was on top of the mountain and fell right off. Ed Ross, he was in the Land Pro left lane. Goes 003, stick a 9 on the back of it. 9 itty bitty ones is all he left between him and a perfect light to try and get that wait and see by. Daniel Fuller, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane. He's going to try and be better than that 0039 light we just saw out of Mr. Ed Ross. 00 Joe Karosik, he's in the Insinger right lane. 00 Joe didn't get that name out of a Cracker Jack box. Nope, he goes 002 with a 5. 00 Joe puts his name on the top of the mountain. 002, stick a 5 on the back, and 00 Joe Karosik sitting pretty as you wait and see by over the Insinger right lane. Daniel Fuller, he was 34 thou away from perfect, goes 548 at 124 miles an hour over in the Land Pro left lane. Jason Subchinski, Land Pro left side, going up against Neil Onderdonk. Neil over in that dragster chassis pickup truck in the Insinger right lane. 1,000 soon gives him the red ball to Jason Subchinski, left just a little bit before him. 002 with a 5 from 00 Joe is a wait and see by reaction time. As red bulbs don't count. It's kind of like a dartboard, but one half of the dartboard doesn't count when you hit it. That's right. You were trying to hit from the one half up, but you're trying to hit a bullseye either way. Tom Coonley, Land Pro left side, going up against Craig Giordano. Craig, he made it all the way down to the 5th round. Then he had a problem in the dragster last weekend for $20,000. He gets in to Mr. Chucky White's rent-a-car. That's White, right? The UPS truck. That's a tongue twister if you're trying to say it fast. And he ends up going just that one round further and goes onto the trailer. But for not driving a car ever, sitting in a seat for the first time, blind dialing it, he was all of 14 thou away from putting on a wind light. 8 thou too soon this time out. Tom Coonley, he's 13 thou away from perfect. Down track, Coonley, he goes 612 at a $110, but the long and skinny, how about a 483 at a $141 for your quick time? Ron Schillinger, Land Pro left side, going to try and make a lap now. Going up against Don Kickle. Don in the Roadster, the precision crankshafts machine over in the Insinger right lane. 00 Joe's 002, stick a 5 on the back. He is on the wait and see by. Who is going to knock the man off the mountain? $107 for Ron Schillinger. With Don Kinkle is 58 thou away from a perfect light. Neither of them going to take out 00 Joe. Vincent Giordano and Peter Kerpier. Peter over the Insinger right lane. The pick 'em up truck last time down, I think it was 1 thou too quick on the release as Vincent Giordano. As I don't see him behind the car, so Matt Gregory not in the seat. I think he's running top sportsman this time. Trip, zip, 310 thou away from a perfect light. Oh, we hate seeing that number on the big board as he goes down track, 612, 110 miles an hour. 3 itty-bitty tiny ones away from making Double O Joe not eligible for that wait and see buy. 2 thou, the perfect lights we've seen so far. 002 with a 5. If you see another number come up on the big board quicker than 002, that is your new wait and see buy. Bill Balzer this time out in the Land Pro left line, but never satisfied Dodge Dart going up against Joe Urbino. Joe over there in the Urbino Racing Machine in the Insinger right lane. And attention in the pits, we need factory vehicle parts. No box. No box. Come on out of the staging lanes. Factory vehicle performance. No box. Come on out of lane 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance. No box. No box. Factory vehicle performance. No box. Come on out of lanes 2 and 3. Jamie Portis, Land Pro left side, 002 with a 5, the reaction time to beat. Carl Bollinger over there in the Insinger right lane, going to try and do the same thing. Who's going to get away? 002 with the 1 for Jamie Portis as she knocks out 00 Joe. Jamie Portis, 002 with a 1, 410 thou, the split between their reaction times, as Jamie Portis is the new most wanted woman here at Empire Dragway. Who is going to knock her off that wait and see buy spot? Angelo Ragusa and Jason Oldfield. Oldfield defames Jamie Portis. Jamie Portis was just 002 with a 1, and it's Oldfield going 001 with a 7. Jason Oldfield doesn't even give her time to enjoy it as he goes and knocks her clean off that number 1 wait and see by reaction time spot. The split window Corvette down track goes a 108 or 108 miles an hour, 7.02 seconds. Jason Zubczynski, Chad Wright over there in the Insinger right lane. 004 to a 15. Nobody going to take Oldfield out of that one. Down Chad Wright, 648, 103 miles an hour. Jeff Zubczynski, 597, 112 at the top end. Zach B saw the My Kids Tuition Chevelle over in the Land Pro left lane. Vince Gregory, the Bel Air and the Ensinger right lane. 001 the reaction time to beat, and neither of them going to get better than it. 15 up front for Zach Besaw in the Chevelle, but the quick time going to Vince Gregory, 596, 115 miles an hour. Cody Riome, Joe Rolfe. Next two cars on the track. Riome in the dragster, 11th out to a 001 with a 4. And it's Joe Rolfe gonna be your new wait and see buy. Ladies and gentlemen, we started with a 14. We got down to a 009. Then we went 002 with a 5. Then we went 002 with a 1. Now we're at 001 with a 7. And Joe Rolfe, 001 with a 4. 310 thou. Stealing that wait and see buy spot out of the Ensinger right lane. Randy Teed, Land Pro left side. Money Mark Talmadge, he's in the Malibu in the Ensinger right lane. 001 flat. If you thought fourth out was a big gap, you're out of your mind. Money Mark Talmadge, he goes 0-0-1-0 to be your new wait and see buy. In 10 passes, we have traded hands for the wait and see buy 3 times, ladies and gentlemen. We were already at a 001 with a 7, and now it's a 001 with a 0. Money Mark Talmadge down track, the red Malibu, going 593 at 114 miles an hour. Dirty Dan Heinrich, he's over there in the Land Pro left lane. Mike Semchinski, the Ensinger right lane. 54 to 159. And we finally get a break in the action down at track. Dirty Dan, 580 at 118 miles an hour. Joe Raleigh, Land Pro left side, that gorgeous Chevy Camaro, going to try and be better than Mark Talmadge, 001 with a 0 on the back of it. The fabulous Paul Kochi pulled up next to him in the Ensinger right lane. Factory Vehicle Performance, no box. Factory Vehicle Performance, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you over in lanes 2 and 3. Factory Vehicle Performance, no box. Factory Vehicle Performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Across the board. One's 5, 10 thou better than the other, but they're their 20s up front either way. Joe Raleigh, he is 579, 119 miles an hour, and the quicker of the two. Anthony Zagarelli, Billy Balzer, Big Daddy Bill Balzer. 008 to a 009, both of them 7th thou too slow on the let go. His money Mark Talmadge was 1 thou away from being perfect on the tree as he's still sitting pretty on the wait and see bye. Chucky White, that UPS rent-a truck we told you about before. Craig Giordano was behind the wheel of it for $20,000. Now the man who owns it, that's right, the UPS driver himself. You know why? Because it delivers. He's in the Land Pro left lane out of Ontario, New York, going to try and be better than a 001 on the let go. The man next to him, Ronnie Reitman. Ronnie going to try and take that long and skinny down track and be better than a 001 light. For the UPS truck. It's not going to be good enough to get the wait and see by, but it's good enough to be close to an honorable mention in the Land Pro left lane. Jessica Bennett, it's good to see her back behind the wheel. Dirty Doug Linden, he's been driving that one for her as she was having, we want to say heart issues. Not sure, like, you know, not major issues, but any issues with the heart is an issue enough. I'll say that much. So Jessica Bennett back behind the wheel in the Land Pro left lane. It's good to see. It's a victory in its own right to watch her make a pass here at Empire Dragway. Mark Talmadge, 001, your best reaction time down track in the wait and see by run of the Bob Johnson box class. He is going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by unless Jessica Bennett has something to say about it. She has 10 thou to work with. 1 thou if you're keeping track at home. If she can be trip, zip, any number, she is going to be your wait and see by. 002 with a 6. It's a swing and she connects, but it's not going to be a home run. 474 to $144 down at the top end. That reaction time is nothing to shake a stick at as we get into competition, but it's not going to be your number one reaction time for the wait and see by. Money Mark Talmadge, 0010 in the red Malibu. That is a man with the mark on his back. He was the best off the top bulb as we get ready to do the nitty gritty in the bottom bulb class. That's right. We need factory vehicle performance, no box in lanes 2 and 3. If you're not there, you are late. Here we go. The round that counts in no box. That's right, the bottom bulb class. If you haven't been to the track and you hear me say top bulb, bottom bulb, and you don't know what I'm talking about, what it is the cars that went first, they have an electronic device in the car that when they release a button, calculates how long they need to sit there for before the car takes off. Your body has a better reaction time to things that happen more consistently, and in a drag race, that top bulb is more consistent than the bottom bulb. If you have to wait for the bottom bulb, your body gets done with things that are, out of time, your anticipation rate, your worry, your stress. It's a lot harder to hit the bottom bulb than it is to hit the top bulb. So when we call them the bottom bulb boys, these are the guys running off that third bulb before the green light. When that bulb comes on, you let go the same way you would let go on a top bulb. And that allows you to get out of the hole, get down track, and hopefully get a good reaction time. Tyler Spilak, he wasn't too far off a perfect light. He was 8th thou with a 9 that time down track. Omni Rivera and Daniel French, well, they were nowhere near that perfect reaction time. Topless Timmy Antonora and Lee Burgess, the Iron Man himself, both of them going to be a lot worse off than the 008 light that we saw out of Tyler Spilak, but down track, the man on two wheels, $5.99, about 23 at the top end. Russ Story, Gary French, 10th thou away from a perfect light, was a man on the left lane. Down track, a 5.93 at a buck 14 is your quick time between the two of them. Rick McCollin and Kevin Staliffi. Over there in the Insinger right lane, 008, sticking 9 on the back. That's reaction time to beat. As it's Rick McCollin, 003 with a 5. Jim Zag over there in the Land Pro left side. The pick-em-up truck going up against Pat Toomey. Both drivers going to try and be better than a 003. Jim Zag, he goes red by a while Pat Toomey goes the opposite way, green. Both of them were 100 away, and neither of them were looking pretty on the release. Jim Subchinski over there in the pick-em-up truck, the 1-ski. The number on the glass going to be trying to be better than a 003 with a 5 against Joe Talbot. 79 the wrong way as he flicks on the red bulb. The motorcycle, 149 up front. Daryl Gilbert this time. Daryl's Diner, the owner and operator of that beautiful establishment. If you're hungry, you're thirsty, if you want to get some good food, Daryl's Place has got a beautiful spot for you to pull in and eat all the food your heart desires. He's in the Lampro left lane, the Pontiac GTO, going up against Frank Fontana. Both drivers trying to be better than a 003. Stick a 5 on the back of it. That is the reaction time to beat. To an 89, 70,000 split up front, but it's going to be Daryl Gilbert. Down track 662 at 101 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the win light down at the top end doesn't mean anything. It is all for who crossed the finish line first. So as far as a time trial is concerned, you can red light, you can go faster, you can be the last one there. None of it really matters. It's all about personal data as the passes go on. Next round, though, everything counts. If you lose, you get to buy back. If you don't win buybacks, you're out. If you red light, you break out. All those apply for first round of eliminations. Snowmobile against door car. It's Baking against Lomas. 142 red against 40 up front for Lomas. Down track, it's going to be the quick time, the door car. 592, 114 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, OBS is trying to give away alcohol. I mean, not giving it away, you still have to buy it, but $7 for the Renaissance Ale until the keg is empty. The Renaissance Ale, it's 4% over at No BS. $7 gets you a cup of it until the keg is empty. No BS is behind the main grandstands brewery. If you are trying to if you're trying to get yourself an adult beverage and you don't care, the adult beverage of choice so far is the Renaissance Ale, and it is $7 while supplies last.
Hey, attention in the burnout box, attention down in the staging lanes. If you're sitting on the wall like the guy in the right lane back there by the fence, you cannot be sitting on the wall anywhere near the staging lanes, burnout box, any of that. Attention in the burnout box, attention down in the staging lanes. Actually, it's really just a burnout box. If you're down in the burnout box, you cannot be sitting on the wall. Cannot be sitting on the wall. Thank you very much.
Brandon McCombie, Ozzie Williams. A 440 dart over to Insinger right lane. 003. Stick a 5 on the back. That is the wait and see by reaction time. Who's going to be better than it? It is going to be one of these two. 22 to a 33 red. Both drivers swinging and missing as they end up clicking on the red bulb. Ozzie Williams, though, 671, 101 miles an hour. As Brandon McCombie, he got down there faster, 583 at 120. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top dragster, top sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster and top sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster, 6 and 7. Top sportsman, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster, top sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster, lanes 4 and 6 and 7. Sportsman to lanes 4 and 5. Never mind top dragster and top sportsman. Never mind top dragster and top sportsman. That is not a round call. That is not a round call. Top dragster and top sportsman, stay at the trailer. That is not a round call. Attention out there in racing land. Attention to everybody. Jim Bruckman and Anthony Majors. Jim Bruckman and Anthony Majors, come on up to the tower. Jim Bruckman, Anthony Majors, come on up to the tower. Mrs. White is looking for you. Jim Bruckman and Anthony Majors, come on up to the tower. We're looking for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while it's quiet out, I want to let you know how this is going to go, how this is going to shake up. Every schedule is subject to adjustment. And here's our adjustment. Box. Bob Johnson box. You guys are going to be coming down in just a minute. We're going to call you. You are going to run, and no box is going to run right after. After that, we are going to roll into Pro Mod, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Pro Bike and Sled. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're rolling off the top bulb and you're in the Bob Johnson box class, you are on standby. It's going to be a short standby, but you are on standby. Due to the nature of our final qualifying round for Pro Mod, we needed to give them just a few extra minutes to do what they needed to do. So, as it sits right now, the next cars to hit the track is going to be the Bob Johnson box class. So, the Bob Johnson box class, you guys are on standby. And also, the factory vehicle performance no box class. You guys are going to follow them. So, the factory vehicle performance no box class is also on standby. We know you just ran. Calm down. We're going to give you a minute to cool and fuel. But as it sits, it is going to be the Bob Johnson box class round number 1 rolling into this water box next. And then it's going to be the factory vehicle performance no box class rolling into the water box after that. And then after our 2 sportsman categories, we are going to go back into Pro Mod, Top Dragster, and Top Sportsman, followed by the Pro Bike and Sled Shootout. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Empire Dragway. We are going to be racing as long as we have cars on the property. The best part about the 4 fields that surround us is there is no curfew in the corn. That's right, 660 feet of paved perfection. And while we got a quiet minute, we want to thank all the sponsors that make racing here at Empire Dragway possible, beyond the red shirts that are out there on the track. The people that make it happen behind the scenes, the money that make this sport happen, because this doesn't happen for free. I got news for you. If it wasn't for the people I'm about to name off, every other field around you would make this one look the same way. The pavement, the fences, the banners, the people, all of it is thanks to these people up front. Stobbs Automotive. We want to thank Bob Johnson. We want to thank Hoosier Tire. Mr. and Mrs. Keekle. They are the precision crankshafts people that make the things that happen outside the track happen as well. New Way Auto Parts, Burt's Lumber, Gregory's Furnace, and of course, Great Lakes Classic Cars. We want to thank Apex Graphics. They're out there on the big board as well. We want to thank Factory Vehicle Performance, Bob Johnson. We want to thank all of the banners that are around this track here at Empire Dragway. Next week, we got ourselves a big show coming up. That's right. We got nitromethane coming to the property. 2 top fuel dragsters, 2 top fuel funny cars. We have 2 jet dragsters going to grace the asphalt as well. On top of, get ready for this. This is a long part. 6 alcohol funny cars, 470 Thunder, Can-Am stock, super stock. We have Pro, Super Pro, Bike Sled, Juniors, and all of the other categories that are going to come before we normally do our WDRA points race. Attention in the pits. Here comes the call. Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Bob Johnson box. Bobby Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Money Mark Talmadge, you are the wait and see buy. Attention in the pits. Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. We are going to run without you. Bob Johnson box. Bobby Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. If you're not there, you are late. Here we go, Bob Johnson box class. That's right, sportsman competition. This is a handicap style race. What's a handicap in drag racing? Well, it's pretty simple. The slower car is going to go first. The faster car has to catch him before the finish line. If the faster car gets there or the slower car gets there before the number they guessed, it's called a breakout. The only way to get an advantage is by being better on the tree. How do you be better on the tree without going red? Well, that's exactly what we just went through. That is that 000 light. That is a perfect light. If you get a perfect light and run dead on the dial in 0, you are going to put on the win light. Joe Urbino's 001 on the 616 dial in and down track. He goes 1 above 0 to put on the win lamp. He took 43 thou, scrubbing the brakes just a little bit to come back for round number 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't be too concerned. If you go out in round number 1, you still have a chance to get back into it, because we're doing buybacks. That's right, the re-entry round. If you don't do so hot in round number 1, we will run a re-entry round. You pay a little bit extra money. You take another swing at it. 2 go down, 1 comes back, and that 1 gets thrown into round number 2. Andy DeWild, Kane Gregory. Kane over there in the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. 501, the guess on the glass, going to be trying to chase down. Andy DeWild, 723 in the Land Pro left lane. 39 to a 37. 2 thou, the difference up front. Gregory's got the advantage, and down track, Gregory with the win light goes a whole 10th above the predicted dial-in time to put on the lamp and come back around for round number 2. Joe Raleigh, 38 to the 20. Greg Giordano down track. It's going to be the long and skinny. Going dead on with a 9 after being 18 thou better on the release. Tom Coonley. Carl Bollinger. Bollinger dialed in at a 613, going heads up against Tom Coonley. Bollinger over there in the Monza wagon. Actually, it's a Vega wagon, my correction. And Mr. Tom Coonley. He loves this part. The Ugly Nova. Land Pro left side, 613, the heads up dial between the two of them. It's going to be Carl throwing on the red ball, giving the win over to Tom Coonley, who was 32 up front and a whole lot under, but the free data pass. If the man goes right next to you, it doesn't matter if you break out, as long as you get down track without touching any of the walls. You are coming back for round number 2. Jason Subjinski. Chad Wright. Chad, he's been around this rock. He's been going to all the big money races over there in that two-sided Nova in the Insinger right lane. One side's black, one side's white. And if anyone's keeping track at home, I'm going to say this. I like the white side a lot better than the black side. But going up against Jason Subchinski in the same car over the Land Pro left lane. 633 to a 648. Who is going to get down track first? Chad Wright. Trip, zip, 9 too soon on the let go. Gives it over to Jason Subchinski, who is 21 up front and 21 thou under to get on the win light. Cody Riome, Land Pro left side, going up against Joey Calabrese over the Insinger right lane. Riome, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 443, going to be chasing down Calabrese. Over there, dialed in at a 635. Joey, he's going to get away first, and he's going to try and stay away as the dragster tries to lay chase for 660 feet. Who is going to get the win light? 14 red for the man in the right lane as Cody Riome with 6 thou away from a perfect light as he goes just 12 under to get the win light and the data in the Land Pro left lane. Ronnie Whiteman, Land Pro left side, 450 the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down Jessica Bennett. Jessica, her first time in the car in about the last month or so, I want to say. Battle of the long and skinnies, 450, 473. But Jessica Bennett, 37 thou too quick, gives the win over to Whiteman. Whiteman, who is 59 up front, goes dead 8. Down track, 8 thou off his predicted dial-in. Spring and slide, Jason Jeffrey Subchinski, this time in the Lamb Pro left lane. 597, going to be trying to run down Zach Besaw. Zach over there, down in at a 699. The Camaro's going to throw on the red bulb. But Besaw breaks something in the right lane as he gets the win light and doesn't end up going down track. We're going to see what's going to happen here as we shut him down in the water box and wait to see what the call is. All right, we're going to put Besaw off to the water box, and we are going to keep rolling into the Bob Johnson box category. Factory vehicle performance, no box. No box. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. If you're rolling off the bottom bulb and you want to get down to the nitty-gritty in round number 1, factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Randy Teed, Lamb Pro left side, going up against John Vergatz. John in the long and skinny. Didn't have any luck making it into top dragster, but here he is going to try and put the wind lamps on in box class. Randy Teed throws it red by 6 thou. The long and skinny gets to go ahead into the next round, going, boom, 3 thou under that predicted dial-in time. A 51 on a 52 after being 20 up front for Mr. Vergatz. Dirty Dan Heinrich going to get the win on that one after double O. Joe Karosik is trip zip 3, too quick on the release. 310 thou the wrong way as Dirty Dan's going to bring the Cobalt back for round number 2. 591 up front, 581 on a 117 mile an hour pass. Vincent Giordano, Neil Onderdonk, Neil in the S10, and Vincent in the door car. Down track, the advantage going to Onderdonk. The win light going to a dead-on pass by Onderdonk. 16 total. Puts Vincent Giordano mathematically ineligible in the Lamb Pro left lane. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know what you're about to say, Justin, what does that even mean? Well, let me riddle it off to you. When you are mathematically ineligible, it means when you let go and your car had a reaction time, that reaction time was actually longer than the guy next to you took to make the whole pass. So the guy next to Giordano was 10 up front, runs dead on 6, that's 16 total. When you're 16 total and the guy next to you is 47 up front, that is mathematically ineligible. Big Daddy Bill Balzer this time, 572, going to be trying to chase down Daniel Fuller. Fuller goes 3 foul right in the dragster as Big Daddy Bill Balzer puts on the win light. Is going to be coming back around for round number 2. 570 out of 572 dial-in after being 60 thou away from perfect. Mike Sitchinski, Gary Rolfe. Rolfe's getting on the win light. 666 at Island and a 662 the run. Angelo Ragusa, Land Pro left side, 586, the quick time. Going to be trying to chase down the man over there in the Insinger right lane. That is a fabulous Paul Kochi. Paul dialed in at a 634. He's going to get away first and try and stay away as Angelo Ragusa does his best to try and reel him in. 58 thou to a 30, 28 thou, the difference between them up front, and it's going to be the fabulous Paul Kochi. The double breakout win going to the man in the Mopar over in the Insinger right lane. Ed Ross, Land Pro left side, this time down. He's in the Camaro, dialed in at a 602. He's going to be getting away first, trying to stay away from Joey Rolfe over there in the Insinger right lane. Joey was sitting on the wait and see by for, I think, a pass or two until double Money Mark Talmadge put him out of the race. $17 up front for Ed Ross as Joe Rolfe was 005 too soon, clicking on the red bulb. Down track, Ed Ross, he only goes 9 thou under the predicted dial-in time. Put it on the win light and coming back around for round number 2. Don Kegel, Bill Balzer, 553 to a 678. Bill Balzer a day late in the dollar shirt as Don Kegel catches him well before that mile-an-hour cone. And right out the back door, Don Kegel putting on the win light, 556 and a 553 dial-in time. Going to be coming back for round number 2. Anthony Zagarelli this time in a Land Pro left lane. The split window Corvette 5:53. The predicted dial-in time going up against Vince Gregory. Vince Gregory over there in the Bel Air dialed in at a 5:94. Gregory in the Insinger right lane. He's going to be getting away first, and it's going to be Zagarelli trying to chase him down. 008 to a 16. Gregory has a reaction time cut in half by half, and it's going to be Gregory down at the top end. 008, 12 above. And then only left Zagarelli a 2-thou window to try and put it in and get the win light on. And here comes Howie Samard, 6:39, the predicted dial-in time for the man in the Land Pro left lane, going up against the Chucky White Rent-A-Truck. That's right, the UPS wagon. It delivers, dialed in at a 6:51. Double 07 to a 16. Chucky White is in full control of this one. As they go down track, Howie doing his best, but not going to get the wind lamp going his way. Chucky White 52 on a 51 dial. 007 up front. Ron Schillinger, Land Pro left side, going up against Money Mark Talmadge. Money Mark, the red Malibu, he's over there. He was your wait and see buy. 001, stick at 0 on the back. That gave him the wait and see buy. We waited and we saw, and he doesn't get the buy run. Nope, he got lane choice against that man, Mr. Ron Schillinger. 694 to a 594. 1 second, the split as they are almost heads up. Ron Schillinger rolling out of that one a little too soon as Money Mark Talmadge, he gets a freebie pass getting the data. He was 90 on a 94 guess to get the win light to come back for round number 2. Factory vehicle performance, no box, no box. Factory vehicle performance, no box. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Factory vehicle performance, no box. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Ladies and gentlemen, while it's quiet, we have found a very unique device to a marriage. If you lost your wedding device and you're out there and you don't want your old lady getting mad at you, you better get up to the tower and explain what it is, because we got it for you. So if you lost your, I do's part of the vows, that thing they give you at the I want to do it, you better come up to the tower and describe it. We have it in the tower. If you don't want your old lady getting mad at you, we got it in the tower. Come on up to the tower. As we roll into round number 1 of No Box. Omni Rivera, Xavi Rivera, the man on 2 wheels, racing the man who's usually on 2 wheels, but this time in the pickup truck. 670 to a 1055. Omni is going to be waiting for a while. Zabi's late, but Omni is later. Neither of them getting ready to run that one down track, and it's going to be the man in the F-150. He goes one above with a 7 after being 91 up front to put on the win light and come back for round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling 50-50. That's right, we're selling 50-50. Hey, little Giordano, little Masulo. Yep, nope. Yeah, wave your hands in the air. Yeah, them boys down there, they're selling 50-50. If you guys want to get in on it, you better go find them. You guys got to do a better job of not looking inconspicuous. They got an orange bucket. They're selling 50-50 tickets. If you want to get in on the 50-50, they're down there. They're holding the bucket. They're holding the tickets. They got little aprons on. If you want to get in on the 50-50, you better be down there. You better talk to them. They're going to sell you those tickets. Jim Zagarelli this time in the pick-em-up truck. The C10 Camper Special in the Land Pro left lane, 851. The guys on the glass going to be trying to run away from the man on two wheels. That's Joel Rivera. Joel dialed in a 565. The quick time, about 3 seconds separate him from the tree falling down, and we are going to know what the advantage is and what the stripe is.
That's right.
About 660 feet.
That's right, Father Joel watching his two boys grudge race each other. First pair down. Zag's going to get away 44th out, and Joel Rivera's going to cut that in half. 18th out off the let go for two-wheel Joel Rivera. Double breakout win. He'll break out by 2/10,000ths of a second, turning on his win light. Mr. Zag over there was 44th out off the let go and was 9th out too quick.
Gilbert and Ozzie William, 5 thou, split them up front, but down track it's going to be Daryl Gilbert. Ozzie was 5 thou behind. The margin of victory down the top end only grew to be 8 thou at the stripe. Times this time down track, and it's got to be Daniel French. He was behind by 4 thou as Brandon McCombie breaks out, giving the win over to Daniel French in the Camaro over in the Insinger right lane. Sam Capizzi Jr., he's in the Daytona in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Topless Timmy Antenoria. Topless Timmy, the drop top Camaro, 650, the guys on the glass in the Insinger right lane. Topless is going to run away. Sam's going to try and catch him. About 48 hundredths of a second is the split. 34 thou, too quick for Topless as Capizzi was 40 up front and goes 5 thou under, getting the data and coming back for round number 2. Lee Burgess, the Iron Man himself, Land Pro left side, 569, going to be trying to run out the back door. Chasing it down, Pat Toomey. Toomey over there in the Insinger right lane. Dialed in at an 8:25. Toomey throws it right as the man on two wheels was almost a day late. But down track, he's going to end up running 6 thou under that predicted dial-in time out the back door, getting the data. When your competitor goes red and you got a free shot at a track, it's like a free pass, like a time trial.
Man in the left lane is a day late and $1 off of the dial-in. Lomas in the right lane is going to be 23 thou off the let-go, running it 7 above his predicted dial-in time, moving into round number 2.
Ross Story, the Fox Body Mustang, Land Pro left side. Frank Fontana, the Camaro on the Insinger right lane. 593, the quick time, going to chase down Frank Fontana, who throws it red. 37 thou too soon as Ross Story's 32 up front.
Well, my partner up here in the towers leaving me alone to call this last race. That's going to be Corey Breaker. Corey Baker in the right lane. 662 the dial in for the Arctic Cat. Chasing down Tim Wright. Tim Wright's over here in the Saturn going deep. $53 for Tim Wright. Corey Baker goes 63 thou too soon. Get down track, breaking out by 7 thou. As Tim Wright's going to go 2 above after being 53 thou off the let-go and be going into round number 2. John Dingy, another Arctic Cat coming up down track here. He's over there in the right lane. 645 is the dial-in for the snowmobile. And he's going to be going up with I don't know, driver unknown for us. Land Pro left lane 678 is the guess on the glass. Both drivers a day late on the let-go. Land Pro left lane's gotten the advantage, though. Double breakout is going to go over to John Dingy, though. Dingy was 5 hundos under his predicted dial-in time, and he's going to be moving in to round number 2. Joe Talbot and driver over there in the Fox Body Mustang did not get a name on him. We're going to try get him sorted out for round number 2, provided he turns on a win light. 732 for the Fox Body Mustang in the right lane, and 850 the dial-in for the bike. Bike's going to get away. 23 thou behind the green. He's holding 42. Down through the 660, though. He's going to run dead on his dial in. 850, slap a 5 on the back of it. To be 28 thou total, moving into round number 2. Driver over there in the Fox Body Mustang was 3 hundos under his predicted dial in time. Left lane skips Zagrelli. Zagrelli 656, the guess on the glass for the Camaro in the right lane. Camaro in the left lane's dialed in at a 620, hoping to chase down the 68 over here in the left side. Double 06 too soon for the green Camaro in the right lane. Zagrelli going to be moving into round number 2 after being way behind off the let-go. I think I saw that thing turn green as he was letting go of that button. I believe this is another Balzer over here in the Land Pro left lane. Guess on the glass is going to be a 663. Hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of Haley Fayer. Fayer's in 2 wheels over in the right lane, dialed in at a 557.
Fayer, 20 thou too soon on the let go with the man next to him. Actually, the woman next to her. 009 on the let go, goes 23 thou above the predicted dial-in time, putting on the win lap and coming back around for round number 2. Peter Francia, Land Pro left side, dialed into the 577. Kevin Staliffi going up against him in the Insinger right lane with a quick time of a 5:53. About 2 hunts separate the two of them as the tree falls down. Having some traction issues trying to get that thing down track. The man on 2 wheels gets down, shuts it off early, knowing he's going to catch the stripe without an issue. And here comes your Byron. Matthew Consiglio, the wait and see buy. Well, this time it is an odd amount of cars. He gets a freebie pass on round number 2, goes from A to B, going to get the data and come back for round number 2. 673, the predicted dial-in time. As he's 34 thou away from perfect and down track on that 673 dial. He goes to 671 with a 5. Well, Trevor is down using the little boy's room. This is where I was going to talk to him about the size of the trophy that we have over there in the other room, but he's not back up in this room, so I guess I'll paraphrase for Trevor. Hey, Trevor, did you see the size of the trophy they're giving away for Pro Mod Power Fest? Oh, my God, Justin, yeah, it's so big. I've never seen a trophy so big in my life. That's kind of how Trevor would sound if he was excited about how big that trophy is. Trevor, I'm number one, buddy. We were going to do an impromptu interview, but you weren't here for it. It's so big. The Muffin Man? Where's the Muffin Man? So, Trevor, when you get back up here, we will talk about the size of the trophy that Pro Mod Power Fest is going to be winning on top of the $10,000 that they are getting down to here at Empire Dragway. $10K on the line. We already gave $1,000 away to the number one qualifier. That was Johnny Camp. And that was still Johnny Camp after Johnny Camp skidded the wall there at about the quarter-mile mark after the chutes came out. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been here for their first and second qualifier for Pro Mod Power Fest, I got news for you. It is going to be an exciting drag race from all 12 of the competitors. Trevor, now that you're back, have you seen the trophy?
Justin, I'm pretty sure that trophy is taller than you are, buddy.
Well, I got news for you.
I'm not too sure about that.
You think you're taller than me?
I do believe I'm just a little bit taller than you are.
Somebody
sir.
get the measuring tape. We're going to sell this one right now. Kick the shoes off. That trophy is taller than both of us. Dirty Dan, he's a clock reader. He has to duck going out the door. It is as tall as Dirty Dan is. Okay, that is a 6'3" trophy that they made for Pro Mod Power Fest here at Empire Dragway. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Pro Mod Power Fest, we need Pro Mod to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 8 and 9 for your first round of eliminations. Pro Mod, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mod, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Top dragster, top sportsman, you are on standby. Well, now's a great time to be talking to myself about the sponsors here at Empire Dragway. Everyone on the big wall back there, Dave's Pool Services, Burt's Lumber, Quill Diesel Repair, P&J. We also want to thank Gunther Automotive, Gates Towing, our and Go Automotive and Towing, Apex Graphics. Apex, they're a big one here at Empire Dragway for this weekend. They did a lot to make sure that the Melanie Salemi machine got here, and they also gave away 5 free passes for today's race. We got Trevor on the computer. A big thank you to him because he makes the things I say sound a lot better after he starts talking. We got all the red shirts out there making sure the track's absolutely perfect. We have everybody in the stands making this race something to race for. We have a whole lot of thank yous to give, from the Bob Johnson Auto Group to the Stobbs Automotive Group to the Factory Vehicle Performance Group, on top of all of the other sponsors like Land Pro, like InSinger Performance, like everyone here, to BS Brewery. That's right. You need yourself an adult beverage, BS Brewery is on the property. And we are doing 50-50. If you see young boys or girls running around with an orange bucket, give them money, get your tickets, and you can win half of that money in the pot. That's right, 50-50 on the property.
Justin, that was a lot of words in very little time.
More words than I know.
You doing more words than you know. Wow, where are you pulling them out of?
You don't want to know.
I do not want to know. That is for sure. We got Pro Mods coming down here shortly, though. Double O Wayne and Mr. Pat Budd down on track, getting it already. Paulie Snyder giving me a point and a wave and a what is going on? He's like, I'm just here to watch some Pro Mods. Why are you talking to me?
Paulie Boomhauer Snyder.
I'm just a junior dragster driver. Well, guess what? Next week, we've got junior dragster competition going on, as well as Midsummer Mayhem. That's right. Top Fuel, Nitro Funny Cars, Top Alcohol Funny Cars, AA Gassers, Jet Dragsters, Bike Sled, Can-Am Stock, Super Stock,
470 Thunder,
Supercharged Bracketeers, box and no box. We have filled up for a long, long day next Saturday. But let's focus on this weekend.
That's right. Pro Mod Power Fest. $10,000 on the lines. They're getting ready to do the nitty-gritty. The boys are out there making sure the track's perfect. And we are going to be racing deep, deep, deep into the night. Attention in the pits. Pro Mods, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro Mods, we want to race your round number 1 of eliminations. Coming up next, that's right, Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mods, top dragster, top sportsman, you are on standby. That's right, Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Top dragster, top sportsman, you guys are on standby. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go and get down to the nitty-gritty, before we race for $10,000 here at Pro Mod Power Fest, we have to pay respect to two of the greatest nations on the face of the earth. Our brothers up north, we're going to give them respect first, and then after that, we're going to ask you to remain standing while we play the American National Anthem. So please, rise, remove your hats, and pay respect to the fleur-de-lis. That's right, the Canadian flag that we all know and love for the Canadian National Anthem. And ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you remain standing, keep your hats removed as we pay respect to one of the greatest nations here on the face of the earth. There's a lot of people who can't stand up and do this right now as we get to honor the United States of America. God bless America. God bless our troops. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go Pro Mod Racing. $10,000 on the line. It's Pro Mod Power Fest here at Empire Dragway. That's right, July 19th, the one and only time you are going to see these cars do battle here at the Big E. Next week, we got nitromethane. That's right. We are going to be running 2 top fuel dragsters, 2 top fuel funny cars, 2 jet dragsters on top of 470 Thunder, on top of Can-Am stock, super stock, on top of our normal WDRA points categories. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't get your fill of excitement tonight, you can always show up next week and the same rules apply. We're going to go over those lines, and that is rule number 1. No glass containers here at Empire Dragway. If you brought glass, keep it in the car. Put it in a plastic cup and enjoy it as you do, but we do not want any broken glass on the property. Tires cost money, and we don't need to spend more money than we already do trying to race for big money here at Empire Dragway. Rule number 2, if you are under the age of 16 and you are driving around on a moped, a scooter, a golf cart, or anything that has wheels, we appreciate it if you would right now stop that machine, get off of it, and make sure that there is a licensed adult to drive it back to your pit. If you are under the age of 16 and do not have a license, you are not permitted to drive anything on the property here at Empire Dragway. And rule number 3, honestly, one of my favorite. If you have too many adult beverages, thank you, No BS Brewery, or you brought your own, you can sleep in the grass, you can sleep under the grandstands, you can go outside and sleep in a ditch, but do not get caught going home having too much fun and ruin something good that you got going for you. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Pro Mod Power Fest. They're in the staging lanes. Pat Budd is in the rotator. Wayne Turner, Double O Wayne's down there under the pavilion, and we are making sure that track is absolutely perfect as we send these 12 cars down track for $10,000. Trevor, you look like you're itching. What do you got to say?
Yeah, I think you forgot one little rule there, Justin. If you're sitting on the concrete wall in the burnout box, that's right. If you are sitting on the wall in the concrete wall in the burnout box, you are not allowed to have your legs on the inside of the track. You can be facing with your back to the track like this guy down here in the orange shirt is, and the guy next to him in the orange shirt is, but do not have your legs on the inside of the track. God forbid anything were to go wrong during a burnout with any of these cars, you are not able to jump out of the way quick enough when that goes wrong. So keep your legs on the inside the outside of the track, or be standing. Do not keep your legs on the inside of the wall if you're sitting on the wall.
Well, Trevor, one of us is the uncle here and one of us is the father, and you can tell the two apart. Trevor, thank you for the words of wisdom, but ladies and gentlemen, it's about being safe, it's about being on time, and it's about being punctual, and 2 of those 3 things are met. We got Pro Mods in the lanes, we got a tractor on the track, and we are going Pro Mod racing in just a little bit. If I haven't said thank you to our sponsors enough, we want to thank Factory Vehicle Performance. We want to thank the Bob Johnson Auto Group. We want to thank everyone in a red shirt that keeps this track as beautiful as it is so that we can go racing in Pro Mods for $10,000. In just a few short minutes, Pat Budd's going to get off that tractor. We're going to fire up them big cars, and we are going to be sending 2 down track. And when 2 goes down, 1 comes back, and they move on to the next round. That is Pro Mod Drag Racing. Here we go. Pro Mod round number 1. Got a couple competition buy runs, being that they're on a 16-car ladder. Take a quick minute to thank everybody in the Pro Mods who make this happen. CJW Solutions, Apex Graphics, MVM, Caputi's, Sheridan Pub, Resolution Racing, G-Force Race Cars, and MSR Performance. And that thunder from down under. The sound that excites the crowd, that is the man who scraped it last time. A couple aerodynamically improved pieces on that car thanks to the big E-wall here in the Land Pro left lane. That is your number 1 qualifier, Johnny Camp. Johnny kicking the water off. I highly doubt he is going to make a full pass here. Pretty sure he's just going to take the tree and roll down track. Yep, and Johnny Camp going to get the wind lamp and get ready for round number 2. They're going to do what they have to do to get that car backwards after being your number 1 qualifier for Pro Mod Power Fest over there in the Land Pro left lane. A lot to be said out of a car who just went down track and we didn't even know if it was going to be able to see the tree again. And here we are rolling in to round number 2. Melanie Salami going to kick up the tires. She is on a competition single for how she qualified in the field of cars in Singer right lane. Your number 3 qualifier backing up from the burnout. And attention in the pits, top dragster coming out of lane 6 and 7. Top dragster coming out of lane 6 and 7. Melanie Salami gonna get the car straightened out, gonna try and find the tree. Her crew guy waving her up. Melanie set to take the tree. There is no qualifying spot here. It's all data. As she pre-stages and tickles on the stage bulb. That car getting out of the groove quick. She lifts. Keeping it in one piece down at track of 537 to 89 miles an hour. As that does it for her free run into round number 2. Mike Stowicki, the Stowicki power plant under the hood of that thing. As he gets a competition single in round number 2. Had a couple issues there after being the number 4 qualifier, I want to say. Just going to make sure Stowicki's car goes A to B before going through round number 2 when he actually has to face off against someone on the next side of the ladder. Mike Stowicki back from the burnout. The Evan Salemi wired machine in the Insinger right lane. Stowicki getting ready to flick on the pre-stage bulb. Here comes the stage bulb. Stowicki coming out towards the center line, clicks it off early. Gonna make that thing stay together in one piece. Gonna put it down track when it counts, but he goes 473 at 107 miles an hour in the Insinger right lane. Big sail this time. Lampro left the lane, rolled it back in the Ford Mustang. He pulled himself a big fish. That's right, Mr. Steve King. King over there in the Savage Camaro. King, no stranger to being the number 1 qualifier. This time, your number 2 seat. But he is also no stranger to taking home that 6-foot-tall trophy we give out here at Empire Dragway over there in the Insinger Performance Lane. Attention in the pits, top dragster. Top dragster. Come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster, we want you in 6 and 7. Top dragster, top dragster. Come on down to lane 6 and 7. Steve King, Insinger right side. The better qualifier of the two. Sal, Big Sal, Lampro left side. He's got a lot of work to do. Is he going to make it up on the tree, or is he going to make it up over the track? Who is going to get down first? Big Sal puts it on the wheelie bars and sets it back down at the 330, while Mr. King goes 371 at 200 miles an hour to come back for round number 2. And the next two in Pro Mods, Battle of the Cudas. 70 Cuda in the Lampro left lane. Jason Calso going up against Don Klooster. Don, he's also in a 70 Cuda in the Insinger right lane. Klooster, both of them out of Michigan. That's incredible. I wonder if they're neighbors. I mean, obviously not on the screen. Unless they're literally at the city line where one knows each other, but they're a yard away, but the city line's in between them. We're going to have to geographically plot that. You know what they're geographically plotting right now? The 660-foot mark. That's right. Klooster, Insinger right lane. Calso, Landpro left lane. 2 Cudas are going down and 1 is coming back. Klooster is in. Calso not far behind. A to B, both cars, 3 hunts separate them, but the man in the Lampro left lane, Jason Calso. He was 3 thou ahead on the hit and 3 hun quicker at the stripe. And the Cuda in the Lampro left lane is going to put on the lamp and come back for round number 2. Mike Decker, Land Pro left side. The Decker salvage machine. Middlesex medals provided. The funds to come here this weekend to run for $10,000. He is racing. Robert Bauer III, the Galaxy Auto Place Pro Mod with the Jansen blower sticking out of the hood over in the Insinger right lane. Bauer hoping to get that thing to go to the moon. Decker hoping to get it to go to A to B. One of them qualified way better than the other, and we're going to find out if it's going to stick. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Decker, Land Pro left side, or is it going to be RB3, the Bauer himself in the Insinger right lane? Robert Bauer with the upset, 379. The homegrown boy himself takes out the Decker salvage machine in the Land Pro left lane. That was a whole shot win. He gets out of the hole first, but gets to the finish line a little bit later. But it's still enough to put the win lamp on and keep the drive alive for $10,000 rolling into round number 2. Here comes Big Change, Mike Decker. Big Mike, Land Pro left side. Just watch the other Decker car go down that same lane. It laid down a good pass, but the sleep on the tree was the deciding factor. Is he gonna be a little bit quicker on the let go, or is the win gonna go to Robert Bigham? Robert over there in the Chevy Nova 2. He has laid down a couple good passes, but he has always been down at the bottom of the ladder. Decker, again, the Middlesex Metals sponsored machine, the Decker Salvage Pro Mod, Land Pro left side. Or is it gonna be Robert Bigham? Robert in the Chevy 2. Gonna try and keep the spirits going. 2 go down. 1 comes back. See you later. 79 up front, obliterates the tree on Robert as he goes down a 373 at 202 miles an hour. 1 Decker machine still in the show of the 2 of them. But Robert Bigham, he is going to be on the trailer and eligible for the cooler. We got Top Dragster in the lanes. We are going to roll into them next. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, you guys are going to be on standby, and I do believe it's going to be a short standby. Jay Santos, he's got a free run into round number 2. Gonna see what that Land Pro left lane holds. Can he get down track? What's going on with that car? How is it gonna handle 660 feet here at Empire Dragway? Jay Santos, your number 2 qualifier. Gonna take the free run here in the Land Pro left lane. The kind of data you get later on in the race means a lot, depending on how it goes. Jay Santos, A to B, a 368. That is the fastest pass we've seen here at Empire Dragway. 205, 86 miles an hour in the heat. Today, July 19th. That is going to be one hard run to crack for $10,000. Top dragster. If you're not in 6 and 7, you are late. Top sportsman, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Top sportsman, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Pro Bike and Sled, that puts you on standby. Round number 1, shootout style. 2 go down, 1 comes back. No buybacks, no do-overs, no redos. You don't put on the wind light, you get to put it in the trailer and you get to grab yourself a nice cool drink out of the cooler. That's what we're racing here in Top Dragster. 16 of the fastest long and skinnies on the property. We had about 22 try and make the field, and only 16 of them are going to be running down to the nitty-gritty to put on the win light here at Empire Dragway. Ryan Harris, Rich Yakos. Yakos over there in the Ensinger right lane, 428, going to be trying to run away from Ryan Harris. Harris dialed in with your quick time. That's a 3:73. Harris having mechanical problems after the burnout, as that is going to put Yakos into round number 2. Rich Yakos, the free run into round number 2. 4:28, the predicted dial-in time. He's 77th thou away from a perfect light, and down track he's going to run a 4:32. Mark Romanofsky, he's over in the Ensinger right lane. He's got the fastest dragster of the two. 3:90, the predicted dial-in time, going up against Tyler Rudolph. Rudolph, the Wolf trucking machine in the Land Pro left lane. 4:35, the guys on the glass. The man in the Ensinger right lane, he got away 24th out too soon, as he ends up playing the red ball to give the win over to that Mr. Tyler Rudolph. Michael Kalin. Art Coffee over there in the Ensinger right lane. 4:40, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from Michael Kalin. Kalin, the quicker of the two, dialed in at a 3:96. Down below, 2-2-3 with Michael Kalin as he puts on the red ball. Art Coffey, though, he was 14th thou away from perfect and 11th thou above to put on the wind lamp and come back around for round number 2. Now, ladies and gentlemen, although the big guys have qualified by quickest ET, that doesn't mean it's still not a handicap-style sportsman race. That's right, it is still bracket racing. So if they go faster than their ET or they end up red lighting, it is an automatic disqualification. The only way to win this race is to be close to green and get to the finish line first without running under your predicted dial-in time. That's why you're seeing one car leave before the other. It's got a lot more to do with persistence and precision than it does with all-out speed and raw power. Tony the Shoe Platania, Lampro left side, 4:40, the predicted dial-in time. Gonna run away from our buddy Forrest. 4:09, the quick time over the Ensinger right lane. It's going to be Muddy Forest. 410 on that 409 dial-in at 102 at 173 miles an hour. Mysterious Joe Masulo, Lampro left side this time down, 438, the guy on the glass. Going to be trying to outrun Karma Hopper. Karma over there in the Insinger right lane with your quick time. That is a 4.10. Joe Masulo throwing on the red bulb there as the second one lit up. Karma Hopper putting on the wind light. 005 red to run 700 above. And Lucas Salami. Salami over there in the Stewicki Salami CJW machine and the Insinger Performance right lane. 431 the come get me time as he gets ready to outrun Mr. Danielle Gonzalez. Danielle's a lady. Not like Lynn's not a lady, but very much so a lady. Danielle Gonzalez out of Waterford, Connecticut, 8:33. The quick time going to be chasing down Lucas Salami. Salami's got the advantage and the win light down at the top end. The 20 thou advantage turns into a 55 thou margin of victory to put on the lamp and come back around for round number 2. Craig Chatterton, the Chatterbox himself, rolling up in the Land Pro left lane. 4:42, the predicted dial-in time. He's out of Scottsville, New York. He is going to be trying to run away from Vince Mussolino. Vince rolled in on the final qualifier, ended up bumping Cody Riome out of the show, and here he is dialed in at a 4:22. 5 red gives Mussolino the green light into round number 2. He was 25 up front and 7 thou under that predicted dial-in time. Tom Martino, the quick time between the two, 3:93. The guess on the glass. Going to be trying to run down Peter Maduri, the fun-loving criminal himself, over in the Land Pro left side. Peter dialed in at a 4:33. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro Bike and Sled, hot car side. We want you in lanes 9 and 10. Pro Bike and Sled, Pro Bike and Sled. Round 1 of eliminations. Come on down to the hot car tower side. Lanes 9 and 10. 20 to a 009, 11th thou the difference, as Tom Martino puts on the win light, being 97 on a 93 dial, taking 008 at the stripe.
So, top sportsman competitors coming down. Top sportsman competitors coming down through the burnout box. This is the quickest bracket racing door cars you will find around. Charlie Elmore Jr., the 68 Camaro over here in the Land Pro left lane. He's dialed in at a 4:24, hoping to chase down Insinger right lane's Matt Gregory. Gregory's driving the 66 Nova. Guess on his glass is going to be a 4:62. 34-37. Gregory's got a 2-thou advantage off the let-go, and he's going to turn that into a win light. 2-thou off front off the let-go turns that into a 3-thou margin of victory. Dead 6 for his dial-in. Charlie Elmer Jr. is going to run dead 8 after being behind by 2 thou. Luke DeJean out of Puslinch, Ontario, Canada. Coming up next over there in the right lane. That's a 08 Chevy Cobalt dialed in at a 424 for the man out of Canada. Him and Queen of 470 herself, Jennifer Gunther, going to be going down track together for round number 1 of eliminations. Gunther's guess on her glass? Well, it's a 470. Jennifer's going to be purging that nitrous bottle, trying to get that bottle pressure exactly where she wants it. Gunther. Got to turn on that stage bulb. There she goes. 15-17. 2 thou separate them, and Jennifer Gunther's got the advantage. She's going to break out by one hundo, though. Running a 469 on her 470 dial-in. Handing the win over to Luke DeJean. DeJean was 2 thou behind off the let-go. He's going to run 3 above. Moving into round number 2. Pair of cars out of Canada here now. Brian Werner out of Hubbard, I'm sorry, no, not Canada. Brian Werner is out of Hubbard, Ohio, actually. So that's not Canada. 68 Camaro in the left lanes, down in at a 423. Hoping to chase down the Duster in the right lane, driven by Dustin Gabel. He's out of Stratford, Ontario, Canada. Driving the 71 Plymouth, down in at a 444. Double 0-3 too soon for the Duster in the right lane. 39 thou off the let-go for Werner out of Ohio is going to be good enough to turn on the win light. He's going to look up, see his win lights on, run it out the back to a 421. That's White Doug Linden over here in the 55 Chevy Bel Air. Linden Racing painted on the side of that machine, and he's dialed in at a 482. Hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of Bobby Joss. Joss is over there in the right lane, dialed in at a 433 in the Foxy's Top Sportsman. That's right, if you want to get into Top Sportsman competition, start with $2 million bucks, drop $1 million on getting that car ready to go for the season, and you'll be good to go. Just to remind me that was the quickest way to become 1 millionaire in drag racing. 20 to a 001. Jaws has an advantage off the starting line. But he's going to hand it back over to Doug Linden. Doug goes 2 above, 484, and that's 482 dial-in. Winning that race by 1/100th of a second. Bill Stevens and Dave Burchell. Man out of Canada in the right lanes, purging the nitrous of that 07 Pontiac. Guelph, Ontario to be specific, is his hometown, and he's down in at a 440, hoping to chase down Bill Stevens over here in the Land Pro left lane. Pickup truck out of Byron, New York's down in at a 488. Swing and a miss. Man, Burchell needs some help on this one. And he's going to go Bill Stevens is going to go 17th out off the let-go. Dead 4 to be moved into round number 2.
Trevor, you don't have to lift when you're not breaking out. He takes 797 thousandths of a second. That is a London bus to put on the wind light after only being 4th out away from breaking out and giving it back to Mr. Dave Burchell.
So Ron Seswick and Gary O'Connell coming down track together now. Seswick's in the Nova Land Pro left lane. 497 is what he's got written on the glass. 75 to a 22. Gary O'Connell's got a huge advantage off the let-go. He's going to go 8 unders above, turn it on the wind light as Ron Seswick breaks out by a bunch.
Yeah, Ron there trusted the dial-in just a little too much, as he didn't have a lot on the tree to work with, but still got to the stripe a lot more than he needed to. Pro Bike and Sled, Pro Bike and Sled. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Pro Bike and Sled, we want you hot car side 9 and 10. Pro Bike and Sled, hot car side, come on down to lanes 9 and 10. Caden Wickie. John Schmidt. Wickie over there in the Insinger right lane. He's going to try and make another stab at that burnout. Wickie rolling back from his as he's ready to go. 443 the Land Pro left side. John Schmidt 406, a predicted dial-in time on the Insinger right lane.
Box buybacks. Bob Johnson, box buybacks. Come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. If you were unlucky in round 1 and you want to test your luck again, come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. Box buybacks. We need you down to staging lanes 4 and 5.
What do we always say, Trevor?
If you don't succeed, keep on sucking till you do succeed.
That's right, box buybacks. So Bobby Johnson, box buybacks. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want you in lanes 4 and 5.
Caden Wick and John Schmidt, your next pair up here. Caden Wick over in the left lanes representing Bears Top Sportsman team. Down. Schmidt's down in a 406. 99 to a 113. Man, no driver was literally on that one. Caden Wick's going to run one above after being 99 thou off the let-go. Turning on the win light. Schmidt over there in the right lane went 113 off his let-go and was 5 above, way behind.
Tom Simone Dan Germano. Tom Simone over there in the Lampro left lane, 471. Going to be running away from Dan Germano. Dan in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 424.
Simone's another one of the competitors over there in the 92 Lumina that you'll see next weekend in 470 Thunder.
Yeah, 471, not that far away from that 471 predicted island time they have to run.
Not at all, but I do know that he is a competitor there. 53 to a 50. 3,000 separate him off the let-go. Advantage going to Germano, and Winlight going to Germano. He runs one above 50 thou off the let-go. Moving in to round number 2 by 37 thou.
Pro bike and sled rolling out for round number 1. 2 go down, 1 comes back. That's the way it works here in bracket racing. Doesn't matter if you're in a bike, you got a sled, whatever it is, you better run the number and get out of the hole first. If the wind light doesn't come on, the only thing you're going to be getting is a frosty cold beverage out of the cooler. Speaking of frosty cold beverages, No BS Brewery is still on the property, slinging out the cold ones, and they're going to be all night long until them taps run dry. And from experience, I know that that is hard to do.
Brian Baker coming up first. Pass down in the Land Pro left lane, driving the Turbo R1100 Articat. 2014 the model year for that thing. 550 the dial in though for the man on the snowmobile. He's going down track with Joel Rivera, another good Empire competitor here. Joel's down in at a 564, hoping to get out in front and stay out in front.
Down at the top end, Joel Rivera, he goes 2 above, sticking 8 on the back of it after being 006 up front. Michael Leia, 5 flat, the gas on the little bit of glass them bikes boast over there in Land Pro left lane.
Leaving off the bottom bulb.
He's a bottom bulber. Going up against Peter Edwards. Peter, he's over there in the Insinger right lane. 5:53, the predicted dial-in time, the slower of the 2. Too soon is going to get the win over to the Insinger right lane as he goes dead 3 after being 60 up front. A good run for Peter Edwards, 63 total. Going to put on the win light and come back around for round number 2. Haley Fayer, 5:55. Triple nickels going up against Jim Bernier. Jim, he was 15 up front and going to put the win light on as Haley gives him the win after being 001 too soon in that Land Pro left lane. Josie Brooks, Angelo Salemi, 495. Going to be trying to run down Angelo Salemi, 564. The guys on the glass in the Insinger right lane. 2 wheels versus Skidoo. Someone's missing snow, but the other man's missing 2 extra tires. Down track we go. 28 to a 007. 21 to thou. Behind is Angelo Salemi as it doesn't get it done. He comes back around by 12 thou, but breaks out by 11. As Josie Brooks put on the light and comes back for round number 2. Nicole Albin, Land Pro left side, this time down track. The Skidoo dialed in at a 5:57. And Charles Pissick, 499, the predicted dial-in time for the man on two wheels in the Insinger right lane.
No, another competitor going off the bottom bulb over there in the right lane.
$23 to $151. Lee Burgess is way late on that let go. Bob Salerno, he ends up picking up the win, 570 on a 561 dial-in time.
Kevin Sitliff and Brandon McCombie. Steve just informed me that this was the last pair. Thank you, Steve. Sitliff over there in the right lane is going to be down in at a 553, going off the bottom bulb. Leaving after Brandon McCombie, 72 to a 39. Kevin Sitliff is in control of this race. Down through the top end, he's going to go two above, turning on the win light to move in to round number 2. No box, no box, no box. We need you guys to come on down to 2 and 3 for the buyback. No box buybacks. That's right. Factory vehicle parts. We need you guys down. Factory vehicle parts, no box. We need you down to 2 and 3 for the buyback.
Here we go, box buybacks. These are the guys who didn't do so hot. They're not necessarily that bad, but sometimes luck doesn't go your way. Bob Johnson, box. Roll down to lanes 4 and 5. If you're not there, you're late. Bob Johnson, buybacks. Round 1 and only. Coming out of the water box right now. Anthony Zagarelli, Double O Joker with the Zagarelli 556, a predicted dial in time in a Land Pro left lane. Double O Joe 610, going to be trying to run it out over in the Insinger right lane. Six to a 29, 3,000 separate them up front as they get on down track. It's gonna be Zagarelli. Double O Joe was a little bit behind and stays behind the whole way down track as Zagarelli 26 up front, dead 329 total, leaves 310 thou for Double O Joe to park it, and he doesn't get the job done. Jason Oldfield, Land Pro left side, 7 flat, the guess on the glass for the man who's running Super Pro in the box class. Going up against Chad Wright, that 2-color Nova over in the Insinger right lane. Chad dialed in at a 646 in the Insinger right lane. Chad Wright, 16 up front, goes 47 with a 616 thou above that 16 light on top of it. Gonna put a run together, put on the lamp, and come back for round number 2. Randy Teed, Land Pro left side, 583, the predicted dial in time. Going to be running away from Joe Rolfe. Joe over there in the Insinger right lane. He's got a 556 gust on the glass in the Insinger right lane. '47 to an 18, Joe Rolfe's got the advantage. As they roll on down track, he's going to give it back to Randy Teed. Randy 007 at the stripe, running 6 thou off as she was 47 up front. Joe Rolfe got a little too excited about the lead and ends up breaking out. Daniel Fuller, Land Pro left side this time, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 548. Going to be trying to chase down Jessica Bennett. Jessica not too far away from a great run last lap. I think she clicked it just a few too early on red. This time dialed in at a 472. Back into this race, 6 thou separate them. Jessica Bennett, she goes 300 above, taking 001 at the stripe. Daniel Fuller was 008 and not close enough, as that margin of victory was 001 at the finish line. Jamie Portis, Land Pro left side, 596. Going to be heads up against Jeff Subchinski. Subchinski, Mr. Spring and Slide himself. That gold color Camaro going to be dialed in heads up at a 596 as well. a 63. Jamie is in trouble. Spraying slides out in front and goes 2 above, rubbing the brakes to make sure that he puts it only 34 thou ahead of the car next to him. Joey Calabrese, Land Pro left side, this time down track, 6:25, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from Joe Raleigh. Joe over there in the Insinger right lane next to him, dialed in at a 580. 19th out too soon on the let-go is Joe Raleigh. It's 632. He waited a whole extra bulb to let go of that thing. And comes on down track going dead 3 to get the win light and come back for round number 2. Angelo Ragusa, Mike Subchinski, Mike over there in the Insinger right lane. Angelo, Land Pro left lane, 584 to a 620. 620, gonna get away first. Angelo Ragusa gonna try and lay chase. 10 to a 007, 3,000 the gap between them at the hit. Down track, the big board says it's gonna stay all Mike Subchinski's way. He goes 22 with a 6 on the 21 dial, 16th thou above. He was behind the whole time and ends up picking up the win as Angelo Ragusa away on the light early, but nowhere near at the finish line. As that brings up Howie Samar. That's right, the Chevy over there in the Land Pro left lane, 6:35. The quick time, gonna be trying to run down Big Daddy Bill Balzer. Big Bill Sr. over there in the Insinger right lane. The never satisfied dart dialed in at a 676. 002 too soon is Mr. Bill Balzer's Howie Samard picks up the win light, getting the free data as he goes a 636 with a 7 on that 35 dial-in. Factory vehicle performance, no box buyback. Sitting there in the lanes right now. They're getting ready to duke it out, try and find out who's going to get back in round number 2. These are the guys who didn't do so hot in round number 1, and it's their only shot to get back in the show. The factory vehicle performance, no box re-entry round, rolling into the water box next. Jim Zagarelli over there in the Land Pro left lane, the C10 pick 'em up truck, the camper edition. That's right, that's the long bet. 842 gets a light this time against Tyler Spilak. He's 006 to Spilak's 121, and down track he's gonna go dead on, taking a London bus. Holy cannoli, 006 dead 06 thou to absolutely lock out Tyler Spilak, who is 121 up front for the first time, I think, in 3 years. The Tint Shop Mustang not going to get it done getting back into competition, and Jim Zag laying down the best lap of his life. Chris Carolyn and topless Timmy Antonoria. This time the Chop Top Camaro 650, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from the man next to him in the Land Pro left lane, dialed in at a 618. And they're off a 55 to a 44. Bob Johnson box. You guys are on standby until I give you the round call. Bob Johnson box. You guys are on standby until I give you the round call. And we want to remind you guys, No BS Brewery. They're on the property. That's right. They're slinging out the cold ones there behind the main grandstands, right? Across from the concessions back there. The concessions, a long red roof building here at Empire Dragway. Everything your little heart could desire. Hot dogs, hamburgers, french fries, tater tots, everything, I think, except chicken wings, to be honest with you. So if you need yourself a drink that's non-alcoholic, or if you need yourself a nice snack to go ahead and soak up all that alcohol, it is there at the main grandstand concession. Or if you ate a little bit too much and you want to put yourself in that nice state of mind, you can go to the new No BS Brewery tent and get yourself a nice frosty cold one. That's right. As long as you're over the age of 21, they'll sling it out to you. I think they have that deal, $7 on the No Renaissance IPA, I believe it is. That is $7 until that keg goes dry. Trust me, I've tried. Those kegs don't go dry that quickly. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Pro Mod Power Fest, July 19th. We're running for $10,000. We got done with round number 1 and buybacks, as far as it stands for all the classes that could have buybacks. Here at Empire Dragway, we got Bob Johnson box getting ready to come back up. Wait until we call you. But we got him ready to come back up and duke it out in round number 2. Once round number 2 starts, there are no do-overs. There are no gimme-backs. There are no I want to try agains. If you don't put on the wind light, you're on the trailer. You're going home. Well, you don't have to go home. You can stay and watch Pro Mods race all night long. That's right. We want to thank the Bob Johnson Auto Group, Apex Graphics. We want to thank Hunter Machine, Pelican Motorsports, FA Productions, Infinite Solutions, Magnum Pest Control, DPSS, Dave's Pool Services. If you got a pool and you need a clean setup or serviced, you give Dave Connors a call. We want to thank Stobbs Automotive and, of course, New Way Auto Part. And attention in the pits, box, Bob Johnson, box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5 for round number 2. Box. We need the Bobby Johnson box class to come on down to lanes 4 and 5 for round number 2. Ed Ross, Land Pro left side, round number 2 of box competition. 6 flat, the guess on the glass going up against Gary Rolfe. Gary over there in the Insinger right lane, 6:64. The predicted dial-in time going to be trying to run away at first. 29 to a 009, 20,000 separate him, and Gary is in trouble. Down track, Ed Ross. He was 009 up front and ends up being there 2,000 sooner than the guy next to him to get the win lamp and come back for round number 2. Randy T, Land Pro left side, this time down. 5:83, the quick time between the two of them. Going to be chasing down Peter Kerpier. Peter in the S10, dialed in at a 6:15 in the Insinger right lane. $17 to a 33, and it's Randy T who's got the advantage. Down track, the car behind gets up front. She goes 29 thou ahead to be 23 thou ahead at the stripe. Zach Besaw this time in the rent-a-car. That's right, the Chucky White UPS wagon over there. It delivers. This time it's going to try and deliver a 644 in the Land Pro left lane. Neil Onderdonk, he's over there in the Insinger right lane. The dragster disguised as a pick-em-up truck, dialed in at a 5:97. 17 to a 009. Onderdonk quick off the tree and down track. He's going to end up breaking out by 18 thou, giving the win over to Zach Besaw. 17 up front and 15 thou above that predicted dial-in time.
Zach Besaw is partially blind dialing that pickup, the wagon over there. That is the UPS wagon. He ran it last weekend here during the 20K shootout. Did not get a time trial today with it though, but he knew just about where it was gonna be.
Yeah, not his first time behind the wheel of that thing, and it's not its first time down the track here at Empire Dragway today. So it's not necessarily a blind dial, but it's a first pass for that setup between the two of them, without a doubt. Here comes a good battle of the long and skinnies. That's right, Cody Riome, Land Pro left side. The Finish Line Motorsports machine dialed in at a 442. Going up against Kane Gregory. Kane over there in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 498. Kane, he is going to be getting away first, but it's going to be Cody Riome trying to chase him down. One of them is going to get away first, and one of them is going to get down there first. And I will tell you which one that is. $31 to a 27, 4,000 the split between them as they go down track. The advantage ends up getting the loss. It's Cody Riome. He was 4 thou behind to be 8 thou ahead at the finish line to put on the lamp and come back for round number 3. Ronnie Whiteman, 450, the predicted dial-in time for the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Chad Wright. Chad over there in the Insinger right lane, his predicted dial-in time, a 6:46. Chad Wright, Ronnie Whiteman. 20 up front to a 40 pitch. Whiteman has a lot of work to do. Chad Wright, he's going to start ripping. And down track, the win light's going to come on for Chad Whiteman. Anthony Zagarelli. Land Pro left side, Jessica Bennett. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the factory vehicle performance no box. Factory vehicle performance no box to come on down to lanes 2 and 3. If you're in no box and you're still rolling through competition, factory performance no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Zagarelli, Bennett down on the track, 555 to a 474. Somebody is going to be getting the win. Somebody is going to be getting a ticket to the cooler. Is it the door car? Is it going to be the dragster? 12 up front was Anthony Zagarelli. 50 was Jessica Bennett. But down track, the man with the advantage puts on the win light. Dirty Dan Heinrich, Land Pro left side, 580, the predicted island time for the Chevy Cobalt. Going to be trying to outrun Craig Giordano. Craig, he's in the long and skinny, 483, the predicted island time, and the Insinger right lane in that dragster. To a 005. Dirty Dan is in trouble as they work their way on down track. The long and skinny gonna pick up the win on the double breakout victory. Dirty Dan Heinrich breaks out by just a little bit more, taking 2 thou at the finish line. Here comes Howie Samard. Land Pro left side, 6:35 of the predicted dial-in time. Almost heads up against Mr. Jason Subchinski. Jason over the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 6:32. 0042 soon with Subchinski as he throws on the red ball, but it's going to be Howie Samard this time getting the lamp. He's going to go 10 thou above that predicted dial-in time after being 13 up front. That, if you're keeping track at home, is 13 total on the freebie. Big Daddy Bill Balzer over there in the duster this time, 572, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down Mr. Spray and Slide himself. That is Jeffrey Subchinski. The gold color Camaro dialed in at a 595 in the Land Pro left lane. Jeffrey's going to get out first and try and stay away as Big Daddy Bill Balzer tries to chase him down. To a 36, 12 thou separate them. Actually, it's 17 thou, I want to say. And down track, Jeffrey Subchinski, 14 up front, dead 8. Puts it together and almost mathematically locks out Big Daddy Bill Balzer. Vince Gregory, John Vergat. Gregory over there in the door car, 594 the predicted dial-in time. John Vergat's the quick time between the two and the long and skinny. He is dialed in at a 452. Vergat's 005 up front, clicks it off early, goes to 65 on the 52 dial-in. Vince Gregory, not sure what happened there, but he ends up rolling out a whole lot more than you would want to be. Tom Coonley, Lamb Pro left side, 6:14, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to outrun the fabulous Paul Kochi. Kochi over there in the Demon, dialed in at a 6:33. He was nowhere near on the let-go. About 64th thou behind and down at the top end. Tom Coonley can end up scrubbing the brakes to only be 32 thou ahead at the finish line. Mike Subchinski going against the man who owns the UPS rental truck, this time in the Insinger right lane. Chucky White, the UPS wagon, 6:51, the time it's going to try and deliver. Going up against Mike Subchinski. Mike over there dialed in at a 6:19. 35 to a 36, 1,000 splits them as they get on down track. 660 feet later, it's gonna go back to Mike Subchinski. Chucky White was a thou behind, but 8 thou ahead at the stripe to break out by 8 thou, trying to get there, and he doesn't. Don Keekle, Joe Raleigh. Keekle over there, a 5:52. The quick time between the two of them. Joe Raleigh not that far behind. 5:80, the predicted dial-in time, and the Insinger right lane. Raleigh clicks at 5 thou red. Don Keekle, he is 11 thou up front and ends up going dead for 15 total. For those of you keeping track at home in the Line Pro left lane. How about this for the final pair of box? That's right, the Bob Johnson box class, round number 2, a battle of the Malibus. We got Mr. Wait and See by in round number 1. That is Money Mark Talmadge, 5:92, the predicted dial-in time, going up against the Urbino Racing Machine and the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 6:15. Ladies and gentlemen, get out your 50-50 tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, get out your 50-50 tickets. 008 to a 25. Money Mark is in control as they boogie on down track. It's going to be Money Mark Talmadge, 21 thou above to be 1 thou at the stripe. Money Mark coming back for round number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 50-50. We have a winner. If you got 50-50 tickets, pull them out. I'm going to read you the winning ticket right now. If you won, you need to come to the tower immediately. You are the recipient of $490. 50-50, it's a red ticket. I think they're all red, but it's a red ticket. 497-5544. 497-5544. If you have 50-50 tickets, you need to pull them out of your pocket and look at them now. You could be $490 richer. 497-5544. Factory Vehicle Performance No Box rolling in for round number 2. The same rules apply. If you don't win here, you're going home. You're on the trailer, you're in the cooler, but you're done racing for the night. You got to be the winner. If you don't put on the win light, it's all over from here. Jim Zagarelli put on the best lap of his life last time out in the re-entry round. This time, that C10 pick-em-up truck dialed in at an 8:41. Daniel French over there in the Insinger right lane. He pulled up next to him in the Camaro. He's dialed in at a 9:15. A whole lot to a whole little. I can't really tell you what they are in case the radios are on. But down at track, one of them definitely has the advantage. And it's going to be the man who was behind. Daniel French was 86 and ends up getting the double breakout win, as Jim Zagarelli was 46 up front and ends up being a whole lot more under at the finish line. Ross Story and Mr. Subchinski in the pick-em-up truck. He's going to get away first, and he's a whole lot better than you think he is. Ross Story, he is a lot later than he wants to be. Down track, Ross Story's got some work to do, but it ain't going to happen. Double Oski, he ends up putting on the win light and is going to be coming back for the next round of competition. Lee Burgess, Lamb Pro left side, going up against Frank Fontana, 6:59 to a 7:02. Burgess, the man on two wheels, going to be getting away first. Fontana, he got out of the hole and is way better than Lee Burgess, 54 to 158. Lee Burgess going to break out down track trying to catch him, but Frank Fontana going to get the win.
Brandon McCombie and Kevin Sitliff, both drivers on two wheels. McCombie over here in the left lane is going to be leaving first. 580 the guess on his windshield. Leaving before Mr. Sitliff over there in the right lane. 553 is what he's guessing he's going to run. 22 to a 59. The man in the left lane is on the advantage. He's going to break out and hand the win back over to Sitliff, who's 59 thou off the let-go and dead two to boot. John Dingy, the man on the 09 Arctic Cat in the right lane. He's out of Grand Island, New York, dialed in at a 6:39. Hoping to get out. No, he's leaving after Matt Consiglio, actually. Consiglio's dialed in at a 6:71. To a 93. That's some dyslexic reaction times, as Consiglio, the man who had the 60 thou advantage, is going to take it through the traps and turn it on the win light. Going 7 above his dial in. Moving into round number 3. Joel Rivera and Jerry Siracusa. Siracusa is the man in the Roadster over there in the Insinger right lane. 568 is what he's got flashed on his digital dial in board. Hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of Joel Rivera. Rivera's in two wheels. That's an 09 Hayabusa. Dialed in at a 564.
To a 91, Jerry Siracusa. He didn't get out of that one like he wanted to. Joel Rivera, though, 66 on a 64 after being 25 up front. Had a lot of room to hit the brakes, and he did. Putting on the win light to come back for round number 2. Chris Carolyn, Mike Lomas, 618 to a 592. Daryl Gilbert, Pat Toomey, 661 to an 826. Pat Toomey over there, he's got the slow time. Going to be trying to run away from Daryl Gilbert. Daryl Gilbert, the GTO, going to be running faster than Pat Toomey, trying to catch him. 20 to 64. We got a 44 thou advantage going to Daryl Gilbert and the win. He was 44 thou ahead to tighten it up to be 10 at the stripe to come back for round number 3. Going up against Ozzie Williams, 64 to an 84. 20 thou the difference up front as Ozzie Williams puts on the lamp. 20 thou the margin of victory after being 47 thou off that predicted dial-in time. Congratulations, Ray Agro. You have won that 50-50 pot of $490. I'll tell you what, that is a pretty good purse. It's been a long time since you put a number like that in your pocket, and here we go. Gonna put some money into the pot for the next car to hit the track. Sam Capizzi, Land Pro left side, the Daytona Superstocker dialed in at a 6:01. Skip Zagarelli, he's next to him, 6:58, the predicted dial-in time for the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Zagarelli's got a lot of work to do as Capizzi damn near catches them before they get to the 330. It's going to be all Capizzi putting on the win light and coming back for the next round and round number 3. Joe Talbot, driver unknown. The Ford Mustang dialed in at a 730. Going to be trying to run away and chase down the man on two wheels. One a lot better than the other, and the Mustang is going to be coming back around for round number 3. Brittany Balzer getting the free pass into the next round. Lampro left side, the big body Mopar. 6:64, the predicted dial-in time on the free pass. It's all about the data here. Doesn't matter if she goes fast or goes slow. And she can even red light as long as she goes from here to there. She gets to come back for round number 3. .26 up front. Half past the track, and the trap speed is 664 on the 64 dial, so she goes dead 3 after being 26 up front. That is 29 total on the data pass.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting the track surface ready in preparation for elimination round number 2 for Pro Mod Power Fest here at Empire Dragway. That's right. We're going to start getting the track ready, getting it prepped, glued up, dragged in, and that way we can get Pro Mod down here soon for round number 2. That means that we're going to be getting it ready down here.
Trevor.
Justin.
Trevor, you sound as good as a screecher does. Let me help you there, buddy. Here, let me try this.
Where are you?
All right, Trevor, try talking now. There you go. That's what the people want to hear. They don't want to hear that mess. We got Pro Mod Power Fest coming this way. Round number 2. We're going to call them down to the staging lanes. Pro Mod, 8 and 9. We want to see you down there. Pro Mod, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. That's right. You don't put on the wind light, you are going home. Here, let me try that again. Hold on. Okay, Trevor, what did you say? Trevor, we hear you knocking. Are you going to come in? Trevor, there's some sort of weird noise coming from your microphone.
Justin, the joke was on you. You told me to start talking, and everybody down here didn't see me move my mouth.
So you're a mime. I like it.
The
What kind
opposite
of
of
charades
that.
can you do, Trevor? Do we want to have a charade competition?
I can barely understand you down here.
Who thinks they can mime better than Trevor? We'll do a mime off.
I have a feeling that you would rank pretty high in that competition there, Mr. Sass.
Well, I have been told I got a face for radio.
And I've got a
Trevor,
voice.
hold on.
Hang on, wait.
Whoa. You can't yell at people for sitting on the wall if you're going to try and do acrobatics on it.
There's one
Insurance
reason why
is not going to pay if you crack your head, buddy.
they will not. But there's also no cars down here running at the current moment. We try to keep everybody safe here around all of the vehicles moving around the property, whether it be our fire equipment, our tractors, or any of our competitors.
Do as I say, not as I do. I got it, Trevor.
You may have a face for radio, but I've got a voice for one of those 1930 black and white movies.
That is a good, yeah, you're absolutely right. Here, watch, try it again. Okay, let's hear it. All right, what did the caption say, Trevor?
You know, I'm just still surprised at how they've allowed us to continue doing this. This is
We're the only two. I mean, it's a process of elimination. No one else wants to do it.
This is way too much fun.
I don't know. I think the only people having more fun than us are going to be the people driving those Pro Mods in just a few moments. That's right, round number 2, 360, the fastest pass we've seen on the property.
I got junior dragster driver Paulie Snyder down here at the base of the tower with me. Paulie, who do you expect to see moving into round number 3 of Pro Mod competition here at Empire Dragway?
Mike Decker.
Paulie wants to see Mike Decker turn on another win light here today. If you're cheering for Mike Decker, let me hear it out there in the crowd. I heard a few woos. Can I get a little bit of a stronger reaction from the crowd? Who's going to be cheering on Mike Decker? That was a little bit better. Thank you guys for playing the game.
I don't know, Trevor. I'm going to go for the hometown hero, RB3. That's right, the man in the Galaxy Auto Place machine. He already took out one Decker. Is he going to do it again? Does he even run another Decker on the ladder? Or how about another one of the favorites, the Queen of Speed herself, Melanie Salemi. She is a hometown local, and she hoisted a couple big trophies here in the WD, or actually the, not the WDRA. Melanie Salemi, she's won a few of them PDRA events. Not this close to the track, but definitely not that far from home. Attention in the pits, Pro Mod. Pro Mod, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mod coming down to lanes 8 and 9. We're getting ready to run you. The track's been laid. It looks good. Pat Bud's laying down the sticky stuff right now, that secret traction solution for that mojo you guys need to get down track and run for $10,000. Top dragster, top sportsman, you guys are on standby. That's right, we need Pro Mod. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mod round number 3. The only solo pass you're going to see in the class. RB3 Robert Bauer III, his competitor, not making the call. That was your number 1 qualifier, Mr. Johnny Camp. Johnny not making the call. Not that he was not man enough to drive that thing. I don't have my doubts about it. 660 feet scraping the wall. They don't want to take their chances, because I got to tell you one thing. If that arrow doesn't go straight, it is going to be a bigger mess than the kind of mess he was dealing with. Here we go, Robert Bauer III. The freebie in Singer right lane. Is the tune-up still good? Attention in the pits. Top sportsman, top dragster. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster to 6 and 7. Top sportsman to 4 and 5. Top dragster, 6 and 7. Top sportsman to 4 and 5. Come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster. Top dragster, 6 and 7. Top sportsman. Come on down to 4 and a 5. Robert Bauer III got the A-OK from the crew. Nothing but data this time down track. Gonna find that pre-stage bulb. Flick on the bottom one and let her rip. Out of the hole, A to B, wheels up and out he goes. 375, 190 miles an hour for the Galaxy Auto Place machine. As long as he can keep them sportsman style lights on the board, he's got a good shot at going a few rounds late in the evening. That tailwind picking up that flag at full stand, going down to the tail end of the track, and we're going to see how that helps or how that hurts the next set of pro mods right now. Mike Decker, one of 2 Decker cars left in competition. The other Decker car taken out by the man you just saw, Robert Bauer III. Mike Decker, big change. This car's called Lampro left side. Middlesex Steel, the sponsor for the Decker salvage car over there in the Lampro left lane. And the queen of speed herself, that is Melanie Salami. Melanie, that Camaro absolutely turned up tight. A to B, I got news for you. If you don't got your stuff together, Melanie Salemi is going to put on the win light. Is she going to go A to B faster than Mr. Decker, or is it going to be Decker rolling past and breaking up another glorious night for Melanie Salemi? Melanie getting the pull them up call. Decker's crew saying, hey, clean it out and let's get up to business. Decker's there. They're going to get ready to fight. Melanie not too far behind. Pre-stall, Page, or Lit. Melanie Salami, 367, 203 miles an hour on the back tires. She was behind on the hit, but drives around to the top end. Mike Decker, 15th thou away from perfect, but ends up being that 3 hun short at the finish line. The margin of victory at 200 miles an hour, how about 9 thousandths of a second? All a half a tire split those two cars, putting on the win light as Melanie Salami comes back around for the next round of competition. Mike Stewicki, the Stewicki power plant under the hood in the Land Pro left lane. The 28 Camaro out of Medina, New York, going up against Steve King. Steve, he is the World Series of Pro Mod champion over there in the Insinger right lane in the Savage Corvette. Who is putting who out? King, who has consistently ran top 3, top 4 qualifiers. Or Stewicki, who is a top 4 qualifier but had some issues the last lap out. Stewicki, Land Pro left side. King, Insinger right lane. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster coming down to the staging lanes. Top Dragster, we want you in 6 and 7. Top Dragster coming down to 6 and 7. Top Sportsman, we need you in 4 and 5. Top Dragster coming down to lane 6 and 7. Top Sportsman coming down to lanes 4 and 5. Both crews. Land Pro left side, Stewicki power, they pull him up to the beams. The Savage Corvette, Mr. King getting ready to roll. Out they go, nobody looking down at the top, and it's gonna be Stewicki. Stewicki was 69 on the let-go, but ends up being 65 at the top end. That is the fastest pass we've seen today. Mike Stewicki telling Melanie Salami, you might be fast, but I think I'm a little bit faster. 205 miles an hour at the wiggle. And Mr. King, he was 20 up front and nowhere near as they got down track. He only went a 372 at 186 miles an hour. If you ain't better than 370, don't even pull it back up to the lanes, ladies and gentlemen. This is Pro Mod Power Fest here at Empire Dragway. Jay Santos and Jason Calso. Jason over there in the Insinger right lane. He ended up taking out that beautiful big body Mopar that he had to run against in that first round of competition. And of course, Mr. Jay Santos. Santos and Land Pro left lane. The most consistent Mopar here in the competition. That Pro Mod has done everything from a 370 all the way down to a 361 flat. given the conditions. Are we going to see the first 59 of the day, or is it going to be another sub-70 pass just to get the win light? Santos, Landpro, left side. Calso, Insinger, right side. Both cars rolling up to the tree. The crew guys giving them the sign. The tree's just an inch ahead. Giving it the go-go juice. The blowers are ready. The crew guys step away. Pre-stalled, pre-stage bulbs are going on. We got a burn down. A Pro Mod staging duel. Nobody gonna stage first. Who's gonna put on the bottom bulb? Nobody excited to put it on, and Santos does first. Not happy. And Santos, A to B 364, going down Broadway. The fastest pass we've seen. I've said it 3 times, and that time was the fastest. 364, 206 miles an hour, 26 thou up front. Jay Santos says, you want to wait around? Guess what, buddy? We ain't waiting any longer. Come get me at the finish line. Jay Santos, he is going into the round of 4. And ladies and gentlemen, this one's all for you. No skin in the game, just going to make a free pass for your viewing pleasure. Hollywood Mud Decker rolling out to the 330, giving the fans what they want. If you guys love it, let them know. Come on, it's Pro Mods here at Empire Dragway. You see them cars, you see that crew. Let them know you're enjoying it as much as we are up here in the tower. It's been a long, hot day. And Hollywood Mike Decker gonna give you a little bit of extra bang for your buck. He's gonna roll on down track. Competition single with no benefit whatsoever. Doesn't matter if he wins, doesn't matter if he loses. He is doing this all for you guys. You clear it out in a Decker Pro Mod right there. Sing that thing to about 4 or 5 grand and let it eat from there. Hollywood, I think he's going to try and set a new track record. 356. Can we get faster? He lifts just past the 330. That 60-foot. Well, I got news for you. If he was in competition, he wasn't that far behind. 402, though, at the top, and a $145 lifting just shy of the 330. Not bad for a free pass out of that Decker salvage machine. Top dragster, come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster, come on down to the staging lanes. We need you. Top sportsman, you guys shouldn't be that far behind. 6 and 7 for the long and skinnies. 4 and 5 for the fastest door cars on the property. Pro Bike and Sled, you guys are on standby. Attention in the pits. Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro Bike and Sled, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot car side, 9 and 10. Pro Bike and Sled, we need you. Hot car side, 9 and 10. Top dragster. Round 2, rolling into the water box right now. No do-overs, no gimme-backs. If you don't win, you are out. You're done. You are on the trailer. You're in the cooler. You are anywhere but rolling in to round number 3. Rich Yakos, Lampro, left side, 4:31 the quick time, only 9 hun. Gonna be chasing it down Art Coffee. Art over there in the Ensinger right lane, 4:40 the predicted dial-in time. He is out of Campbell, Ohio. Rich Yakos, he is out of Cambria, New York. Eight cars left in the class, gonna race her way on down to 4. Who is gonna be it? Too soon. Rich Yakos gets the freebie. Down track goes 29 on a 31. Is actually only 10 thou under that predicted dial-in time. As our coffee is double 01 red goes 7 thou under. And that'll do it for his night tonight. Tyler Rudolph, the Wolf Trucking Machine in the Land Pro left lane. 4:37, the predicted island time. Going to be trying to run away from our buddy. That is Buddy Forrest. Over there in the Insinger right lane, 4:08, the quick time. Going to be trying to run away in the Insinger right lane. And we are going to see who gets to the finish line first. Tyler Rudolph's got 10 in the pocket. It goes down track, holding it the whole way. 10th ahead at the hit, turns into a 31 margin of victory at the stripe. And the Wolf Trucking Machine is going to be coming back for round number 3. Salami 19 up front. Karma Hopper, she ends up being way late on the let go, but Salami 19 up front and 2 thou above to get the win. Vince Mussolino, 420, that gets on the glass on the Land Pro left lane. For the first time in a long time, he's going to be the slow car. Tom Martino, he's got the quick time this time in the Insinger right lane. 395 over there in the Insinger right lane. It off as Mussolino, 15 up front, dead for 19 total for the data in the Land Pro left lane. Top sportsman, if you're not in the lanes, I got news for you, buddy. You are late. Pro Bike and Sled. Pro Bike and Sled, 9 and 10. If you're not there, you better get there soon. We only got a few cars to run before we run you. And Bob Johnson Box, you are on standby. Top Sportsman, fastest door cars on the property. 8 of them left. We are going to battle our way on down to 4. Dirty Doug, or White Doug, depending on who's calling it. Over there in the Land Pro left lane, he got done dirty last week. Trip Zip with a 3, runs dead on with a 4. In anyone's book, that's a winning package unless the guy next to you is 1 thou better. That's right, you have the best lap of your life, and the guy next to you does it just a little bit better than you do. When was this? Oh, it was only the first round of a $20,000 race. That's right, you want to pick open a scab, go talk to Dirty Doug Linden about that. Next to him, that is Matt Gregory. Matt dialed in at a 462, going to be chasing down Dirty Doug. Dirty Doug dialed in at a 482. Trip Zip 9 to a 29, 20 thou the difference. Matt Gregory's got the advantage and the win light. 009, 12 thou above. He goes 23 total, making Dirty Doug Linden mathematically ineligible for that one. All right, Trevor, we've enjoyed the silence for a long time. Why don't you go ahead and tell us some more news?
Caden Wick and Luke DeJong, a pair of drivers out of Canada. They made their third qualifier this morning together, and they find themselves here in round number 2 of Top Sportsman competition together.
I think what you're saying is fast.
Caden Wick over here in the Land Pro left lanes, down in at a 443, hoping to get out in front and stay out of front of Punchlinch, Ontario, Canada's very own Luke DeJong. DeJong over there in the right lane's down in at a 426. 210's going to separate him up front. 009 in the left lane for Caden Wick. He cuts DeJong's reaction time in half, but DeJong's going to be able to turn on the win light as Caden Wick breaks out by 1 hundo.
The burnout box all the way down past the 60-foot cone in the Dodge Dakota pick-em-up truck. 487, the predicted dial-in time going up against Geronimo himself. That is Dan Germano. 425, the predicted dial-in time for the Camaro over in the Insinger right lane. Germano, he is going to be trying to chase down Bill Stevens. Bill Stevens is going to be trying to make that as absolutely hard as he possibly can over in the Land Pro left lane. Stevens, Land Pro left side, pre-stage bulbs are lit. Geronimo himself, Mr. Germano, the Insinger right lane. Germano finally finds the pre-stage. Stage bulbs are lit. Top bulb is lit. We're rolling. Bill Stevens a day late and $1 short. Geronimo around him at the top, and the breakout going to Walmart. Goes back to Bill Stevens. Bill Stevens was 199 on the let-go and gets the lamp because Dan Germano was 14 up front and couldn't look over. He broke out by 0.2 of a second, and Bill Stevens keeping the drive alive in the fastest door car category we have here at Empire Dragway.
How about a pair of Chevys to round out top sportsmen? 68 Camaro in the left lane, representing Hubbard, Ohio, is driven by Brian Warner. He's purging the nitrous on that machine now, dialed in at a 420. He's going to be going down track with a Corvette in the right lane, representing Spencerport, New York. That's Gary O'Connell. O'Connell's got the big old blower sticking out of the hood of that thing. Nitrous versus blower. Camaro versus Corvette. Who's going to win this race? Camaro's leaving first. Corvette's laying chase. Too soon for the Corvette.
22 on that 20 dial-in, 33 up front, and that's going to do it for the top sportsman category. Ladies and gentlemen, I need Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. If you're still rolling deep in the Bobby Johnson box category, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Bob Johnson, third round. If you won second round and you want to keep doing it, come on down for third round. Bob Johnson, third round box. Third round of box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Factory vehicle performance, no box. You guys are on standby.
Pro Bike and Sled rolling down into the water box. Jim Bernier over there in the Insinger right lane. He's got 489 painted on the bars of that bike. We call that a bar bike around here. He's going to be laying chase to none other than Joel Rivera. Rivera's got 564 flashed on his flipper. Rivera's got 564 flipped on his dial-in board over here in the Land Pro left lane.
Puts on the win light. He was one above 46,000. The margin to victory down at the top end, but 001 19th thou above puts him 20, making the man in the Land Pro left lane mathematically ineligible.
Peter Edwards in the right lane over there. He's down in at a 5:53. Hoping to get away and stay away from Charlie Pissick. Pissick dialed in at a 4:91.
Josie Brooks, Land Pro left side. The quick time between the two of them, 4:95. Going to be trying to chase down Bob Salerno. Bob over there in the Insinger right lane, his dial-in time, a 5:63. $35 up front. And ends up being 400 above Bob Salerno. Going to get the win light and coming back around for the next round of competition in Pro Bike and Sled. Mike Peters and Kevin Staliffi. Kevin over there a 5:53. Mike Peters a 5:59. 600 the difference as the tree falls, and we're going to figure out who puts it together better in 660 feet. Mike Peters, 39 thou, too soon on the let-go, gives Kevin Sutliff the win to come back for the next round of competition as he goes dead 9 after being 91 thou up front. Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. We might be in 4 and 5. No box, no box. We need the factory vehicle performance. No box to 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance. No box. Come on down the lanes. 2 and 3. Bob Johnson, box round number 3. Bob Johnson, round number 3, rolling out of the water box. Randy T, the Camaro Land Pro left side. 5:83, the predicted dial-in time. Going to try and run out. Mr. John Vergatz dialed in at a 4:51. Vergatz, the quick time, going to be trying to lay chase. He's over in the Insinger right lane. One of these two is going to put on the win lane. The other one, well, they are putting their hand in the cooler after a long, hard day of racing. Randy Teach, he's in the 3rd round after coming in off of buybacks. John Vergatz, he didn't make the top dragster show. Both drivers have a failure ahead of them today. Who is going to put on the win light tonight? To a 24, 3,000 the split. The long and skinny has the advantage, but down at the top end, it's going to be the man who was ahead, taking a lot more at the stripe. 3,000 the difference up front, but down at the end, it was 15,000 going Mr. John Vergatz's way. Cody Riom, Land Pro left side, the Finish Line Motorsports machine, going up against Chad Wright. Chad over there in that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Nova, dial in at a 6:47. He's going to try and outrun Cody Riom. Cody, he's going to try and put an end to Mr. Chad Wright's night. Double 04 for Chad as Cody Riom clicks at 1,000 red. Getting the data down track. It's going to be Chad Wright putting on the win light and coming back around for round number 4 of box competition. Anthony Zagarelli, the split window Corvette Land Pro left side, 5:55, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. Craig Giordano over there in the Insinger right lane, 4:82, the quick time. Going to be trying to chase down the split window Corvette. 660 feet's what they got to do, and who is going to do it better? Double 05 to a 14. Zagarelli has the advantage, but Giordano is going to run him down and not get there. It's going to be Zagarelli. Double 05, dead 9, 14 total. He only left an itty bitty tiny one. 1/10 thou available for Mr. Giordano to put it, but it's all Anthony Zagarelli. Double 05, dead 9. Laying it down in round 3 of box. Here comes Howie Samard over there in the Insinger right lane. 6:35, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down the man in the Malibu wagon. This time, it's Zach Besaw. The ups truck going to try and deliver a 6:45 in the Land Pro left lane. 33 to a 64. The advantage is already gone as the wagon rolls down to the top end and gives it back to Howie Samard. He was 64 up front and ends up being 2 above for the win. Zach Besaw never looked over his shoulder as he was double, or actually half of the reaction time of the man next to him, and ends up breaking out by 5 thou, taking 56 thou, which by my calculations is half of a UPS truck. Jeff Subchinski, Ed Ross, the gold Camaro. Mr. Spray and Slide dialed in the Land Pro left lane, a 595. 5 Huns separate them between Ed Ross. Eddie over there in the Insinger right lane dialed in at a 6 flat. Factory Vehicle Performance, no box. If you're not in 2 and 3, you are late. Factory Vehicle Performance, no box. You are supposed to be in 2 and 3. If you're not there, you are late. Don Keekle, Mike Subchinski, 552, the Land Pro left side for the Roadster, dialed in with a quick time. Going to be trying to chase down Mike Subchinski. Mike dialed in at a 6:19 in the Insinger right lane. 31 to a 35, 4,000, the gap between them at the start and down the track. It's going to be Mike Subchinski, dead on with an 8 after being 31 up front, 37 total to knock out Don Keekle. Money Mark Talmadge, Insinger right lane, 5:92, the predicted dial-in time. Going to try and chase down Tom Coonley. Coonley, the ugly Nova, the Land Pro left lane, 6:13. Not that it's ugly because of the paint job, just that body style. I don't think anyone likes that. I don't know. Maybe I'm pretty biased, but up here in the tower, that's what we're going to call it. We're going to try and call it a win light, too, as he gets going. 22 and 13, 7,000 gap as they roll on down track. Mark Talmadge breaks out, and it's going to be a dead-on win for Tom Coonley. 20 up front, dead 6, 26 total for Tom Coonley in that one heck of a machine out of the Land Pro left lane. Here we go, the Factory Vehicle Performance No Box class. That's right. One of the new sponsors here for Pro Mod Power Fest. Daryl Gilbert, Land Pro left side. Going up against Kevin Sutliff. Kevin over there, 5:53, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run around Daryl Gilbert. Daryl in the GTO dialed in at a 6:63. $15 to a 006. Sutliff actually grabs it this time and down track. It's going to be a dead-on win with a 410 total. Locks out Daryl Gilbert this time. Down track, Daryl going dead zero, but it had nothing to do after he was 15 up front. Tim Wright, Daniel French. French over there in the Insinger right lane, 9:12 to come get me time. Going to be chased down by Tim Wright. Tim Wright, the 808 out of the Pontiac GTO in the Land Pro left lane. 006 too quick. Was a man in the left lane. He throws it red, giving it over to Daniel French. He was 105 up front and ends up being 9-10 on that 9-12 dial-in. Matthew Consiglio and Frank Fontana. Consiglio, Land Pro left lane. Consiglio dialed in at a 670. Land Pro left side. Frank Fontana, 705. The guys on the glass for the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. (92 to a 64). Consiglio was in trouble. Fontana got out of the hole first. He's going to try and stay away, but down at the top end, he's going to break out, taking a London bus. 118 thou. The margin of victory his way, breaking out by 49 thou. Is Matthew Consiglio. He was off by 41 thou and ends up getting the win light. Chris Carilon going over there in the Land Pro left lane, 617, the predicted dial-in time. Rolling up against Joel Rivera. Joel, 566. The guys on that little bitty piece of glass on the two-wheel machine. Pulled up in the Insinger right lane. 45 to a $1.83. The man on two wheels has got a lot of work to do. As they get down to the top end, it's going to be all the man in the Land Pro left lane. Ozzie Williams rolling up this time. He's out of Hamburg, New York. That 68 Dodge Dart. 671, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be chasing down the man next to him. Driver unknown and or not on file in the Land Pro left lane. 728, the predicted dial-in time for the Fox Body Mustang. .007 for the Fox Body. Ozzie Williams is way behind. As they get down to the top, and it's going to be all the Fox Body Mustang. 731 on a 28, scrubbing the brakes. As Ozzie couldn't get there with pretty much the best hopes in the world. Sam Capizzi Jr., 604, the quick time, going to be chasing down Brittany Balzer. Brittany over there in the Land Pro left lane. The big body boat bar dialed in at a 663. Brittany Balzer has the advantage down track. It's going to be Brittany Balzer. The breakout from Sam Capizzi Jr. breaking out by 0.006 thou. Too much out of that Dodge Daytona in the Insinger right lane. Oneski, one of the Subchinskys. That's right, all three of them here today. This time, the brother in the truck getting the free pass, the wait and see by. He was 001, 002 last pass out. I'm not quite sure. My memory's a bit foggy at this point. 9:39, the predicted dial-in time in the Insinger right lane. Nothing but data. 29 thou too soon on the let go as they roll on down track. The 330 number comes up and it's good at the top end. 935 on a 39 dial and 400 above what that thing was gonna do. And attention in the pits, Bob Johnson, box. Box, we need Bob Johnson, box, to come on back to 4 and 5. Bob Johnson, box, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. From what I understand, ladies and gentlemen, Promont is going to be making their next time out after we roll through the next round of sportsman competition. So we're going to get through a box and no box round again, and then Promont is going to come out for another show. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We need box, Bobby Johnson, box, to come on down to 4 and 5. Here we go, rolling into box round number 4. That's right, the Bobby Johnson box class. No box, no box. We need factory vehicle performance, no box. To come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. No box. If you're in it and you want to get it, come on down. We need you to lanes 2 and 3. Seven cars left in competition between the two. The Bob Johnson box class going to work their way on down to the final 3 cars. 4 cars, actually. 7 turns into 4, if you know how a ladder works. And 2 of them going to be battling for one of those 4 spots is out there right now. Tom Coonley, Land Pro, left side, 6'12", going to be almost heads up against Mike Subchinski. Mike over there in the Insinger right lane, 6'18", the guys on the glass. Going to be trying to outrun Mr. Tom Coonley. 0.06 of a second, or 60 thou, depending on how you like to say it, is the split between the two. 31 to a 21, 10 thou the difference up front as they boogie on down track. 10 thou going to Mike Subchinski, but the win going back over to Tom Coonley by 1 thou. 31 dead 8, 39 total, leaving a little bit of room for Mike Subchinski, who ends up giving it over to the man in the ugly Nova. John Vergatz from the bottom of the barrel and top dragster to the top of the pyramid here in box competition. 450, the quick time over in the Insinger right lane. How Samard, he pulled up next to him. He's over in the Land Pro left lane. 6:36, a guess on the glass for the door car in the Land Pro left lane. And attention in the pits, factory vehicle performance, no box, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes, no box. We need you in 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to 2 and 3. Howie, he's 4 thou ahead of John Vergatz. But he never looks over. Takes 34 to break out by 11 thou. John Vergatz, he's 19 above on a 19 light, getting the pass into the next lap. Howie cutting his night short, all because of that oh so crucial glance that would have saved him a trip to the trailer. Anthony Zagarelli, 555's a predicted island time in the Land Pro left lane. Jeff Subchinski, Mr. Spray and Slide himself, the gold Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 595, the predicted dial-in time out of East Aurora. 005 to a 17, 12 thou the difference. Zagarelli has the advantage as they end up down track. It's going to be Anthony Zagarelli. The 005 light ends up being a trip zip 5 margin of victory as Anthony Zagarelli punches his ticket into the final 4. And a man with a free shot into that final 4 cars, Mr. Chad Wright. How'd he do as the day started? Well, he threw on the red bulb in box. Then he went into buybacks, and the guy next to him gave him a free pass in round number 2. And since then, it's been a Chad Wright race. Is the big money door car going to pull up the check tonight, or is he going to fall short after he punches his ticket into 4 cars? 6:47, the predicted dial-in time. As he leaves, he goes 21 on the release. And as we roll down track, the big board says a 6:48 with a 5 on that 6:47 dial. Attention in the pits, no box, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want you in lanes 2 and 3. The factory vehicle performance, no box class. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. And Pro Mods, We need you. Down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mods. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Pro Mods. Come on down to lane 8 and 9. Top Dragster, 6 and 7. Top Sportsman, 4 and 5. Pro Mods. Come on down to 8 and 9. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, we want to see you in 6, 7, 4, and 5. Pro Bike and Sled, you are on standby. No box competition, rolling out of the water box. Again, 7 cars remain. Who is going to be down into the final 4? Is it going to be the street truck? That is one of the Subchinskys, double Ochinsky, actually, as we like to refer to him over there in the Insinger right lane. 9:33, the predicted island time against Matthew Consiglio. The Nova, Land Pro left lane dialed in at a 6:70. $58 to a 24. Consiglio has the advantage. Doubleowski, he's got a lot of work to do, and it ain't going to happen that time down track. Consiglio ends up being 7 above, or 79 thou above that predicted island time after being 24 up front. Chris Corleone over there in the Land Pro left lane, 6:17, the predicted island time, going up against Daniel French. Daniel, he is over there in the Camaro, 9:10, the predicted island time. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the property or the cars of the property, but if you think you know what you see, you are absolutely right. That car has won multiple track championships under the hands of another man, and this time he's trying to do it again. 60 up front to a 52. 8 thou, the difference from the tree down track. Who's gonna get it? It's gonna be Chris Corleone. 6:21 on a 6:17 after being 00:52 on the light. Driver unknown, the Fox Body Mustang over in the Land Pro left lane, 7:30, the predicted island time. Going to be trying to run away from Brittany Balzer. Brittany, she's over there in the Insinger right lane. That big body Mopar dialed in at a 6:63. Trip Zip with the 5. Brittany Balzer was 27. Has a lot of work to do as they get down track. It's going to be the Mustang. Trip Zip 5, dead 8 total. And Brittany Balzer, 27 on the let go, is mathematically ineligible. Kevin Sullivan this time out. 53 was the guess with a 5 in front of it. 29 on the let go. And down track, a 52 with a 3 is going to put it all together so we can come back for another round. Ladies and gentlemen, we called Pro Mods, we called Top Dragster, and we called Top Sportsman. They are going to do a little bit of the track stuff, and we are going to get back into it here at Empire Dragway. Yeah. It's pretty kosher up here.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to kick my feet up on the windowsill, so that's how it started. Well, no, I didn't want to put shoe prints on the glass. You're like, what the fuck's going on? There's one shoe print here, and I swear it's not for me, but it's definitely my shoe, so I don't know how the fuck it happened. I've seen this now for like a couple weeks. But now that I know that Trevor has the same kind of shoes,
It was. It actually really was.
probably.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't doubt it.
Like it's a bull in a china shop. Which is also a busted myth because bulls in china shops are really good at navigating the aisles. Watch Mythbusters.
I was gonna say, how do you know that?
They busted that myth.
He's gonna shimmy the door. Damn. Flexing.
That's right. It's just my AARP card. The platinum card gets you motorhome and trailer tows.
Really?
What you gotta do, especially we need the broom on it, so keep going.
Yeah, you got lucky you touched that. That's status right there.
Goddamn right. My mama bought me that. Because she doesn't think I know how to work on my own junk. Thanks, Ma. That's a confidence builder. You know why she bought me that? Because if you have it, then your shit will never break down. So,
Exactly.
that's why I bring tools with me, because then I know I'd never have to use them.
Yeah, okay.
Four. Down to four in all of it. Down to four in all of it. Across the board, except for like you said, they're down to two. Yeah, right. We're gonna drag this one out.
All four get fiber.
If anything couldn't go wrong, that would be amazing. Every pass, something broke in one night, and then the next other car would stage or something and break. It was terrible. Like, there's 5 cars. I don't know if we actually play with the car on that. And like, the time it came around, I'm like, pray for a better day. Try not to laugh, but. It's entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Butch,
Where else we in here?
I gotta draw alcohol for someone. Hey, Steve, Bill? He's on his last pass, and then I'm about to start spraying, okay?
Did you get the Byron for the last box?
NC Pro Modder, I think.
He's here?
Yeah. No. If he's not here, there's someone else here. No, I think he has a couple different people collectively that do it under his name.
Yeah, he did. I know it was from that though. It's the 63 split.
Or 63 split.
Oh, I forgot he did that.
Dagger Alley.
something he said too is hell yeah.
It was. This is exactly what I said. Hell yeah.
I didn't say Katie from last year.
What? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Did you not this morning?
No.
Oh, I thought you did.
That was yesterday.
Even if he did, he's so convincing. Either way, he didn't fucking. He's not knowing. Either way, he still said hell yeah. Look at that.
I did say hell yeah. Actually, that was probably word for word what I said.
It was. Hell yeah. Oh, it was. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And then they came up today. I'm like, Dan, don't feel bad that I'm down there all the fucking time today. I missed out on this last year. What? Next week, I'm gonna fucking let him be down there for the entire lineup next year.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I didn't even mean it like that. Hell yeah. I wanted to say, fuck all of you.
Hell yeah.
Where the fuck is Peter and Peter Pumpkin Eater? I want to see Sweet Pete and Peter Pumpkin Eater. They said they were gonna be up here, and they're not up here.
Yeah, he was here yesterday and he said, yeah, I'm bringing Petey with me. Yeah, where the fuck is Petey?
They don't show up till dark out anyways. They live down the road, don't they?
Yeah, they probably don't have to pay.
They have no idea what time this place ends, and it's gonna be like they're gonna pull in and we're gonna be done.
Hell yeah. Fuck you.
What am I gonna answer you every time you say
I
bye,
know.
Ron?
I know.
Hell yeah.
You ready in the tower? Hell
Oh,
yeah.
Cheryl, you good? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. It's deep and seductive again. Hell yeah. Dustin, you up there? Hell yeah. Yeah, I can't say it. Yeah.
That's gonna be better than thanks, Steve.
Yeah, too late, man. We got
Hell yeah. No.
Oh, fuck. There's gotta be a deficiency of oxygen in this tower. It's just gotta be at like, at hour 12 is just all carbon monoxide.
It's all the spray getting put in the fucking.
Dave's like, oh yeah.
Fuck
you. Kids breathing out of here.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's
in my eyes.
Hell
yeah. That was a bad idea.
Why are you spraying that? That smells like cleaner.
No, the glass cleaner smells great because it's refreshing. Nah, that stuff smells stagnant. The glass cleaner is like, we do lines of it.
Then here,
Well,
you
when you got 3 dicks up here that don't know what deodorant is, it's
Here.
fucking brutal.
keep it over there.
Did I leave any behind? Yes, I did. This is what they use in jail.
Hell yeah.
How stop? How do you
Dan, you're a freak.
What the fuck you mean?
It makes men smell better so they don't get so gross.
Oh, fuck.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Who is this guy? Never known.
One NA, not fucking the mess up. Nope, no, it's all over. What?
Boom. That's right.
Back at all.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I had a complaint. I was arguing with white guys over here, and my sister like smelled.
Uh-huh.
I was by the cans.
Hell yeah. God damn.
God damn.
Something good for me.
Can you go smoke your shit so bad?
My top end, everybody back in place.
Here we go, Pro Mod final 4 cars in competition. Who is going to be down in the final round, the nitty gritty? $10,000 on the line. Mike Stewicki up there after the burnout. Robert Bauer III lets it fire. Stewicki, a true sportsman. Stewicki patiently waiting. Robert Bauer III kicks him up, comes back as fast as he can. Stewicki well within his ability to protest this run. Robert Bauer III gonna try and give him a run for his money. Stewicki, a true sportsman in the Land Pro left lane. Both drivers have what it takes to put on that wind bulb. We got ourselves a drag race. Who's it gonna be? The Galaxy Auto Place Camaro over in the Insinger right lane, or the Stewicki Evans Salemi wired machine in the Land Pro left lane? Three, 205 miles an hour, and Stewicki is gonna go to the final round. Robert Bauer III had to go ahead and work through some mechanical issues there before the burnout. Stewicki patiently waited, and it paid off as Mike Stewicki comes back around for the round of 2 cars for $10,000. Jay Santos, Melanie Salemi, the final 2 cars trying to fight it out for the final 1 spot in the final round. Who is going to take Stewicki in the final? Santos, Land Pro, left side. Melanie Salemi, the Insinger, right lane. Who is it going to be? The hometown hero or the man out of Hilton Hills, Ontario? Santos, he's made a lot of A to B passes. He knows how to go slow. He knows how to go fast. Reading that track is the trick. Melanie Salemi, she knows how to lay that foot into it and roll it all the way down to the top end of the track. 363 was Mike Stawicki. 33 thou away from a perfect light, a 1 thou split from Robert Bauer III. Who is going to have a better lap between the two of them here? Santos, Salami. Jay Santos, 363, 206 miles an hour, a door-to-door race. Both drivers were 3 thou apart on the tree. Melanie, 003 on the hit. Jay Santos, 006 on the let go. Santos, again, 363 at 206 miles an hour, and it is a Mike Stawicki, Jay Santos final here at Pro Mod Power Fest. Who is getting done with $10,000? We will find out in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get yourself a snack, if you still got to get fuel, if you want to get swag, the kitchen and the fuel building are closing in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, you got 15 minutes. Get yourself something to eat. Stick it in the car. Stick it in the cooler. 15 minutes. We will be closing the snack stand and the fuel building. The main grandstand concessions will be closing in 15 minutes. That's right. Get the fuel, get the food, whatever you got to get. You got 15 minutes to get it. We are closing it down in 15 minutes. top dragster rolling into the water box right now. That's right. 4 long and skinnies left. 4 of the fastest dragsters on the property. That's right. We qualified 22 of them. 4 of them got sent home. Well, they actually ran box. But here are the fastest 16 whittled down to 4. The winner of the entire top dragster category is going to then roll off against the winner of the entire top sportsman category in what we call a bracket style drag race. Land Pro left lane, 427. The guys on the glass for Richie Yakos. He's out of Cambria, New York, going up against Tyler Rudolph. Tyler, he's over there in the Insinger right lane, 434. The come get me time out of the Insinger right lane. Tyler Rudolph, the Wolf Trucking Machine, is going to be able to run away first, but he's going to have to try and stay away from Mr. Rich Yakos with that quick time of a 4:27. Tyler in first. Yakos not far behind. Now we wait for the stage bulbs. $12 to $115, $3,000 difference up front, down track. It's going to be Rich Yakos. 430 on that 427 guess as he boogies on down track, puts on the wind light, and comes back for the final 2 cars. And who is going to run them? It's going to be one of these two. Is it going to be Lucas Salemi or is it going to be? Or is it going to be Vinny Mussolino? Left side, the big orange long and skinny, 418, the quick time. Going to be trying to chase down the man over there in the Insinger right lane. That is Mr. Lucas Salami. That's right, 427. The guys on the glass for the white long and skinny, parking it over there in the Insinger right lane. Vince Mussolino gonna pie his way to the final round if he can get the win light on. He ended up showing up here today, bumping out Cody Riom in that oh-so-crucial bump spot to go ahead and make this field, and here he is fighting his way on down to the nitty-gritty final round. That's right, we are running the baddest long and skinnies on the property. Both drivers in and ready. Who's gonna stage first? Nobody moving an inch. We got ourselves a burn down, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Lucas pulls it in. Not far behind is Mussolino. 21 to a 13. $8 separation up front, but Mussolino goes dead on. He was 21, goes dead to 23 total as Lucas Salemi had a small window to put it, but ends up breaking out by 0.003 of a second to put him on the trailer. So it's going to be Vince Mussolino and Rich Yakos rolling through into the final round of the long and skinnies. Top sportsmen, they're in the staging lanes. They're going to be rolling out next, and pro bike and sled final coming up right after them. Box, Bob Johnson, box. We need you to be on standby. Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. And we need the factory vehicle performance no box to lanes 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance no box to lanes 2 and 3. So box, box, Bob Johnson box. Come on down to 4 and 5. No box, factory vehicle performance no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Matt Gregory, Luke DeJong. Luke over there in the Insinger right lane, 424. The quick time over in the Insinger right lane. Going to be trying to chase down Matt Gregory. Money Matt, that's the name we're going to give him from now on. He's in the Lampro left lane, 461. The predicted dial-in time. Going to try and run away from Luke DeJong and stay away. 11 to a 10, one foul the gap. Gregory on the back, tires down track. He's 11 up front, dead 5 to go, 16 total in the round that counts. Matt Gregory all the way to the final round in Top Sportsman. Who is he gonna run? Brian Werner and Bill Stevens. 470 Land Pro left side. Stevens, the Dodge Dakota pick-em-up truck with the blower sticking out of the hood. Insinger right lane. 487, the chase me down time. Gonna try and run away from Mr. Brian Werner. Werner, nitrous assisted left side, giving it the purge, getting ready to bump into that pre-stage bulb. Mr. Bill Stevens over in the Insinger right lane. That is a supercharger. Forced induction against nitrous oxide assisted. Who is going to be closer to their guess on the big board? Bill Stevens hangs the red ball first, and Brian Werner also throws it red. Werner 28 over that 20 dial, as Bill Stevens was 64 thou too quick on the release. And that is going to do it for Mr. Bill Stevens. So we have a Brian Werner, Matt Gregory final in Top Sportsman, and a Pro Bike and Sled Shootout final still to come. I need Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to the staging lanes 4 and 5. Bob Johnson box. Bob Johnson box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. And we need the factory vehicle performance no box class to come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Factory vehicle performance no box to come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Pro Bike and Sled final. In the water box right now, they're going to do their burnout and get ready to do battle here at Empire Dragway. Four bike and sled remain in Pro Bike and Sled. Next round, the final round. Kevin Sutliff over there in the Land Pro left lane, 5:52. It's what he ran last time down. Going up against Jim Bernier. Jim over there in the Insinger right lane with the quick time, 4:87. Gonna try and chase down Mr. Kevin Sutliff. Kevin, 25 thou too soon. Gives it to Jim Bernier, who was 51 thou up front and 7 thou under that predicted dial-in time. Jim Bernier coming back for the final round in Pro Bike and Sled against one of these two. That's right, Peter Edwards or Bob Salerno. Peter Edwards, Land Pro, left side, 5:52, the predicted dial-in time. Going up against Bob Edwards. Bob over there in the Insinger right lane. His guess on the glass, how about a 5:66? $13 to a 32. Bob Salerno has a control of this one down at the top end. The breakout win going over to Peter Edwards. He was 32 up front, almost 18 thou behind on the hit, but the dead-on run forcing Bob Salerno to break out. He broke out by 65 thou, taking 91 thou to put on the win light for Peter Edwards. Here we go into the Bob Johnson box class. That's right. These boys are leaving off the top bulb, letting electronics do the dirty work for them, and they are battling it out for 660 feet. Somebody is going to put on a win light. Somebody else is going to go home. Attention in the pits, we need the no box class, no box, factory vehicle performance, no box, factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. We need you down here. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. The Bob Johnson group out there right now. The Bob Johnson box class, 612, the Land Pro left side for the prettiest ugly Nova on the property. Tom Coonley. I know it seems like I'm making fun of him, but I got to tell you right now, that is the prettiest car out of all the ugly ones Chevy ever made. Going up against John Vergatz. John, he's in the long and skinny next to him. 4:49, the predicted dial-in time for the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. Vergatz didn't make the top dragster show. Here he is trying to get down to the final round in box. Tom Coonley saying, not today. Who is going to put on the win light? 16 to a 009. We got ourselves a drag race. 8th thou separated, but Tom Coonley was 8th thou behind to be 6th thou ahead. The ugly Nova keeps the bulbs lit. Dead 3, and Tom Coonley is 19 total, going on to the final round of Bob Johnson box class. And ladies and gentlemen, a battle of the buybacks. It didn't get scheduled this way. This is just how racing works. Both these drivers didn't do so hot in round number 1. They fought their way through the re-entry round, and here they are at the tree trying to make it count. Chad Wright, Insinger right lane, 646. Anthony Zagarelli puts a different number on besides the 3 5s, puts a 6 at the end, and it's going to be a Chad Wright red light giving it over to Anthony Zagarelli. 19 up front, goes 55 with an 8. 2 thou under that predicted dial-in time to keep the drive alive in box, Bobby Johnson box. Factory performance, factory vehicle performance, no box. Factory vehicle performance, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes. We need you. No box, 4 cars doing the dirty work. That's right. Who is going down to the final round? It's going to be Kevin Saltliff. 5:51, the predicted dial-in time on the Insinger right lane. Don't want to jinx it, but I got to say it. He went red last time in Pro Bike and Sled. Did he learn his lesson this lap out, or Is he going to end up throwing it away and giving it to Matthew Consiglio? 6:70, the predicted dial-in time. He's out of Rome, New York. To a 24, Kevin Salippi goes under and gives it back to Matthew Consiglio. Matthew, 2 above that dial-in time, 58 with the reaction time, puts on the win light, and it's going to be Matthew Consiglio against one of these two, the Fox Body Ford Mustang. Christina Hubbard, the driver unknown. The horse with no name finally has a name, and it's Christina Hubbard. 7:28, the guys on the glass in the Land Pro left lane going up against Chris Corleone. Chris over there dialed in at a 6:17. Gonna try and run her down. 20 up front to a 51. The Fox Body has the advantage by 31 thou. Down track, it's gonna go back to Chris Corleone. The double breakout win going to the Insinger right lane. Attention in the pits, we need the Bobby Johnson box final. Come on down to the staging lanes. Box final. Bob Johnson, box final. Come on down to the staging lane. No box, you guys are on standby. A short standby, but no box. You guys are going to be rolling down as well in just a little bit. We need the Bob Johnson box final to come on down to the staging lanes. And attention in the pits, we need the factory vehicle performance no box final to make their way on down to the staging lanes. That's right, the Bob Johnson box class and the factory vehicle performance no box class. Come on down to the staging lanes. Two of you left. We're going to figure out who's going to win. That's right. We started with a whole bunch of cars, and we're down to the nitty-gritty. We need the Bob Johnson box class and the factory vehicle parts no box class to come on down for the final round. No box, no box. You're in the pits. We need you to get out of the pits. We need you in the staging lanes. No box final. Factory vehicle performance. No box final. Come on down to the staging lanes. We're going to run you. Bob Johnson box. You guys should already be there. No box final. This is your final call. I'm not going to say it again. No box final. If you don't get down to the lanes, we will run without you, and you guys can split it. Doesn't matter to us. No box. We need the factory vehicle performance no box class down to the staging lanes 2 and 3. If you don't know where you go, you should know by now. You're the last two to do it. Factory vehicle performance no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Bob Johnson box class. They're getting ready to roll it down into the water box. Going to duke it out to see who is going home as the winner. Here we go, rolling into the competition of Bob Johnson box, a final round. The last two cars, they made it all the way down to the nitty-gritty. Somebody is going to be holding up a big check and a trophy, and somebody else is going to be going home empty-handed. Who is the baddest off the top bulb? Anthony Zagarelli, Insinger, right lane, 555s, this time down track. Last time he ran a 555 with an 8. The man to the left of him, that is the man in the ugly Nova. We're going to keep calling that because it's been working so far. The prettiest ugly Nova on the property, that is Tom Coonley. Land Pro, left side, 612, going to be running away from Zagarelli. Zagarelli going to try and lane chase. Somebody is going home and somebody is going to victory lane. Coonley 15 Foul Red gives it to Anthony Zagarelli, and out the back door. Breaks out by 6,000ths of a second. The split window Corvette in the Insinger right lane puts on the win light and comes back to victory lane. No box, no box. If you're not there, well, you're late. We need no box, no box. No box final. The last two cars rolling in off the bottom bulb. Matthew Consiglio, Lampro, left side, 670. Chris Craylon, over there in the Insinger right lane. Corleone dialed in at a 617, going to be trying to chase down Consiglio. Consiglio, Lampro, left side with the 670. Come get me time. 0012 too soon was Consiglio as Chris Krylon puts on the win light, and he's going to come back to victory lane. Chris Corleone, 43 thou too soon, but it still was greener than Matthew Consiglio, who was 0012 too soon on the let go. Attention in the pits. We need the top dragster and the top sportsman final. Down to the staging lanes. Top dragster, 6 and 7. Top sportsman, come on down to 4 and 5. We're going to do the dirty. That's right. Somebody is going to win and go on to that all-run final that we do for Quick 32. That's right. One more round after this one. Top dragster final. Top sportsman final. Get on down here and get ready to run out to see who is going to be running for King of the Hill. And attention in the pits, Pro Mod final. Come on down to the staging lanes. We need you. We're itching for you. We want to give away $10,000. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you right now, we're not giving it away. Nope, it's going to be earned. Pro Mod final. Pro Mod final. 8 and 9. 8 and 9. We need you down here, top dragster, top sportsman. You guys should be down in the lanes as well. Pro Mod final round. Come on down to the staging lanes.
You know, Justin earlier did an impromptu interview with me when I was not in the tower. But I'm going to do an impromptu interview with Dan. Dan, what do you think of all of the Pro Mod action that you've seen here today?
Hell yeah.
Dan, top sportsmen, top dragster competitors. They have been fierce all day long. Was it been some good racing, do you think?
Hell yeah.
Those pro bikes and sled are quick. We got a bike versus bike final. Are you glad to see no snowmobiles in the final, Dan?
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, Dan, a man of few words up here in the tower. Some of the best, though. Keeping it short and sweet, Dan. That's why we like you. You're like candy. We gotta tie kerosene rags around his ankles.
His new name's going to be Tootsie Roll.
That's it. I like it. Juicy, fruity. Good job, Dan. Way to hang out at the computer all day long. We got top dragster, top sportsman in the staging lanes. The rotator is making a hellacious noise down track, and we are racing to the final round. That's right, Pro Mod final. You guys should be in the staging lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman, you guys should be there as well. The winner of that one is going to be running the King of the Hill final after Miss